to the National Season 3, Liga ng Mga Kampiyon. I'm Laika Mea, your panel host for the day at kasama natin ang napakagwapo na tandem na si Kid and si Raph. So guys, gaano kayo ka-excited malaman kung sino ang 4 people na makakakumpleto sa ating puzzle na tinatawag na draft series lineup? So Kid, excited ka na ba?
Of course, like as always, you know, there's so much to look forward to, and especially for me that I do have a couple of predictions. There's 2 people here that I have in my predictions, and you know what, I don't want to jinx anything.
Very exciting nga naman. Raph, what about you?
Absolutely. I mean, it's been a super competitive weekend, and I only expect it to be even more so competitive now. And again, there's just so much to watch today, and man, this is such a treat.
This is very an exciting time because ito na yun eh. This is a story in the making. Dito kasi we're trying to make dreams come true over here. So all of this excitement, syempre, hindi naman magiging possible kung hindi rin tayo nagkaroon nga ng bagong format dito. So alam naman natin dito sa the Challenger Series, sa Leg 1, Leg 2, sa Academy Series, ito yung stepping stone mo para mapunta sa Draft Series and para mapunta sa Professional League natin. So tingnan nga natin kung sino yung mga nasa running natin ngayon, yung top 8 natin na may chance na umabol pa sa ating Draft Series. So here we can see Jason, Gold Standard, Keenan, Jetmishima, Gene04, iTenri, PBE.BuLLy, SideStepLance. So very exciting talaga yan. Nagsimula tayo sa 216 na entrants for Leg 2. A huge number of players. Tapos ito, top 8 na. So there were a lot of interesting names over here, and we're gonna go in depth with them later on. But for now, I want you guys to each pick one name and pick one word to best describe them. Dahil nag-heads or tails tayo kanina, Kid, ikaw mauna.
Alright, I'll go ahead and pick Gold Standard. Raph, I'm sorry about that, but I'll have to pick this dude, right? Gold Standard. And if I had to describe him, I guess it's just, you know, one word, personified. His name, personified. He really is the gold standard right now.
Ooh.
Especially coming into the top 8. Strong showing since Challenger 1. But, you know, he did post like a few minutes ago that no promises and no expectations. And I'll go into this tournament just doing that.
What about you, Raph?
Isn't like gold standard 2 words? I'm kidding. Honestly, BuLLy, if there's one word to describe BuLLy, he's a veteran, you know. Very savvy.
I thought you were gonna say bully is a bully.
Oh yes, the low-hanging fruit, of course.
Okay, so these are definitely guys to look out for, but we're gonna be moving on to the bracket for today. The first match, I believe, is gonna be Jason versus BuLLy. So, I mean, it's gonna be an action-filled day, but Kid, for the first... Oh, sorry. Okay, as we can see here in our graphics, we need 4 people to complete the draft series, as we mentioned before. And it's gonna be an exciting time. Out of the 8 people that we have here, only 4 are gonna qualify for the draft series. So this basically means that it's gonna be an intense day. It's gonna be the last chance to qualify and potentially be drafted into a pro team. But again, as I was asking earlier, Kid, what can you say about the first match?
Oh, first match, Jason versus BuLLy. This is honestly so difficult for me because I know these 2 people personally. And Jason, just a super chill guy, also BuLLy, and I can't seem to pick which one I want to root for. I want to root for both, but that can't happen, you know?
Yeah, that is a dilemma itself. But what about you, Raph? Any other match that we should really be tuning into later on?
Like we said, again, Gold Standard has been on my picks every single time I've been given a choice to do so. And Gold Standard versus SideStepLance, I think it'd be really interesting. I think both these players are incredibly fundamental and they play to their numbers. So it really comes down to either who's going to be the wilder player or who's going to play by the numbers after the first match.
Definitely, di ba? Sabi ko nga kanina, ito na yung final chance mo. Sobrang intense ng labanan na mangyayari ngayon. Kasi kung hindi ka nakapasok sa Challenger Series 1, Academy Series, ito na yon. This is the final chance. And let's actually take this moment to dig deeper with the people who are still in the running, starting with Jason. So what can you guys say about Jason and his running so far?
All right. So Jason the Assassin, the only former Nationals player here in top 8. He's the guy that brought rock and roll to the lower bracket in a Jaguar mirror, might I add. He might bring out the Kunimitsu if worse comes to worse, but who knows? Jason, anything can happen.
What about our favorite bully? He's gonna be one of the players later on. Raf, I want to know your thoughts on this guy. Like, what can you say about BuLLy, our favorite bully? See, I said bully too many times. I'm sorry, I can't help it.
Like I said, BuLLy is incredibly savvy. The way he plays, he fishes for a lot of counter hits, and he harps on your timing. So he makes you doubt your own play, and that's incredibly dangerous. And BuLLy is so unshakable. You just try and pressure him, he's not gonna care. He's just gonna wait it out. He's gonna exercise his defense on you, and he's gonna wait for you to crack.
I have always been afraid of bullies, and I'm just glad that I don't get to fight bully in these matches. But another player that is very notable, you guys have been mentioning him over and over again, the personification of the words himself, Gold Standard. Kid, you are raving about Gold Standard. Care to elaborate more about him?
I mean, I can't help it. I'm a big fan. Strong showing since Challenger 1, but could only go so far. This top 8 matters the most to him, and so therefore there's so much pressure on his shoulders.
But he is Gold Standard, so I'm pretty sure that he can handle the pressure. He's built different, I guess. Oh, but everybody here is built different. How else would they make it to the top 8, right? Okay, so as Kid would also call this guy, the excellent SideStepLance. Raf, your turn. What are your thoughts on the guy who can sidestep?
Oh my goodness, SideStepLance, one of the few players still that is true and loyal to his Lee. Honestly, that is something to commend, considering that, my goodness, a lot of the Lee players have seemed to gone extinct or have migrated to another character, but this man has been sticking to his guns, and honestly, he's been a bit of a unpredictable player as well, considering that he's been a bit of a mystery to a lot of the opponents for today.
You know, speaking of mystery, another wild card that we can consider in this match is Jetmishima. Jetmishima is one of the unknown players here as well, so I think that it's very interesting that we get to dig deeper onto this person and how he plays. So Kid, what are your thoughts on him so far?
Oh, Jetmishima. His name is a mix-up already. He hasn't brought out a single Mishima since Challenger 1. You know, he's the first on-stream Lydia, and when things don't go his way, he switches to Akuma, and Akuma works every single time.
I wish I could work every single time, but that is why I'm panel hosting instead of playing and participating in this competition. Am I right? Am I right? Yes, of course. Let's move on to the very aggressive iTenri. Raf, what can you say about iTenri's performance? You described him as aggressive, and I want to know more why you described him that way.
Honestly, like, iTenri is also from the same stem as SideStepLance, in that a lot of the Katarina players have seemed to disappeared. Same with the Lees, but right now he's really gunning for a solid placing, and again, making it to the top 8 out of what, 200 plus competitors. He hasn't doused his fire not one bit, despite the challenges that was ahead of him, or rather it was in front of him in the previous episode. And right now he's still on a warpath, and that, again, Katarina, that magic orb button that's been used so many times.
Oh, that's gonna be very exciting to watch later on. Now, we still have 2 more players to discuss, and you guys were mentioning about how Lee mains were the thing for you guys. Like, it's very respectable to see that. But here we have a Noctis player, Keenan. So, Kid, what can you say about Keenan this time?
You'll love to hear his thoughts. The only Noctis here in top 8, lots of supporters bringing the banner of Midnight Mayhem, so the motivation will prove to be effective. He brought down BuLLy and Limit Break in the upper bracket to qualify for top 8, and that says a lot. You can't do that pretty easy enough.
Easy enough indeed. I mean, it takes a lot of effort to reach this spot, and it is very respectable, especially if you have your character loyalty there. But speaking of another character loyalist, I believe that Gene04 is an Asuka main. Would you say that, Raf? Would you believe that he is an Asuka main?
Well, this highlight is definitely misleading. Obviously, Gene has more than one character with the Zafina out as well. But again, yeah, Gene, such a strong player that hasn't been, I would say, all that active when it comes to competing. But when he does, he really does pop off, gets very far. Once again, just to mention the 200 players that did attempt to go for the road for professional play, and he's still here. Geno 4 is still here. He's still kicking, and he still has a great chance of moving forward.
It's gonna be very exciting to actually see who moves forward, and I want to see the variation of playstyles over here, because you can't just sit back, relax, and just enjoy a game of Tekken. You have to compete here, because again, this is the last chance you're gonna get for now. Like, of course, opportunities are gonna arise in the future, but this is it for now. This season, this is it. This is how you get drafted. You gotta perform every single game. The franchises are watching you, so you gotta give it your all. Now, we got our top 8 ready, but before we got here, we already asked you guys your predictions, right? And fortunately, some of them got in, but unfortunately, some of your predictions got stuck with the caster's curse. So let's take a look at who actually made it.
Oh my goodness. So let's kick things off with mine, right? Gold Standard and Bully, and unfortunately, Boo and Changi Bears got eliminated in pools. So I have high hopes for these two, Gold Standard and Bully. Raph, what do you think?
I mean, again, I gotta stick to my picks. Once again, Gold Standard, a monster of a Leo player, has been pretty much unshakable in game the way he's been playing. SideStepLance as well. That is also someone to note. Again, that unpredictability. You never know what's gonna happen in Tekken, and we've seen that quite a lot.
And Doc Jimmy got that SS Georgie coming along too. SS Georgie had always had a strong showing since Challenger 1, but unfortunately just falls to the hands of the pro players, former nationals players, or even big names in the Tekken community here. For Poch Spice though, what do you think, Rap?
Man, Poch has already made the good call of having 50% of his picks here. Gold Standard said a lot about him. Same with Bully. And about Poru as well, rocking those 2 picks, kid.
Yeah, a Gold Standard, SideStepLance. It's the same as yours, having crits and Tomahawk here too, but unfortunately they couldn't get so far as top 8. Crits also did well in the Academy series, I believe, but Tomahawk, my goodness, I would have loved to see another king here.
That I would have loved to see another Jaguar brother. And talking about Jaguars, young Rafiki, although having no Jaguars in his picks, does have Bully. Once again, slated to be one of the prides of Cebu, and he's really already made it so far. And we just hope to see him move forward even more so.
You would not believe how much fangirling was happening yesterday between young Rafiki and Bully. He was just so excited to watch the man play, and I'm pretty sure that even though he's not casting right now, he's cheering him on. But again, some of your predictions did not make the cut. Let's hope that the caster's curse ends there. But now, before we end the pre-show, siyempre kailangan ko kayong tanungin kung ano yung predictions nyo. Alam ko ayaw nyo yan, guys. Kaya nga, nagpa-toss coin na ako kanina bago tayo mag-start ng show, and Kid actually won that. So, Kid, I want your top 2 to complete the top 4 today. Bawal kayong mag-ulit ng pangalan, Top 2. Kid?
I'm gonna go ahead and say my top 2 will be Gold Standard and Jason.
What about you, Raph?
Well, alright, since we can't repeat names, I'm a little frustrated about that one. But of course, my boy Bully, definitely gonna be there. And honestly, let's just throw in a wild card just because he's been absolutely a monster in his performances, even in previous tournaments, and that's Jetmishima.
I feel like you guys got pressured into answering that question, but also, I feel you guys are pretty confident with your picks, so we'll have to wait and see how everything turns out. But for now, guys, this has been the pre-show, and I have been Laika, your panel host. I'll see you guys later for the post-show, but now I'm leaving you in the very capable hands of our shoutcasters. See you guys later!
Alright, what it do, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much, Laika, for that. What's up, guys? It's your boy Kid and Raph, the 2 from Cebu. How are you all doing? Raph, how are you doing, my man?
I am incredibly excited as we are back on the road to Pro, Kid, and I must say, like we said earlier, there is a lot of heavy hitters here and a lot of names to be taken.
Yeah, before we get started though, I do want to inform the viewers ahead of time that, you guys can catch the winners of the National Season 3 Tekken 7 Challenger and Academy Series compete to become the next generation of esports champions in the Nationals Pro League. And it's going to be live on One Sports and One Sports Plus this coming May 2021. So mark your calendars, guys. A lot is going to be, there's going to be a lot of Tekken action.
And a lot indeed, and a lot of high level as well. This is not just any bunch of players. We are nearly at the cream of the crop, at least barring Pro League. Again, kid, these players have been so explosive and so determined.
And speaking of explosive, we do have some player profiles for you guys to see, because man, we're gonna have to explain things one by one for you guys, just to give you some bit of a context. So now what we have here is Jason. Raf, what do you have to say about your boy Jason?
This man, the lord of all the toothpaste in the world, just because he is so clean with that Armor King. Again, he has been so well practiced in his matchups in the previous episode, and again, he's really here to continue his warpath. But I think another player coming forward, Kid, is going to be a fan favorite, don't you think?
Oh, absolutely, and it is gonna be BuLLy. Bangon Bisaya, Lechon on one hand, Fight Stick on the other. Geese bringing better results than the Jack, and this dude has all of the support coming in from all the Cebuanos, including us. No bias here, absolutely, but we gotta cheer for our boys sometimes.
Not sometimes, always, but again, no bias here from any of us, and you're gonna jump right into it, the way this thing looks like. And starting off the day with the mains, the big guns.
All right, and speaking of mains, Rap, I know you're an Armor King player, and Jack also something we don't really use that often, but we're gonna see it right now here in the Mishima Dojo. Again, mentioned by Young Rafiki, that's one of the most honest stages in the game. So here we go. Let's go.
Honest, and that is going to be the theme of both these characters as well. They do have a lot of range, but that dark upper is going to start things off with Jason trying to go for that super flashy combo with great wall carry.
I mean, he does have a lot of life spare. 15 seconds have been spent BuLLy, doing that BuLLy stuff, twirling around and then making the opponents approach him.
That's right, and Jason, again, Armor King does not have the greatest sidestep in the world, so this is going to be a bit of a doozy, as he is going to low parry and answer back towards BuLLy.
Both characters are indeed big, so sidestep isn't going to be seen a lot here, ladies and gents. BuLLy fishing for the down forward tooth again. What a duck by him! He's gonna be carried to the wall, and this should be it.
I mean, my goodness, that was a hard read by BuLLy. Popping off a little there. Duck in at the wall, that's crazy. Jackson trying to go for that frame perfect punish, but so far BuLLy still in control.
And I admire that. We're still going for the frame perfect punish despite the fact that this is online, which proves to be, more difficult. Again, the spacing from BuLLy is so strong, and Jason is trying to be more careful when it comes to, approaching him, but this time he does have BuLLy up against the wall.
Absolutely beautiful adjustment there by Jason, but great defense on BuLLy even at the ground, avoiding the Oki, but my goodness, Jason has been red hot with these low carries, kid.
And it might be a sign for BuLLy to go for more mids this time, because Jason has been ducking quite a lot, and it might be really dangerous for him. Now he's put in rage on BuLLy.
Dangerous is the word here. Whip down, or start upper into the giant swing, and the big will get hit by the giant swing. That is way to end around, kid.
1-1 already. These guys, no slouch. Gets hit by the full string, goes to the other side also. BuLLy lower than half health. We're not even 10 seconds in. Goes for the jackhammer, and BuLLy hoping to at least get some more damage in.
That's right. That is a big lead, and an even bigger whip punish by Jason, taking a second round on the board for himself, kid.
Round 4.
He now has BuLLy on the palm of his hands. The timing is there. BuLLy's got to change things up. He's still sticking with the turtle playstyle, but Jason just has, the timing incorrect.
That's right, and here we have the natural predator of a turtle, the jaguar in a mask, doing wrestling moves. But Jason is a little low on the health, but goes for the Wild Rising too.
Gonna carry to the other side of the stage, but he drops the combo, unfortunately, and BuLLy hopes to go for the wall standing one, but he presses on a second hit. Jason drops the combo, both players act rage, one more missing. Jason, one more, gets the retry, and gets the Shining Wizard, takes game 1.
Oh my goodness. This is the first match of the day, kid, and we can already tell these players are out for blood. They can smell it. They really want to take that W, and that is just indicative of what's gonna happen for the rest of the day.
And if you take a step back and review what happened in the last few seconds of the round, Bully had the right idea in. He ducked that rage drive, but that has active frames. He can't just do immediately a wall standing launcher. You really have to wait that out. But unfortunately, Bully got a bit too impatient and got punished for it heavily.
Yeah, and that evil miss, truly evil as it looms, and that active frames, although I would have to say it's one of the least desirable rage drives in the game, it does have its uses, and we really saw that, as well as Jacen's execution, that instant Shining Wizard. It's tough to behold.
Yeah, it's not an easy, task to do. You gotta press forward 3 times and in a fast succession, right? So, big props to Jasa and Bully. Do you think he's gonna switch to Geese this time, Ralph?
I mean, it wouldn't surprise me, since when it comes to the Jaguar matchup, Jack does have range, but so does Armor King. And in fact, I feel like Armor King has even better with punishment with his explosive combo damage. So Geese with that notorious standing to and back 3-2 is going to be a bit of a problem for Armor King, as he just doesn't have a sidestep.
Oh yeah, sidestep is going to be, essential in terms of playstyle. So, Armor King being a big character, he might receive a lot more damage in the combo adjustments for bigs. And I know that breaks your heart to hear, but, no, we're not going to be seeing a Geese switch, but instead another random selected stage and Bully sticking to the Jack.
I like that. I appreciate that. Bully really sticking to his guns, and a comfort pick is really, well, to its namesake, a comfort pick. It's again just the comfort of knowing that you can adjust in this type of situation compared to him playing another character. I love that confidence.
Yeah, and so here we go. The Devil's Hit. Jason making so many damage already, pushing Bully to the other side of the stage. There's going to be a lot of damage, especially... Oh, trying to go with a cross-up too.
Cross-up indeed, and here we go, Bully answering back. We'll get that guaranteed plant the seeds. That is going to be a bit of a challenge to overcome, as Jason will catch him in his loving arms into another giant swing.
Oh, do you think he still would have lived if he teched that?
Man, those are the things that you don't want to dwell on, as Bully starts off the round with a down 4-2 kill. He does those.
Yeah, we take those also. Look at that damage already up against the wall. More than half health. Jason trying to poke his way out, but he's a big character. You can't sidestep your way out of it because you'll get caught by down 4-2 and down back 1.
Right, and I think it was the first back 1+4 there, but again, Bully, once again, really enforcing that style where you really look for your openings timing-wise. And really working out well for him in this round.
We've been seeing a lot of down forward 2s coming in from Bully already because he knows Jason is going to duck, and the giant swing catches him again, but he doesn't tech it. Unfortunate for Bully. Now he's up against the wall, but the hug! FF1+2 going to carry to the other side, goes for Oki.
What was that? But again, man, Bully has to be a bit more wary of these throws because Jason has been hitting him with a no mix-up. A lot of giant swings to be had, but again, a lot of spacing as well, kid. They really want to work their range.
And you can see Jason moving around a lot more and whip punishing with that shoulder F1+4. And now Bully doing the classic Bully stuff. High kick out of nowhere in neutral. Carries to the other side. This is going to be a lot of damage. Oh, he drops it, unfortunately.
I like the idea there. I think he was setting up for the exploder, but once again, Jason's reflexes are too good. Nothing flies over his head. There's only 10 seconds left as well, or rather 11 now.
Forward 1+2. And I love the reaction coming in from Jason also. In the middle of an input, he still managed to break the throw. Atlas Hammer, good punish. Amazing. He's so away.
Oh my goodness. Once again, these players really hungry for it. Bully going for the safer option there. But oh, big whiff punish. This could honestly be one more mix-up till death. Winning situation here. Oh, he stops. He puts on the brakes.
Oh, what a low parry clutch coming in from Bully, and he takes it to a final round. But still, Jason has the upper hand here. He does have one game in his pocket.
That's right, the back 1 into the back 1+4, but Bully punches him out there. Don't do that. I don't like those.
Yeah, he can't be reckless against Bully. He does have the reactions, Jason still trying to poke it out. He does have a slight life lead, but now it's taken to, a stalemate.
And I love how Jason has been using his train wreck, but oh my goodness, Bully's still really going into this. Pretty much anyone's game at this point, running 3 to start the mix, and here we go. Can he break the chain throw?
Oh, it does look like he can. Puts Bully in rage. Gotta be super careful though, because there is an extra amount of damage that Bully has access to. Jason just outside of it. Down forward one, gonna poke it out. Giant swing attempted. Good duck by Bully. Oh, what a parry on the rage ride. And Jason's gonna take it against Bully 2-0, sending him to the loser's bracket.
Oh my goodness, that was not I would say I would have expected a bit of a longer match here, but my goodness, Jason, the toothpaste assassin, squeaky clean with his execution and his timing with the flash ducking, kid. Just sight. My god.
And that's the thing about flash ducking, right? It sometimes it comes to bite you back, and it seems it just worked out really well for Jason in that case because he had some right reads to it. I wonder what happened there.
I mean, honestly, like, we can really just hope to know what's going on with their minds because well, we'll be dissecting that in the highlights. But again, I see a lot of people tend to like, oh, he should have done this, he should have done that. But when you're at this level of play, there's so many things to account for. There's timing, there's spacing, and just like everything that's turned up to 11.
And oh, for my goodness, Jason been on fire with the low parries here and there. The defense was so good. Bully, you know, he's a god of turtling, but it looks like Jason just opened up his defenses.
That's right. The teeth of the Jaguar today was way too sharp for that shell to hold on to. And I must say, like, Jason's with punishment has been absolutely insane. And to think this is his probably first match of the day, or at least on stream. Or on air.
And, you know, going really strong also against a guy like Bully. That's not an easy feat to do. He attempted at that cross up there, but, you know, Bully so much more aware than that.
Yeah, and I think it had something to do with the size of Jack as well. Jack is pretty hard to cross up considering he has one of the longer and larger hitboxes in the game. Once again, cannot count Bully out. Although that was a 2-0 on the side of Jason, still, this man has a lot left in the tank.
Yeah, he did get a couple of rounds in the bag there. You know, Bully still has a chance in the losers bracket. I just want to remind everyone that everyone here in this top 8, they're all currently in the upper bracket, and they still have 2 lives. In the case of Bully, he has 1 left.
That's right. And once again, sometimes people just need that extra distance to get warm, you know. And we've seen what a very, very warm Bully can do. His defense is godlike.
And speaking of godlike, Raph, we have our second match coming into our way right now, it being Gold Standard versus SideStepLance. What do you have to say about this?
Oh man, they're both my picks, so it's like whoever wins, at least I win, haha. But anyway, Gold Standard. I did say that this is definitely going to be a game of fundamentals. Once again, Gold Standard, incredible spacing and very, very mindful of the tools his Leo has.
And, you know, it might show Shaheen there in the graphics, but do not be fooled. He is a masterful player right there, beating the likes of Nags06, Bruisemaker, Baby Dog, and So Airy. But enough of Gold Standard. We talk a lot about him. Let's talk about SideStepLance. Rap, I'm gonna let you handle the floor here.
That's right, the silver-haired demon. Again, that Lee has been absolutely on fire with a win rate of 92%, only dropping 1 game. And you can see that he's defeated a lot of strong players. Core is one as well, an incredible Xiaoyu player, a champion as well. See how Joshi and everyone else on that list is not a slouch at least. So you can say this is a bit of a clash of titans again in such an early part of the top 8.
And excellence is the name of the game here. You know, the only Lee in top 8 is SideStepLance, and took it against Lee Jin, who brought down Rock and Roll. So this dude got a lot to prove here.
And that's right. Again, guys, this is the top 8, the Road to Pro, and these guys are just swinging for the fences right now. I'd be really curious to see, though, how they're gonna adjust to each other, considering that both these characters aren't really inclined to going for those big swings. There's a lot of poking to be had, a lot of with punishment, especially with Lee's forward 333, or I think that's called Acid Rain. And Gold Standard's notorious down forward too. That's not supposed to be tracking, but it tracks anyway. I've been hit by those so many times.
And right, again, that's Gold Standard for you. He knows when to stop pressing buttons. He knows when he just needs to sidestep. He knows the game by numbers. And this dude trains a lot with the likes of Dojin, Pika, Jules even, right? And we know how that feels, right?
And it feels, well, it's definitely a great training experience. And I am almost certain that it is gonna definitely show in this matchup. But once again, it's really going to be a game of inches as these both these players just really on top of their game, at least from what we've seen in the previous episode.
And into the Cave of Enlightenment we go. It's a fairly new stage here. Has access to a balcony break and a floor break also. And yeah, they're going for what we predicted, Leo and Lee, as if there was anybody else here.
楽しませてくれるのだろう
I would have to say though, Leo does have a slight advantage here, considering Leo does have access to more damaging tools, more reliable combos, unless Gold Standard wants to go for those crazy sing it out. And Gold Standard rocking 17 wins, my goodness.
Yeah, he's been having that massive win streak since yesterday, and Poch and I mentioned it. Who's gonna be the one to break that win streak, and who's the poor soul that gave 13 wins to Gold Standard already? It's crazy.
And again, you can't put anything past these players just when it comes to being skillful and just super well trained. And like we mentioned, right, both these characters, these characters are geared towards, I would say, a bit more poke heavy offense. But like I say that, there's a launch. What are you talking about, Raph? You was wrong.
It's all right, my guy. Now, here we go. Gold Standard up against the breakable balcony. Good call on the wall standing 2 mix-up. No duck on that second hit. SideStepLance is 1 hit away. Wall standing 4 from Gold Standard. 2-0 so far.
Again, Gold Standard, he's run his stuff here when it comes to uphill battles, because again, the execution requirement is there. Move choice is really important, considering down 3 is one of the most notorious lows in the game, not because it hits hard or it has crazy frames, but it can be a little unreliable for the lead player.
And there's still so much going on this fight. Like right now, right? Gold Standard already losing 1 round from SideStepLance. This might be the momentum that he needs.
Momentum is the name of the game here, as we are going to see Gold Standard the first to take hits here. Is he going to... Oh my goodness. All right. Okay, I see you. The day just started, but he doing that. He does those.
Yeah, that is so hard to do, to be completely honest with you. Especially online. SideStepLance, put in rage, Hell Sweep, Gold Standard, one more mix that can do it. SideStepLance has so much to do. Especially, there's only so much you can do with a character like Lee. You do so much for so little damage, and I know that's so painful to hear, but what can you do, right?
You can do everything and all that for a drop of blood. But once again, we cannot count SideStepLance out. This is the first set, and we talked about momentum. Sometimes one is all you need, and we've seen these players just heat up like that.
And the fact that he still reached top 8 with that kind of character, it already says a lot for his skills, right? There's so
What do you mean that type of character, kid? What do you mean?
There's no discrimination coming here. All right, I'm just saying that Lee isn't as strong compared to the likes of Leroy, likes Vacuum Ram, Armor King, but
okay, sure. But again, Kid was really showing his proclivity to being a Steve main. But once again, he's absolutely right. Lee is really one of the characters in the game where he's received the short end of the stick in a lot of areas, but once he can maximize his tools, I would actually, a lot of pro players say that he's teetering on the edge of S tier.
Yeah, I mean, it's only the player that can bring player that can bring the strength of a weak character, right? And that's really admirable for SideStepLance to be sticking with that kind of character. For Gold Standard, in Gold Standard's case, he's just Gold Standard. So strong in that game 1, and I can't wait for game 2.
That's right. And again, talking about character loyalty, once again, it's really refreshing to see a Leo and a Lee in top 8. Those are not characters that are I would say how would I put this, usual names or usual characters, because like it mentioned, there's a lot of Fakum Rams, a lot of disgusting Leroys, Akumas, just that type of stuff.
You just had to put that
course,
out there, but
of course.
No fear here, but never. And I do want to talk about the brackets also, because whoever wins this match will get to fight Jason, and there is, going by these statistics, there might be a huge chance that Gold Standard might take this. But again, we can't count SideStepLance out. Into Forgotten Realm we go. Raph, do you have any explanation to this, why he chose this stage?
I was just about to say Lee is really gifted when it comes to post balcony breaks, post wall breaks, and post floor breaks, right? Just again, just the natural kit of this character is to try and take you to the wall as quickly as he can, especially with those back two loops here. But again, we're gonna be doing a bit of a jump here or rather SideStepLance here. We'll go for the slide mix up.
Is he gonna break that win streak, or is Gold Standard just gonna garner more wins? Slide mix-ups already coming here and there, up just in the middle of the stage so far. Does not have access to rage yet.
Not yet, and that is such a smart choice. But oh, beautiful conversion here by SideStepLance, and that's pretty much the round for him. And like we mentioned, SideStepLance, his execution is nothing to sleep on.
I mean, Lee isn't the easiest character to use, right? You got those back two loops. You gotta, my goodness! Oh, SideStepLance with the conversion of the combo, but he drops it. Unfortunately, goes for the Oki setup. Gold Standard almost gets the combo conversion also on that one. What a delayed hop kick! Beautiful.
And I love the movement and the sheer tenacity of both these players just going at it. But what is that? Goes for the setup, but could not find any more damage here. Once again, SideStepLance just at the door of rage, and Gold Standard playing the clock so well right now.
Oh, FF3-4 and SideStepLance is gonna pay for that. Gold Standard again. The timings on the FF3-4 launchers have been so good since yesterday.
That's right. Oh, beautiful block punish there by SideStepLance. Once again, he's still definitely in this. Goes for the setup instead. He's gonna go for the combo. Of course he gets those. What are you talking about?
I'm SideStepLance and I make big combos. This dude, again, not a slouch. Gold Standard been getting caught off guard by these pokes from SideStepLance and counter hits. Gold Standard, though, does have the life lead already. Sidestep from SideStepLance, you know, he got those.
He got those indeed. And oh, wow, trusted the mix-up selection there. Didn't go for the low, Gold Standard did, but the low gets low parried by Gold Standard, taking him to the wall, gets the second floor break of the stage. Oh, that is huge guaranteed damage.
Maximum also. Back turns. Gold Standard gets caught, put in rage. SideStepLance, good break. Up over 3 attempted by Gold Standard.
Oh.
And the 10 string from SideStepLance. This dude doing strings.
He does all of those. And again, just a bit of a footnote here. These are incredibly strong players. This region is a shark tank. You dip your finger in the water, you're gonna lose your entire arm, and they're really showing it. And just a bit of an addendum to what I said about disgusting Leroy. Again, Leroy, post-nerf, still a true menace. Has the kit of the entire cast, turned up to 11, even after some frame adjustments.
Man, aren't you glad that there isn't a Leroy here in top 8? Of course, he doesn't say anything, but you guys saw him. You saw him right there. But anyway, in all seriousness, it is a 1-1, and not just anyone can get one game off of Gold Standard, right? They have to be big names, and SideStepLance is proving his worth right now, proving his skill, proving anything that Lee isn't just that kind of character.
Here we go. Again, the Steve main, ladies and gents. But again, SideStepLance has been absolutely incredible. We've seen his adjustment, and I love the patience as well. Like, there were so many times where he could have buckled and gone for a Hail Mary play, but instead he goes for the sure options, really milking that clock to its maximum possibility. And Gold Standard as well, really hanging on to the, once again, like I mentioned earlier, this is going to be a game of solid fundamentals, and we're seeing a lot of that already.
And whew, my goodness. So there isn't any character that we think Gold Standard has in his arsenal. So there might be a possible switch here. You know, winning game 1 advantage, it's always there. So he might switch into an infinite stage, right? Utilize that spacing, movement, and fundamentals all around.
But then again, there's also the other side of the coin where Lee will actually excel more in an open stage, because Leo does get a lot of his damage and walled stages, and what more can we ask of Kinder Jim?
And you know, it's a fairly big stage, so I kind of like this stage a lot because it's almost like Violet Systems, only that it's kind of smaller. So here we go. It might be really good also for Gold Standard to get that wall pressure in also.
That's right, and once again, starting off strong here, and that signature Leo down forward 2 from hell will take SideStepLance to a trip close to the wall already. SideStepLance wants to get out of here, kid.
Magic down forward 1 instant magic for the classic Lee setup, going to the other side of the stage. Gold Standard found himself in an unfortunate situation, attempting a 3-3 on 4 catches him on the floor. SideStepLance gonna get carried to the wall, but the side switch doesn't matter. Down 4 to take it.
Down 4 has been working wonders for Gold Standard, and once again a generic down 4 to ease his mind just a tiny bit. The down 3 into the sidestep of SideStepLance as once again this brawl is continuing. Beautiful punish on those can kicks as well.
Sidestep again. Hitman 2 does not connect. Good punish from Gold Standard. Almost half health right now. Down 3 counter hit does not follow up with the combo. It does have a side timing.
Right, indeed, as Gold Standard is going to be racking on the damage here, trying to abuse the Leo wall pressure, but SideStepLance with the patience once more. Parry, get that out of here! But nothing comes of it as the wall is not going to be his friend.
Oh my goodness, good throw break for SideStepLance. He's still very awake right now. Back for attempted. He's still going for the cans. He thinks SideStepLance is gonna duck. What there? He ducks there and gets the right punish in 1-1 on the board.
Jeez, that's really something you have to look out for as against the lead, because that while rising 3-3 is gonna hit very, very hard, and what is hard to break away from? This wall pressure by SideStepLance pinning Gold Standard.
Gold Standard has to get away there because SideStepLance will use whatever he has in his arsenal to get the damages in. Gold Standard in a lot of pressure. Hitman 3 armor move. Oh my goodness, very risky stuff. Wall bounce coming from Gold Standard.
Oh my goodness, and the move choice by both these players have been absolutely amazing. So disciplined, and their master is really showing. But once again, that's not gonna wall bounce, so a funky splat. Can he adjust? Third hit doesn't connect, kid. One more hit is gonna do it for both these players.
Oh, he went for the stunner kick instead. Good choice from Gold Standard right now. SideStepLance, he's in a bit of a tight situation. Gold Standard, once he gets going, he will not stop.
Right, and infinite kicks is actually minus 14 on hit. Boys and girls watching at home, beautiful defense by SideStepLance, whittling down the health of Gold Standard, but once again, the delayed hop kick goes for the Oki instead. Back turn, that's gonna hurt.
And the fact that he went for a delayed hop kick knows that he's aware, knows that he has reads on the lows, but then again, we are at a double Luigi situation, right?
Oh my goodness. SideStepLance sidesteps, true to his name, has been very, very fine and very, refined. Again, while standing 2 here, trying to fish out for the timing. So far, no dice, kid.
It's still a poke game so far. No combo we've seen just yet. 2-2 counter hit. Oh my goodness. This is really, this is going to put a lot of pressure onto Gold Standard. And the FF4-3 going to carry to the wall. He drops it. He breaks the car. He breaks the throw. Good stuff. And the stunner kick to finish it off. That was... Oh my god. That was scary.
Scary. And I love how the way he uses that. I think that's the down forward for the stunner kick. The way he just uses it is you cannot play this mid-range game in the bawal, sir, bawal. Can't do that. I have to say though, I have to say that Leo, once again, is fabled for, well, everything you've seen really, but SideStepLance is no slouch indeed, and that loser's bracket, or that lower bracket, is really shaping up to be such a killing field as well as we go into the highlights, kid.
And that was the closest game we've had so far, and that was only the second game. We were here in the Cave of Enlightenment, and it was all Gold Standard here, with SideStepLance only taking one round.
That's right, and once again, it was so close to be, even at the beginning, right? And even just got closer and closer as the stats went on. But such a fantastic showing by both these players. But Gold Standard will keep that shine on him and stay in the upper bracket.
And also this second stage pick, Forgotten Realm, worked out so well for SideStepLance, getting the floor breaks in and just sidestepping here and there against Gold Standard. But in the third game, oh man, we're gonna get into that in a second, ladies and gents.
And like we mentioned, both these players, it's really hard to say who really had the upper hand when it comes to just raw skill, right? Gold Standard did win the set, but SideStepLance has been a monster, a beautiful monster in the form of Lee.
And speaking of monster, those combos that you do online, those aren't easy tasks, boys and girls. You have to crouch cancel to get those combos in. Here we are in the third game. Gold Standard, I believe, had 2 wall bounce opportunities here, if I remember correctly.
That's right. The second one just on a weird axis, back turned him. Still did go for pretty reasonable damage here. But like we mentioned, this has been just a brawl, a super refined gentleman's fist fight.
And it's been Gold Standard has been making bets more often than not compared to Challenger 1 where he was going for more safer options, but this time he was going for cans.
That's right, and a lot of them as well. And he's like, you think I won't go for that? Like, I've been super compact, but you think I won't unleash the mad dog? But he did. He does those.
The last few seconds of that round was so scary because he dropped the combo. SideStepLance had a chance. He had access to rage and rage drive. He broke the throw in the heat of the situation, and Gold Standard still came out on top. And that's exactly what you need. Just gotta relax, calm down, play the game out.
That's right. And again, moving forward, it's gonna be him and Jason. Oh my goodness. This entire bracket, both these brackets have been pulling on everybody's heartstrings. But I think moving on, it's gonna be Jetmishima versus iTenri Kid.
Oh, Jetmishima again. His name a mix up in its own right. Josh, defeating Josh, Shopao, Haram Girls, SideStepLance, and Lee Jin. This guy uses Akuma. Now brought out the Lydia first on stream 2 with a win rate of 91%.
Again, these numbers, man, like these are very, very elite players. And talk about elite players, who is going to be on the other side of this fight?
It is going to be Rematch Esports' very own iTenri, and there he is. Look at the amount of people that he fought, right? Lucky Fighter, Chongy Bears, CW Frontier, Nags06, Bruisemaker. He had to fight those guys to get to top 8, and if that doesn't say enough of the kind of player iTenri is, then I don't know what else.
That's right, and a very, very nice win rate there, ladies and gents. Again, it's just having a win rate above 50% against names like those, you can already tell this man means business. And again, character loyalty, I love it. The Katarina is gonna be there. Katarina is not a character that we see in a lot of the environments, actually. We don't really even see her online anymore, but who is going to be the man to bring her in one of the biggest stages of the region? It's gonna be iTenri.
Oh man, that's right. So, speaking of characters, he is the only Katarina here in the Challenger Series 2, right? But I did talk to Endrax a while ago, and I asked, does he have any other characters apart from Katarina? He said he played Noctis and Lucky Chloe before, but he decided to stick with Katarina when playing in tournaments. But if he brings out the Lucky Chloe, it's a very rare situation. So big shout outs to Endrax.
That's right, Endrax, Mr. Cold-Blooded himself. And talk about cold-blooded players, these guys, man, they're absolute killers, and we're so excited to bring you the action. And again, talking about that Katarina matchup, Katarina is something that a lot of tournament players love, and it's reliability. She does have a lot of crazy stuff with Harrier cancels and whatnot, but you don't really have to do those all the time. But you will actually see a Jimmy, a Jin.
A Jim. Oh, I know you have a lot to say about this pick, Rap, because you are a Jin main yourself. Into the Abandoned Temple we go. How do you think this matchup is going to go?
I think a lot of the tricky stuff that iTenri is going to go for is potentially going to be nullified by the beautiful, beautiful parry that Jin has. Although Jin does have a bit of a significant disadvantage, and that's his little T-Rex arms. Please, my goodness. Somebody give him longer arms.
I'm pretty sure Jules would be happy about that, but it's not Jules fighting here, it's Jetmishima. Starting off with down 1 already, if I remember correctly. iTenri slowly pushing to the other side of the stage. Jetmishima gonna be put a lot of pressure onto him.
Once again, throwing those checks out here, he really has to weather the storm, but not to the point where iTenri is gonna run him over, and iTenri is absolutely on fire here. Goes for the Oki step to his strong side here. Jetmishima still in this one, but at a slither of health kit.
And he continues the rage drive spring, but iTenri answers with the armor. Such a good answer to it.
That's right. No duck on that third hit there for the 4-4. iTenri just chopping away at Jet here. Jet once again has to be a bit more considerate about his defense. Goes for the forward 4 stuff. But my goodness, iTenri looks like he knows this matchup to a T.
And I love that iTenri is utilizing a lot of those Harrier moves. The low move, especially the new one. It's such a good low move that not a lot of people expect to come out.
That's right. And one thing that he has to be wary of is most of his power lows are going to be able to be punished by that 14 frame while standing too. But Jetmishima going for the Oki instead, but will get walked by iTenri.
Oh my goodness, he pressed on that Harrier stance. Again, Jetmishima gonna get wall bounce, and this should be Tenri's game to take. No round. Game 1 to him.
Like you said, Jin, one of those characters where you really have to weather the storm here, pardon me, but iTenri, absolute blizzard of attacks. And I love how compact he was going. He understood that his slower lows were fairly reactable, so he had to shuffle the rhythms by a tiny bit early on.
And I feel like this is just Jetmishima's, feel out process. He's feeling out the player first before he switches back to Akuma. Because again, he does have an Akuma. He brought out the Lydia before. He might bring it out again depending on the situation, right? But most likely it will be Akuma. What do you think, Raph?
That's right, that Jin is gonna succumb to the Satsui no Hado and the Devil Gene and become Akuma apparently. But yeah, again, Jetmishima's Akuma has been an absolute monster. We've seen it quite a bit already. Been notable in a lot of local tournaments as well. So it is no surprise that he's using that as a very, very solid and dangerous anchor.
Or he might go for a stage select instead. But judging by the first game, it looks like iTenri is so comfortable with the Jin matchup.
That's right, and like I mentioned, that Katarina has a lot of lows that are -14, and Jin can happily punish those with wide standing too. But again, iTenri's masterful approach towards that Jin matchup just really gave him proper boons that time around.
And yeah, and despite the lows being so minus that Jin can launch it, it's all up to the player that how they can mix up, how they can condition his opponent, and that's the strength that iTenri has. Here we go. What are we gonna see here in game 2?
And okay, we have a bit of a surprise Russian here in the form of Dragunov. I think the logic here is that Katarina doesn't have great defensive tools, or at least they're not very fast. I think there's that one move that's like a backswing. I can't remember the input, but you know what I'm talking about, right? I think that's also -14, but there's pushback.
15, I think. I think it's 15 if I remember correctly.
Round 1.
Yes.
Right.
The mix of things already. Down forward 4. Get away from me.
Alright, so they're still trying to feel each other out. Jetmishima, crucial whiff on the down 2. Gotta be careful about that, buddy, because iTenri does have long legs. Up forward 4 will mess you up. Oh, he did it again!
Beat it again, and the hop kick hit takes him to Launch City, and iTenri will have a great potential to take him at the wall. Possibly a wall break. No, actually works in his favor. Jetmishima getting hit by that magic 4.
Oh, iTenri again, strong showing and a corpse kill just to let him know, you're really bringing a surprise rush into me. Carries to the other side. Jetmishima, that might have been a bad decision.
That's right, and these magic 4s have been racking up. This is looking like a bit of a show at the circus with the magician here, but beautiful counter hit here. Once again, the Russian assault is beginning. iTenri does not want to be here in this corner.
Good. Oh, he had the right guess in, but he didn't commit the duck. Unfortunate. Jetmishima has to change up a few things in the midst of the battle. iTenri is carrying him to the wall. This is going to be a ton of damage.
Once again, iTenri really showing his matchup knowledge here. Really been, I would say, having a heavy flurry towards Jetmishima here, but Jetmishima still in this one, still hanging on. A lot of spacing is to be had here. There's still a lot of rounds to play as well.
And despite spacing around it, Jetmishima does not have the life lead, but things might change here.
That's right, Dragunov, although does have a bit of a problem going for comebacks, but no, his aggression really paying off here. Another throw. Yeah, go for another one. Is he gonna go for the trilogy?
Dragunov is a grappler, ladies and gents. You gotta take note of that. Has a 1-2 throw and also a 1+2. Jetmishima utilizing that perfectly.
Oh my goodness, big running too. Beautiful adjustment by Jetmishima here. Uh-oh, this could be dangerous for iTenri because you do not want your opposite player to get hot, and this is exactly what's happening. Jetmishima, oh my goodness!
Oh, Wall standing one through the wall bounce. Also one more hit can do it. Jetmishima's gonna take it with a wall standing 1+2. Takes it to a final round. I saw that. I definitely did.
With the micro step into the fuzzy duck. Oh my goodness. Jetmishima finally awake. Beautiful punish kit.
And he's on fire. The Russian assault. Good break on throw. iTenri up against the wall though. He's abusing a lot of the lows, but Jetmishima seems to be seeing them a lot more.
Right. Jetmishima on the receiving end here, but rolls away into safety. But that grounded hit is gonna tag him just on the side. Goes for the plus frames instead of a big launch punish here. Jetmishima though, oh my goodness, he goes for the launch himself.
Alright, puts iTenri in range. Jetmishima again with the throw, and iTenri has not been able to break him. He only, in that span of the game, he only managed to break one throw. And Jetmishima realized that, you know what, if you're not gonna break some throws, I'm gonna abuse them. That's how it is.
That's right. And again, if people, I know a lot of players are gonna say, oh, all he did was spam throws, but that was a calculated read. If they're not dealing with it, why should you stop? You have no obligation whatsoever to stop your steamroll. If you understand that player is struggling against that tool, keep going, man. Do it again.
iTenri might have to switch to an infinite stage here because Dragunov is a monster at the wall with the plus frames on the Russian assault down to. There's so many options that you have to think about. So you might have to negate that with movement and spacing, making him whiff. The fact that Jetmishima was whiffing a lot, 2 down 2s and 1 Russian assault, and he could have hop kicked those. He might need to implement that in his strategy. iTenri.
There's this thing though that, although Jet did win with his Dragunov, he kind of locked himself out of his Akuma, but this Russian assault, this I would say foreboding offensive experience for him has been an absolute terror on the side of iTenri. And like you mentioned, there's a lot of defensive options that iTenri can do, but we know him as a very aggressive player. He wants to fight fire with fire.
And the perfect example of that was his fight against Bruisemaker, and it was a battle between who's more aggressive, and iTenri came out on top. And the fact that he's fighting a Dragunov who's also meant to be played aggressively, this he might be more comfortable with this, but he hasn't slid into the comfort zone just yet.
That's right, and there is gonna be a bit of a delay when you swap characters, so that is something to keep in mind, especially in fairly short sets, including this one. So again, these players are doing a lot of high-level strats and super quick adjustments. But now we are gonna go into the arena. Once again, the walls are gonna be just slightly ever so in favor for Dragunov.
It goes to the preset change also. But this might be the game for iTenri, but Jetmishima, he still got that comeback power,
That's right. He went for the night vision, but he's gonna go for some sneaky stuff here. A beautiful Harrier stuff though, but big counter it into the crushing low.
Alright, good punish by Jetmishima. That is minus 14 if I remember correctly. FF24, that is, I believe, a 13 to 14 frame launcher, and iTenri got that. You know for a fact that he's gonna abuse it.
Oh my goodness. Jetmishima, incredibly brave, going for that. And again, the cross up into the running 2. Beautiful adjustment. One more hit. Beautiful wake up kick.
Had he been more brave enough, oh my goodness, I was just talking about whiffs, and iTenri himself pulls that. The whiff, unfortunate for him. Jetmishima just utilizing what he can.
I love how iTenri is absolutely fearless going for these Harrier mix-ups. Oh my goodness, Jetmishima with the immaculate movement here, going for that stop after that running through. But here, an even bigger counter, and I think iTenri's dead.
Yeah, Jetmishima realizes that iTenri, Katarina is linear, so he's sidestepping a lot more than he should. And sidestep into flash duck, into punish, everything's just working out so well for Jetmishima.
What is this? Oh my goodness, this train has no brakes. iTenri though, he is in red, and that bonus damage, we know Katarina has one of the most damaging rage drives in the game. Big whiff by Jetmishima here, just trying to enforce the spacing. iTenri going for the plus frames instead of the bigger punish.
Oh, big whip! Oh, iTenri could have done more, but still, a punish regardless. One more mix-up into it. The guaranteed down 4. Jetmishima with a key charge, 2-1 against iTenri.
My goodness, man. I mean, these matches have been so entertaining. Like none of them have disappointed so far. I love how Jet understood that iTenri was like, oh, he's gonna be super aggressive, so there's gonna be a lot of windows where he might press on smaller minuses or whatnot. But it's like, nah, man, I'm gonna play Dragunov instead. And again, Jetmishima. Now he's an Akuma player and a Dragunov player. I don't know which one's the Mishima there.
I mean, you know, Akuma did have some entanglement with Kazumi according to the lore, so but anyway, that was a really good showing of Jetmishima, and we're gonna see that in the highlights real quick, boys and girls, because that was such game 1 was so good for iTenri. I mean, what is this, right? No round brown against Jetmishima, and this answer on the Rage Drive 2. Oh my god.
That's right. And again, like we said, super masterful the way they've been handling all their matchups today. And Jetmishima's like, yeah, you know what? I know my matchups too. I'm just gonna swap my character and just turn this around.
And I think Jin can be considered like a pseudo Mishima if you count it. But man, game 2 was the game changer for Jetmishima. The Dragunov, it didn't look like it was gonna work, but it did.
That's right. And oh man, I still remember asking just, hey, can you like play Jin like a true Mishima? And he just laughs at me. I'm like, I guess that's a no. I guess that's a no.
I love it, just laughing, and I love how laughs just tell you what the answer is, you know? And here, Jetmishima just switched things up, sidestep into sidestep, and punishing the lows more often. He's just not scared of the hop kick like the upward 4-4.
That's right, and I love how his offense hasn't been static at all. He's been mixing it up with a lot of throws, a lot of frame traps, a lot of tricky stuff. And honestly, that is a great mark of a true offensive player, you know? The way Jetmishima has been manhandling iTenri in the following sets.
And speaking of manhandling, the Russian assault counter hit on this game, so perfectly done well. And iTenri couldn't really get proper whip punishes in, and it's so unfortunate for him. But again, I want to remind the viewers out there that iTenri still has a chance. Rematch Esports still has a representative here in the losers bracket, so he's got a tough hill to climb.
It indeed is going to be tough, as once again, the Shark Tank only expands and the losers bracket is only getting deeper and more threatening. But before we can get into that, we are going to be seeing Keenan versus Gene04 next up.
Ooh, Keenan and Gene04, Noctis versus Asuka or Zafina. So, many characters here. Oh, here we have Keenan. The PBE players that he have defeated is Play for Fun, Noah Little, Kuya Andre, Sen, BuLLy, and Limit Break 714 rather. And man, those are some killers, Raph.
Killers indeed. And I think just a bit of lore for Keenan. If I'm not mistaken, he used to be a back player. And my goodness, before we can expound and just watch them play, we are gonna go into Gene04, the man of the hour, at least on Asuka.
There's something about Asuka players, you know, having numbers in their name. Nags06, Gene04, what else, right? These are the players that he defeated. Zack the Great, Toby, Guido, Adrian, Hogs, and Rock and Roll. 2 former Nationals players in his belt already that he defeated. And, you know, that's not an easy task.
That's right. And we keep remembering him as a Asuka player, right? But obviously with the way he's posting, he wants to be known as a Zafina player. And I love how both these players were so animated in the pictures that were chosen for them.
Yeah, that's true. Very creative, right? And I love the creativity coming from them. You know, it seems like they want to have a lasting impression on the Tekken community here. And it seems like he wants to pull out the Zafina more rather than the Asuka, but Asuka's been garnering more like better results here. What do you think, Rap?
That's right, and it does make sense though. If I'll just be the devil's advocate and say that he might want to pick Zafina in this matchup specifically, because we all know Noctis struggles against movement, especially the type that Zafina has, where forward 2 can be almost impossible to land on a very slippery Zafina.
And one thing is that I did talk to Chongy Bears like a long time before, and he did mention that Noctis struggles against rushdown characters, and Zafina might be depending on how Gene plays it out. But who knows, right? This is the first Noctis that we've seen. and it's from Keenan. Keenan's thoughts.
That's right. The man, the inner machinations of his mind are really coming into fruition now, as he is obviously in the next match, right? And the way that Keenan plays, he can be incredibly reserved, but if you just give him enough room to just go Unga on you, he will do that, and with great efficiency as well.
Yeah, how is your opponent supposed to know what you're doing if you don't know what you're doing? And that's exactly what that's the game plan that he brought out against Bully in the upper bracket that sent Bully to the losers bracket. And you know, that's a type of game I love that game plan. It just works so well for him.
And like I said, I wouldn't. Okay, maybe Unga is a bit of a disservice to the way he plays, right? But the way he does harp on matchup knowledge, if he understands that there's a non-jail you're not ducking, or a throw you're not breaking, or a specific setup that you are not preparing yourself for, he will use that. He will abuse that and tear you down with it.
And as you should, right? The abuse of certain moves that your opponents do not know how to handle, you should be going for it all the time until they figure it out and then go for another game plan. And one person who uses that to its maximum extent is Dojin. Dojin spams one move until you figure it out.
That's right. And honestly, like, the crazy thing about Keenan is that he's not a stranger to sharing knowledge. He's always so thoughtful when it comes to especially when he's streaming, right? He'll always talk about, like, oh hey, if I'm doing this, you can obviously OS that this way and whatnot, but that don't mean you can use his tech against him. Again, very, very solid player, and again, just a very exciting matchup, kid, don't you think?
Absolutely. And for Gene 04, Asuka, these Asuka players, you know, Nags 06, Gene 04, they have been utilizing a certain move from Asuka, which is down 1+2. At least I think that's the proper input for it. The down punch, and it gets a guaranteed also for the forward 2. And it messes with your opponents. Oh, I gotta block this. I really have to. And then it opens them up to mid launchers like 1+2 or back 3, maybe even a forward 2 if you're brave enough.
That's right. And Asuka has one of the nastiest post combo ender mix-ups, in that the unblockable or going for that juggle reset. But we're not gonna be seeing Oscar here. We're gonna be seeing Zafina.
Yeah, Zafina into the abandoned temple also. So it's a
Round
bit of a large stage here, and there's so much real estate also. Starting things off with the with the 2-2 string from Keenan already. My God.
That's right. That is a huge chunk of health as well, just from that one string, right? But once again, the movement is already coming into play as Gene 04 going for those micro steps, and could have gone for a bigger punish there, but again, understood that he wants to keep oppressing, keeping this game stood up, because like we said, Noctis just does not have any good get off me tools.
Yeah, you know, F1+2 from Noctis is surprisingly hard to punish with a launch. It's you gotta be precise with your numbers there, and Gene 04 precisely that gets the ender in and takes round 1.
That's right. And then it does look like he's set up for at least an uphill battle here, but no, goes for the beautiful move here. Beautiful sidestep, but oh my goodness, that lingering hitbox.
Right, FF4, Keenan getting hit by a lot of these also, and that's Noctis' version of Steve back 1, the upward 1 counter hit also. Oh my goodness, puts Keenan in rage, and Gene just is very comfortable with this situation, and the Scarecrow 1+2 to take things. And beautiful fundamentals from Gene already.
That's right, Keenan's still going for these 2-2 strings here, but Gene not having any of it. Keenan still chopping away. Beautiful defense here. Tries to punish that, but no avail, kid.
Unfortunate for Keenan right now. They're both just trying to poke it out. We're not really seeing a lot of launchers into combos. Also, FF3+4 Keenan, he's one mix-up away. That's a guaranteed, and Gene 04 takes it in a snap. No round brown.
This is your fate.
No round brown. I had to get that out of my system. But yeah, Sunlight has entered my room for the first time in 30 years. But again, guys, just back to the match here. Gene 04, such a clinical display of Zafina play. He was very, very, I would say, adamant on getting those standing frames that he was collecting very, very often. And Keenan, once again, just not having access to a down jab, right? If I'm not mistaken, just does not have that easy get off me tool that the rest of the cast is blessed with.
Yeah, exactly. And despite that, it's still Noctis still has some tools that can control the neutral from across the map, like forward 2, which is safe on block. Down back 1+2, the gigantic sword, which isn't necessarily like safe, but like there is a huge pushback. As for Gene, that was such a good showing of fundamentals. He was just throwing things out because he knows that Keenan was gonna approach. So the timing was there. The timing, he just had it on the palm of his hand.
Would you say that Noctis is one of the characters that really have trouble opening people up as well, kid?
I don't think so. Personally, I don't think so, because Noctis has access to moves like down back 2. Down back 2 is such a strong like opening up tool, because it has there's a mix up afterwards, because there's no guarantee. There's no guarantee, but like Noctis can approach your opponents after you get hit by down back 2, so you have to guess, is it gonna be a low, is it gonna be a mid?
That's right. Kid outing himself as a Noctis player, guys. You heard it
I
here.
used to be.
Again, ain't nothing wrong with any of your character selections. And honestly, once again, I keep saying this, I just love the character variety we're seeing in this top 8. It's just really, really fun.
Absolutely.
Round
So
one.
there is a stage selected for Keenan. There might be some secret tech here. I don't really know. This is the first time someone ever picked this stage.
That's right, and it must be the color red. This stage is probably one of the most visually irritating stages here, but what is irritating is Keenan is just getting chopped away by Gene.
And another thing that's irritating is that for Noctis, you can't really. There's so many things that you can't low parry from this guy because he uses weapons.
That's right, and is that even tournament legal? Yes, he brought a sword. This lady has a cursed hand. We're going for it. This is a bit of an even game now. No adjustment on a wall splat though, kid.
Everything is fair in love and war, and Keenan does put Gene in rage, and he guesses wrong. Down back 1+2
Round 2.
takes that round.
Fight.
That's right, and it does look like Keenan is looking far better compared to his previous set performance here. But once again, Gene04 really flexing the freestyle capabilities of Zafina, now opting for a more pitbull style of play.
And you can see he attempted a sidestep into down forward 2. He might already have the specific timing in for Keenan. Down 2. Oh my goodness, that's been abused a lot from Keenan right now. What's the mix-up gonna be? Gotta get up after that, because you will get launched at F1+2
Round three.
mid homing. Good
Fight.
stuff.
I'm actually so surprised that didn't fully pick up Zafina, but here we are. Gene going for that Scorpion mid or something, but Keenan, oh my goodness, taking a lot of damage here in the stand-up game. Once again, that cheeky mid.
Get up low kick into the follow-up on the combo. He wants to switch sides. This is a Noki situation. What's it gonna be? Gets picked up also. Gene, you gotta get up after that, man.
Uh-oh, and here we go. The poisoning low and poisoning rhythm of Zafina coming into play with that cursed claw ender.
Round 4.
And it does look like Gene04 is run his adjustment here, kid.
Yeah, he's still alive here, ladies and gents. Keenan gets caught by the throw, no break. Oh, that's a thing. That's a get up situation there. I might have to ask Pika about that.
That's right. And again, guys, here we have Keenan trying to fight back. Beautiful adjustment at the wall. Goes for the Noctis demo man, but Gene04 being very adamant on his position here. Will get floated. Not a good situation for him. Oh!
Oh, the emo man. One emo man worked out, and Gene's already going to the other side of the stage. Down 1. Okay situation from Keenan, and he takes it back. You don't get game 1 from me. I'll get game 2.
I was really trying not to call it the emo man because once again, Noctis has a lot of things going on for him. But Keenan has been super solid on that adjustment. And my goodness, this third game is basically going to be a toss-up, kid.
And there might be a switch for Gene04 here. He does have an Asuka in his arsenal, so he might go for that. However, it's really more on like running away with a life lead here, and you don't want to do that against Keenan, especially with the tools that Noctis has. Down back 2, down back 1+2, even the mid homing that launches on counter hit, forward 1+2. There's so many tools that Noctis has.
That's right. And imagine walking up to a martial arts tournament and you see that guy as your next opponent. Why is he throwing swords? Is that even allowed? But again, It's so entertaining to just watch these characters duke it out because Zafina is a mainstay in top 8. Zafina has been top tier, at least in this game, since her conception as a DLC character. And again, Noctis has been in a situation where he was at one point unplayable, but right now he's in a healthy spot, and Keenan is looking to elevate that even further.
And to add on Zafina, right? Not a lot of people have been using this character, so it really is a breath of fresh air to see that. Into the Infinite Azure we go, so movement is the name of the game for Gene04 here.
That's right. Still sticking to his Mystic Guns on the Zafina.
Round 1.
Again, this is just so hard to call. Both these players are so hungry and so well versed at their characters, and they are swinging right out of the gates.
And speaking of swinging, Keenan might swing away his life lead here. What a low parry by Gene. Takes him to half health, goes for the Oki situation. 15 seconds been spent.
And oh my goodness, Geno4 going for a bit of a Hail Mary there. Oh, big block punish there in the down forward. Keenan tried to fish out for the timing. But Geno4 goes for the Oki. The spring kick will save him though. This is going to be a pretty precarious situation for Keenan.
Oh, unfortunate. He had the right read on the low, but unfortunately it whiffed. He thought he had the punish in, but that was unfortunate for Keenan.
And unfortunate really is the only word to describe it, as once again these players are going to duke it out. Keenan still oppressing his plus frames, but Gene going for the tiny check there.
Yeah, the inability to low parry down to it's really taking a toll on Gene04 right now, and it proves here in round 2. Keenan taking it.
That's right. We haven't seen a single forward 2 by Keenan here, really keeping it close. Goes for that hop kick, but so far no dice as they trade. Gene04 though has to be a bit more careful here because those swords are starting to slice through those heels.
Yeah, it's so scary to press a button after blocking down 2 also, because there's an extension to it. You might get launched. You can't be reckless.
That's right, that's absolutely correct. And again, Keenan in a bit of a sticky situation here as Gene really going for that oppressive offense that Zafina is gifted with as well.
Before you can see, there it is, right? Press a button on the second hit and you get launched. So that's the game plan for Keenan right now. Abuse the down 2, just make them think, make them second guess.
Right, and the swords are coming out, and once again, it's just all about the guessing game here. And Keenan incredibly aggressive with that while standing 4.
Yeah, oh my goodness, 1+2 out of the open and raw. My goodness, Keenan, he has the timing down correctly for Gene now, and Gene has to, catch up to the life lead. Gets the guaranteed in, good stuff.
Right, and not missing a beat on that punish. Geno4 will attempt to go for it. Keenan playing a bit more of a slipperier game here. That's the second Emo Man we've seen all day, and it lands as well. Rage Art, press though, and it's not Keenan as he takes the set over Gene.
It was an uphill battle for Keenan, and he came out on top. That was scary for the people who support Midnight Mayhem there. That was indeed one of the scariest situations to be in. Losing game 1 and then slowly working your way up there in game 2, and then outright taking it away from Gene. So good stuff.
That's right, and we are going to be dissecting that while we go into the highlights. And once again, I really love how conscious these players were when it comes to the move choice that they were doing. Obviously, Keenan understood that Zafina has such a damaging while standing launching punish. Didn't throw out the Emo Man a lot, but when he did, it counted.
And here, Gene was just on fire with the mix-ups, crawling his way into the game, and the Scarecrow also. The movement from Gene was also spectacular. Gene Gene just had that game plan, right? That I can't really make out for myself. But Keenan in game 2, struggling, although struggling, he did take it.
That's right. And once again, congratulations to Keenan for taking that dub over such a strong opponent as well. And my goodness, we've said this many times, but Gene still has another shot at for a run here, because we do have lower bracket. But I love how Keenan was really going for those refloats with his, I can't remember the input, but the one that does pick you up.
The down back 1+2. It picks you up if you don't press a button. So you really gotta get up if you know it's coming. And speaking of it's coming, the down forward 2, the sidestep into down forward 2 from Keenan, it's I admire that because you have the read and you have the bravery to throw out a down forward 2, which is minus a million on block. And Keenan, you know, the reads are just there.
He's like, oh, you think? Again, one of those moments where he's gonna let it rip. He's gonna let it rip. And this was absolutely beautiful. I think Gene had the right idea here. He understood that Keenan was not showing any signs of stopping the offense whatsoever when he did get it. So Gene was like, he's gonna continue to pressure me, but Keenan with the masterful decision making there, kid.
Yeah, so guys, we're gonna be showing you the updated brackets as to what's going on right now, who got sent to the losers bracket, and who's gonna be fighting up next. In the upper bracket, here we have Jason versus Gold Standard.
That's right. After that, we are gonna see a showdown between Jetmishima versus Keenan. Again, where's the Mishima in the lineup there?
I know, and everybody's wondering that. In the losers bracket, though, it is gonna be BuLLy versus SideStepLance.
And aggression is going to be the name of the game for both iTenri and Gene04 as they duke it out for their last life in this run.
So guys, that's what's going on in the brackets right now. So make sure you still stick around because there's going to be more Tekken action coming our way. Raph, what are you looking forward to in the second half of this?
Honestly, like we mentioned, we gotta support the boys. BuLLy, I know he can make this comeback, but again, every single one of these players are hard-pressed to get that big W and continue the road to pro.
And the road to pro, it is here in the National Season 3, the path to pro. Guys, make sure you stick around because we're still gonna have a lot of matches coming up for you. So don't change that channel, and we'll be right back.
Welcome back to the Nationals Tekken fans. Once again, it is Raph and Kid here to bring you Challenger Weekend. And my goodness, Kid, it's been a hot start. So excited. What about you?
Oh, dude, I am equally as excited as you are. We got the results already for the upper bracket here. Jason versus BuLLy, Gold Standard, SideStepLance, Jetmis, iTenri, Keenan, and Gene. It's been a complete slobber knocker for these guys, and here are the brackets, right? Jason taking it against BuLLy 2-0, and that's already a complete surprise to me. What do you think, Brad?
Oh man, I can't help but agree because my goodness, we know the defensive acumen of BuLLy was just absolutely torn down by Jason and his impressive Jaguar play. But moving forward, we have Keenan and Jetmishima as well, just right around the corner with PBE.BuLLy versus SideStepLance close.
And again, guys, this is PBE.BuLLy from the Queen City of the South, Cebu. And
that's
defeating
right.
The following: the Lone Warrior, Rukia, Kishi, Ignis, Bakal Nation, and Limit Break 714. And a bit of a fun fact, right? According to my sources, BuLLy was eliminated by Ignis in a certain tournament, and we'll get to that in a sec. And for our second player here, we have
SideStepLance. That's right. Has been an incredibly formidable lead player. Has been absolutely lethal to his namesake with a lot of sidestep shenanigans with that Hitman stance. Once again, did beat Core, Xiao, Joshi, Lee Jin, and Enzo. It's just, again, this is such a close match. Like, that has been the recurring theme every single one of these matches, despite potentially going 2-0 to any of these players. Really just is a toss-up.
And there's so much pressure on these two right now, provided the fact that they are in the losers bracket, so they only have one life left. And what do you think? How do you think this matchup is gonna go, Rep? I mean, BuLLy, the Turtle God, SideStepLance, sidesteps a lot too. And do you think BuLLy has some experience in the Lee Chaolong matchup? Does SideStepLance have experience on the Turtle matchup?
I mean, talking about BuLLy, we have a lot more info on BuLLy because, we gotta represent. And BuLLy, I'm honestly so sure that he has a lot of Lee experience because I don't think Chong openly admits this. He does play Lee, and he does play Lee pretty well as well. So it's not gonna be a surprise if they did run into each other, even in casuals, right? So there's that knowledge that SideStepLance has to be very, very careful of.
And with years of experience in the bag for both of these guys also, it is going to be a complete match to see. I'm looking forward to it. And for the starting out character, SideStepLance only has Lee. What do you think for BuLLy?
Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if he went Geese. Once again, the game plan against the Lee is, as long as I can outdamage you one way or another, the bird is here. The goose is out.
Street Sharks coming your way. The G Corp helipad also. So no no space game. The neutral is going to be controlled by either of these guys. Street Sharks will not be as effective. So yeah, walls and the wall breaks won't matter here, boys and girls.
Fight.
That's right. Speaking of the Repuken's lead, does have some very, very specific options, but it does look like he's gonna crush that low here. Trying to collect early plus frames as well. BuLLy going for the grabbing shenanigans once more.
There it is, SideStepLance. A bit of a missed input. Try to sidestep there, but gets the jump in instead. Oh, so scary from BuLLy. Whiffs the hunting hawk, but instead, SideStepLance does not get a big punch. And BuLLy.
That's right. I've noticed that SideStepLance has been using that running 3-4 just to get over that Street Shark here, but BuLLy is still going for the adamant nature of him just going for that command grab over and over, finally paying off.
And it's been working out so well for BuLLy. You know, he gets the proper punish in 1-1, but he doesn't continue the 1-1 streak. Instead, he mixes you up with the grab after 1-1, and it really messes up with your timing. Oh, he's gonna punish me, but they don't expect it, right?
That's right. And again, Tekken can be a game of surprises with once again SideStepLance with a beautiful adjustment here. Can take this wall to wall, but no, tried to go for the longer combo, trying to guarantee that wall, but instead it is a BuLLy fighting back, resetting it back to neutral.
And carrying back to the middle of the stage, BuLLy blocks the slide halfway across the screen because there's really no other option, right? If you're half across the screen and Lee is trying to mix you up, then there's no other option. It's a slide coming in.
Bit of a mishap there, but again, that was minus 13, but doesn't matter. SideStepLance once again maximizing this running 3-4 off of Lee. Meanwhile, BuLLy still trying to get his bearings here, now fishing for those whip punishes because he does have meter. Instead, goes for the pressure. Combo follow-up. Oh my goodness.
Because I don't think it was max mode. I think BuLLy didn't go for max mode right there, but SideStepLance does have the momentum on his side right now because he pushed BuLLy, but now he found himself in that situation and brings it back.
That's right, and SideStepLance doing such a great job of putting BuLLy next to the wall here. Will go for the conversion. That is still going to be in his favor for the running mix-up, but no, BuLLy once again incredibly sharp with his punishment.
Oh, and speaking of sharp, this might be some sharp damage. Good break on the normal throw. BuLLy has access to raise, presses a button afterwards, goes for the low and the mid to take it. SideStepLance 2-1 against BuLLy.
Right, BuLLy has to be a bit more careful with his usage of the meter here because that is his only true advantage when it comes to this matchup specifically, but SideStepLance going for the cross-up.
Right, and the cross-up is gonna make him lose a lot of health here. What a whip punish from SideStepLance, just sealing the deal with the 7 golden letters. BuLLy might have to think about that whip.
That's right, and that could potentially haunt him, but knowing BuLLy, he is a veteran. Things like this do not bother him too much. At this point in time, as a player, all you want to think about is how I can adjust for the next set, and my goodness. Again, just already an exciting start, right? SideStepLance has been very, very well practiced in this matchup, as you can see from the usage of running 3-4 and whatnot.
And especially the fact that, you know, Geese was and maybe still is a top tier character, so there is certainly some familiarity coming into play here. There were so many Geese players back in Season 2 because of his strength, and a man's gotta know the matchup.
That's right. Again, guys, you can't chalk it up to 2D characters being quote-unquote cheap. Again, just, you know, it's part of Tekken. You have no choice. Learn the matchup. Don't cry about it. But again, that is really a factor moving forward because there is just so many Geese in Season 2. Even in Season 3, it didn't really thin out the herd. But now he's a bit more grounded, I would say. Still really, really strong, kid.
They really cut off his wings there, but still, you know, they can still bite you. Geese can still pretty much bite you. In this case, though, BuLLy has an opportunity to switch to a character, but, you know, goes for the Infinite Azure. So there will be movement here, ladies and gents. So the game plan for BuLLy might just be, you know, get the life lead and then run away with it using the Repukens, and that's a solid game plan, right?
That's right, and we can't fault him for that because any slight overextension by SideStepLance, when Bully does have meter, you know he's gonna let that thing rip. Now SideStepLance being the victim of, well, actually no, the blessing of execution is here with him right now.
And Bully doesn't get up right away. He doesn't want to deal with any mix-up, but he's eating a lot more than he chewed. Good duck, good commit. Also, Bully goes for the combo, but it's still like so far off. Rafu can finish it off.
That's right, Bully doing such a great job of fighting back, try to go for the read here, but SideStepLance with the discipline will finish the first round off with that while standing forward. But look at that stick of butter there, almost full hit.
And I love that you mentioned discipline because that's exactly SideStepLance, what he's showing right now. This may be a game full of discipline. Bully, he might be a turtle, but he's not expressing that right now.
That's right. Bully wants to get the show on the road for him, get that momentum on his side. He's doing such a great job as well. Didn't fall for that bait that could have potentially been a delayed 4 there by SideStepLance. Bully taking his lunch money in that round.
1-2-1, but there's still so much to do. Slide mix-ups coming in from SideStepLance halfway across the screen. Bully wants to maintain that spacing. You see him backdashing and throwing the street sharks, the Repukins.
That's right, and Bully fishing for that whip punish here. The back 3-2 will finally connect. And SideStepLance is going to be in a world of hurt after this one. Bully still has a meter available as well, kid.
Oh, good finish from SideStepLance. Now Bully has the life lead. You can see him backdashing already. This is the game plan that we were talking about. He presses a button on the second hit, but he answers with a hop knee.
Oh my goodness, the Lee special, the hop knee, but the back 3-2 once again, Bully trying to oppress his offense. Get that +7. SideStepLance though could be in a precarious situation. Beautiful choice by Bully to check that, but oh my goodness, did I actually see that high crush?
He tried that again. Oh my goodness, SideStepLance is on fire right now. Bully, this is his last chance. Down for the poke all the way at 1-2 range. Bully still attempting the throws, and I don't think it's working out. SideStepLance has the reactions.
That's right, it does look like Bully wants to open up SideStepLance with those, just make him duck, right, for that beautiful back 2-2 or that standing 2. But right now, SideStepLance is keeping it closure and compact, making this such a challenge for Bully, kid.
Speaking of challenge, SideStepLance is challenging him for those acid raids, but Bully is too careful for that. Now he puts SideStepLance in rage. What's the mix-up going to be? Running one to take it. Bully finally showing signs that he's alive.
That's right, and he is swinging, starting off with a back 3-2 at the start of the round. And that is going to be an advance in damage. He does have 1 more meter.
Back 3-2 again. The moment he started to build that meter, he spends it already. Bully has so much health left. SideStepLance can only do so much. Magic 4 continues with the combo. Execution is still there.
That's right, execution indeed. Now Bully has to know how to play ahead. Oh, just 1 more hit. Uh-oh, the shin slicer.
Down 2 to take it. Very good choice from Bully, although that is just that is only like what, -13, 14 on block, and there's really no reason not to, right?
Right, and again, Lee does have the excellent combo that new move he got in this season, if I remember correctly, just to go into a Hitman, but man, what could have he done in that situation when Bully was just on fire? The double back 3-2 is like, oh, you think I'm not gonna do it again? I'm gonna do it again.
I think it comes from the fact that SideStepLance was about to win, and he was, and that gets to your head, right? I want to finish it up. I want to finish it right now because I'm gonna move on to the bracket. But that's where Bully excels. He makes his opponents impatient and then takes advantage of that.
Right, and the crazy thing about Bully is just he is an absolute wall when you give him a defensive head start just like that. I would say he's also the wall of the South in that case, right?
Mm-hmm. The iron defense, that's what we call Jules, right? The iron wall of defense. But Bully may also be like part of that wall because the defense, again, the turtle game style, play style of Bully is so hard to break.
Once again, like there's just been so much dynamics in this matchup. We've seen SideStepLance go for those running 3-4s to counteract the Street Sharks, but Bully with a quick adjustment as well. He understood that, like, hey man, this dude likes to duck. He likes those slide mix-ups. let me just hit him with the back 3-2.
And that's also the thing about the answer for the Repukins, right? Running 3-2. The fact that it's running already makes it so hard for him. So he has to input it in the fastest way possible for him to close the gap.
That's right. And oh boy, again, Bully on actually just Geese in Forgotten Realm, as well as Lee. This is gonna be a lot of damage, but as long as SideStepLance can keep Bully's meter management in check, this is gonna be, I would say, a pretty good game for him.
Round 1.
And he's playing Lee like a Jaguar, right? He wants to use that running 3-4s, and then slide mix-ups already here. Bully not blocking any of those.
That's right, and I love that he goes for the run-up grab. That is a classic. But these down forward ones have been doing so much work hit. Once again, resistance will get broken down by well, that kind of slipped my mind, but not Bully's defense. As SideStepLance has already gone past it.
The first movement we've seen. A bit of a wonky follow-up on the combo there. But Bully does have access to it. Does he spend it? No, he will not. Careful though, SideStepLance.
KO.
Careful indeed. Did you see that? That slide was from downtown, dude. What was that?
I guess Bully just didn't expect it at all. SideStepLance does still have the execution to immediately do the slide. We're gonna see a wall. It's a bit far off, but we might see it just a bit. Oh no.
Again, I love Bully. It's like, oh, I think I'm gonna do something old crazy. But here we go. What? Alright, that was a little crazy, but Bully's still in control of this situation. As SideStepLance is trying to poke his way out of this one, kid.
1 pixel of health left and the flying Shipukin. That's a Shipukin, right?
Fight.
Yes, sir, it is.
Shipukin to finish things off from SideStepLance. He did not expect that was coming.
I actually think that forward 3 is was placed really well because Bully hasn't seen it. But once again, when Bully sees that, he's gonna try and back 3-2 that. Because that's minus 14 if I'm not mistaken. But the broken 4 is here, but the damage is completely intact.
Bully up against the wall. Also, the pressure will be on for him. SideStepLance with the execution, and now we're at the basement, ladies and gents.
That's right, you don't want the silver-haired man to bring you to the basement. Boy's like, you know what, I'm gonna take the stairs upwards. Bully, though, still trying to fight this. Oh my goodness, beautiful step, but close to the 1-1 instead once again.
Oh, the Hitman armor move, and SideStepLance is 1 round away from taking it against Bully, eliminating him from this tournament. Now Bully has 1 chance left. He gotta make this count.
That's right, and the running 1 is a good omen on the side of Bully here. Oh my goodness, a tail from the past with that armor move, but beautiful roll to get out of that one. Unfortunately for Bully, could not escape the running 3-4, but look at all this meter he's building up, and he's preparing a robbery.
Yeah, he's letting him know that the back 3 exists in this game. Bully's taking a lot of folks in, but sidestep 3 counter it, follows up with the combo, good stuff. And now he's gonna carry him to the wall also. SideStepLance gotta be careful. There's 2 sticks of butter there, and he will die because of that if he's not careful.
That's right, if SideStepLance is around away from winning, Geese is always 1 meter away from stealing it away. 10 seconds. Oh my goodness, if he gets the combo! He does! Oh my goodness, kid.
It's also a full combo. 4 seconds left. What's it gonna be? And SideStepLance eliminates PBE.BuLLy from the tournament, ladies and gents. No more representatives from the Queen City of the South. Big props to SideStepLance.
That was crazy. Just the execution. I was like, man, if he needed to do a comeback, this would be it. This would be the flag, you know, to raise to say that I am coming for you. And SideStepLance with an execution.
And what's more of a heartbreaker is that Bully did not get to use this 2 meters that he had. And we'll see that in the highlights in a bit, boys and girls, because it provided more of an opportunity for Bully to come back from it. But SideStepLance, with the aggression, making him stop in his tracks, just denied him from it.
That's right, and SideStepLance's mastery of this character has been showing, and it's been so well played. That again, oh, you think Lee doesn't do damage? Well, let me show you.
Lee does a lot of damage for a lot of inputs that you need to do, and you know, this is a lot of inputs here. Carries him to the wall also. My goodness, Bully again, strong showing in game 2. He did come back from it. provided, you know, it was an infinite stage. He needed the space to move around in, and SideStepLance couldn't really open him up.
That's right, and couldn't open him up. On the note that Lee needs a lot of buttons to be pressed, you guys want to see the notation of one Lee combo? That's just one combo. Those 2 pages, that's one Lee combo. But again, BuLLy, I love the adjustments they were making. I love how at first he was a bit more liberal with the use of his meter, but again, the games progressed. He was like, you know what? I'm gonna keep this locked and loaded. And he had the right idea. It's just Lance, my man, just pierced through the BuLLy's armor.
And we can really see the difference between BuLLy and Machine Head when it comes to using Geese, right? Because Machine Head only uses the meter when he's about to build up another bar. But in the case of BuLLy, he uses it immediately to his advantage.
That's right, and that is the aggression, the trademark aggression from Cebu, you know. And again, still, that was an absolutely great run from all these players. SideStepLance, obviously, he will move forward and continue his silver-haired streak, or at least hopefully, right? So again, props to everybody, you know. Again, such amazing matches.
Yeah, and that's so true, Rap. And yeah, congratulations to SideStepLance. And for our next match, it is going to be rematch esports iTenri going up against Gene04. What do you have to say about this, Rap?
I mean, we've seen how iTenri has been a menace with those buns, right? And it's just that fire, even though despite that it was I would say a rough showing against Jetmishima, I don't think it's gonna douse it at all. He is that type of player where he's like, oh, you think you can block my low once? I'm gonna do it again. I'll do it again.
Yeah, absolutely. And given also that he beat these number of players like Nags06, Bruisemaker, Changi Bears, it tells you that this guy thrives on fighting against aggressive players. And for Gene04's case, do you have any opinions on this?
Gene04 has been, at least from the match we've seen today, right? Or at least this episode, he's been absolutely adaptive to his opponent. Although we did see him fall into lower bracket, if I'm not mistaken. I think I might get things mixed up here. But again, look at all those names he took. Adrian, just that alone, and Rock and Roll. That is 2 ex-Nationals pros that he took down on his warpath.
And they're gonna have to duke it out. This is aggression versus aggression, right? And the game plan here is if things don't work out for Gene04, you know, assuming that he's gonna stick with Zafina, movement will be the name of the game there, the infinite stage, because you're gonna have to sidestep a lot more, backdash a lot more against players like iTenri who are so aggressive.
Yeah, and considering Katarina isn't the most how would I put this? Doesn't have a lot of homing moves, or at least great tracking. She does have good tracking, right? But good just doesn't cut it when it comes to Zafina, that can get away from a lot of things with her Tekken Tag 2 movement. And again, that could be super problematic on the side of iTenri.
And speaking of getting away, right? There could be a game plan for Zafina where it's similar to like turtling. You run away with the life lead and then make your opponent break. Like have them do very risky stuff, gamble on some risky moves. And in terms of iTenri doesn't really have a problem with that because of Harrier. iTenri has so much low pokes, so much damaging low pokes, as a matter of fact. So it's going to be really interesting to see how this match is going to go.
That's right. And talking about damage, again, having a lot of lows is going to potentially open up players who crack to ducking. And iTenri does have, or at least Katarina does have a lot of tricks in her bag there. But again, there's a thing about Zafina as well, the Tarantula stance. That is so, for the lack of a better word, annoying.
I mean, a lot of people would agree to that, Raph, to be completely honest with you. And I did talk to Lucky Fighter, and Tarantula stance, oh my goodness. You know what? It's going to be showcased later on. Was not right now, though, because Asuka is the primary pick for Gene04. We got scammed.
We got scammed, but that that arc blast that Asuka has been super problematic for a lot of the players. Just not exclusive to Challenger Series, but even more so now that we are at the tippy top of Tekken 7 here in the region.
And it's awesome that Asuka is getting more representation here in various tournaments, as well as Katarina, because we don't see these characters a lot. Can gonna be connecting to iTenri, also to the wall. He ducks at the wall, Raph. Oh my goodness.
He dug at the wall and he got punted in the face. And here we have... Oh, that is so chunky. That 12 frame from Asuka is so chunky. It almost makes up for the fact that she has nothing below 12.
2.
Not a lot of people can. You saw iTenri attempting that FF24 again. 1-inch punch for Gene04. It's been working out wonders for Gene since yesterday.
That's right. And the fourth. Oh, he stood still there, but iTenri, I think he could have gone for something bigger, but instead goes for the knockdown. Wants the Oki. And Gene's like, nah, bro. Let me do this to you.
Up against the wall, but gotta be super careful because Asuka again is a monster in that specific situation. Spends the rage drive, no more access to extra damage. There it is, going ham, going extra.
That's right. And Gene has managed to fight his way out of this. Oh, but the low will clip the heels of iTenri, and iTenri is down 2 rounds. But if we know iTenri, he is gonna turn up the volume to 100 million with the 100 million pop kick of the set.
To the wall we go also. There's gonna be a ton of damage, but he misses that last hit. Goes to the Oki instead, and it works out so well for him. Puts Gene at rage. Gene, what are you doing? You're pressing a lot of buttons. The 1-inch punch whips because of the sidestep. iTenri on the board.
iTenri on the board indeed, and my goodness, iTenri's doing a lot of high flyer stuff here, but those lows doing a number on Gene, but the number is 4 and that's his. Goes for the mix-up instead. Oh my goodness, how many hop kicks are we gonna see this match?
I have no idea, but I'm not complaining though. Gene04's gotta adjust to this, and so what do you think is gonna happen here,
Oh, an Arc Blast is gonna happen, and iTenri is gonna have to live with that as he is gonna get punted into non-existence here. Very close to Rage Kid.
Just outside of it, and as you mentioned it, Raph, Gene with a counter hit up forward 3 fall with a combo follow-up. Also iTenri caught pressing in that specific moment of all times.
You know, it's crazy to think that, like, when you think about Asuka on paper, if you don't know the game, right, you think she's a defensive character, has one of the most dangerous parries in the game, has really good defensive options post 10 frames. But then when you hear that she doesn't have a good 10 frame punisher, it's like, well, now you're thinking, well, maybe I want to get in because she has a safe mid launcher. I think that's a low high launcher too with cans. Is that low mid? I can't remember. But again, she just has these. It's low high, right? So she just has these many low risk, very big reward type of stuff.
And you know, a lot of people may be discouraged because Asuka doesn't have like a good 10 frame. You can only get like a single jab out of it. But the thing is, that 10 frame has so many extensions to it that you're left guessing. Is Asuka gonna do a 1-1 or a 1 into the low, right? So that might be what's making up for it. But still, it's a mix-up situation, and that's a high chance that your opponent is still gonna guess. 50-50, basically.
That's right. And honestly, as you mentioned, she can also just opt for the single jab. That +8, very crucial as well to start her offense off. She does have beatdown punch, which we haven't seen a lot of. I think that's forward 1+2 if I'm not mistaken. Very crucial tool. Great homing. I think Asuka's just, like you mentioned, underrepresented despite how strong her kit is.
And also, Asuka has so many tools that can keep your opponent out and stop them from pressing too many buttons, especially with that parry, right? We've only seen one parry from Gene04, and it didn't work out, obviously. But still, it's on the table.
It is on the table, and honestly, like when I saw the parry, I was like, he is gonna delay hop kick this man onto the moon. But again, he wanted for the standing plus frames, and I understand why he would do that. Because actually, Asuka's also one of those characters where she can be really slippery. She has a built-in Sabaki. She has back 3, the cursed move. I think that's Tooth Fairy, right? Back 3, is that forward 2?
Forward 2, I think, is Tooth Fairy. And back 3, we haven't really seen a single back 3 in that game. And that's very interesting. So, Gene04 might be waiting for the perfect moment to bring that out. Provided that iTenri is very aggressive, he might get caught off guard with a back 3 and get launched to Kingdom Come.
I'm surprised that iTenri is throwing out a lot of hop kicks because once again, Asuka has that chunky 12 frame punish that will leave you in such a bad state, I think she can actually refloat you with her punt or like go for some crazy grounded stuff. Either way, it's not a fun experience for you. But you know what? iTenri's like, yeah, I don't care, dude. Whatever.
That's true, and especially in wall scenarios wherein you're left guessing as to what Asuka's gonna do, because again, the threat is there. The mid wall splats, like back 1-2 if I'm not mistaken, or the punt as you mentioned. Hell, maybe even the forward 2 if you're brave enough. There's so much things to think about when it comes to Asuka, right? Because there's also like a homing mid, so you can't sidestep recklessly.
And you think like, oh, because she has so many great mids, she'd probably have like a bad low game. No, not at all. I don't recall the input, but I think it's down back 4 where it's +4 on hit, and I'm like, why does she have that? Come on, guys, why she got that?
And she also has some, specific moves that leave you tech trapped, wherein like wall standing 4 it's like 1,000,000 on hit. Plus a million on hit, and then if the opponent presses, they're prone to getting counter hit by down 2. So yeah, that's Asuka's a tricky character. There's no other word around it. Just a tricky character.
She really is, and like again, we're giving her the spotlight. But let's talk about Katarina just for a bit. Now, frame-wise, I'm not too savvy when it comes to Katarina. Right? But what I do know about Katarina, she was very favorable in the early life of the game. She was very tricky. And until now, I think she's still a very reliable pick, considering, once again, she doesn't have that execution gate that a lot of characters need to operate at a full capacity.
Excels also at whiff punishing with the FF24. It's a high, and it's so hard to duck, despite, there's so many Katarina has so many options to just mix you up, and the poke game is strong for Katarina.
And poke indeed is very, very strong here. And we're just gonna look at this clip of iTenri wreaking havoc on, if not one of the most gifted offensive players we've seen in the entire Challenger series in Bruisemaker. And you can really see iTenri's doing a lot of work.
And iTenri is not the kind of guy that can just, I'm gonna neutralize the situation by not playing to your pace. No, I will play your pace and I will beat you in it. For Gene 04's case, what do you think, Rap?
Gene 04 has been an absolute menace as well with this Zafina, and as we mentioned time and time again, just the 5 minutes alone, the Oscar, right? But I'm so pleasantly surprised that he's been so consistent despite what type of opponent.
And guys, before we get into the second match between Gene 04 and iTenri, we are going to be taking a short break, but when we come back, Game 2 coming your way. Stay tuned. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the National Season 3 Challenger Series number 2, The Path to Pro. I am Kid, and with me is Raph, and we are the 2 from Cebu. Welcome back, guys. And we just received word from the league operations that due to technical issues encountered in the last match, league operations have decided that the match between iTenri and Gene will be reset, meaning Gene 04's first win will not count.
That's right, guys. And again, this is just something that nobody really can control. And it's a W for everyone. We get to see a fun match where everybody gets to play their best, and there's no bad blood between them. Again, guys, just so much more Tekken action on the way, right, Kid?
Yeah, I was about to say that, right? Tekken action. It's a win-win for all of us, and yeah. So they've already played out game 1, and they've noticed some strategies also. What do you think they can switch up, Raph?
Man, all right, that is honestly so tricky. Again, guys, we try to look into their minds, right? We try to pry what they're thinking. And obviously, like at the first half, we did see a lot of hop kicks being thrown out, so that could be in the back of the mind of Gene 04, where he's like, this dude hop kicks a lot. So he has to be careful with that, because again, I think Katarina has one of those hop kicks where it does slightly vacuum you in, and you're like, what? Alrighty then.
I mean, not a lot of people have not a lot of people or characters have 2 hits for hop kicks, right? Another character that I can mention is like Lydia, but on block, it's only like 1 hit. But for Katarina, sometimes you just want to press on the first hit, and that really messes you up. So,
right.
it might be a good game plan for iTenri to just throw out whatever counter hit possibility there is, but he's playing against Gene 04, and Gene 04's Asuka is also very tricky to play against.
That's true, and like again, when you see a gap in any move, really, and I think Katarina's hop kick is one of those where you can't interrupt even with an I-10. Some super specific matchups like Yoshi's flash at a very specific axis can catch that out. But again, those are some of the things you can't really rely on, and just don't be greedy, go for the punish. Again, some of y'all want to press. Sometimes I'm guilty of that too.
And I mean, yeah, same here, right? I mean, why be defensive when you can just kill them?
That's right. The best defense is press button. No kidding.
Just don't care, guys. Just know the game by the numbers, as what Pika would like to say, and it always stuck to our heads because we trained with the Omega Boys, and it helped a lot with our game plan, our play style, everything. And in this case, for Gene 04's case, Asuka, we discussed it off stream. Asuka is such a tricky character to deal with because of the pluses that Asuka has. Down back 3 is +4 on hit. Wall standing 4 is +8 to 9 on hit. And then if you press after that, you're prone to getting counter hit by down 2, which will counter hit launch you.
That's right. And again, beatdown punch is also a suspect. Can be used as a pseudo plus, because honestly can is super tricky to punish, like especially when you're not familiar with the matchup. But here we are gonna go into Brimstone and Fire with the same exact characters, but hopefully slightly different outcome. At least iTenri hopes so.
Because again, iTenri initially did lose that first match. Hopefully things change around here. More a different game plan for iTenri, because it was all Gene 04 in that initial match.
That's right, and that 1-3 that we've seen many times. And talking about big counter hits, it's gonna be a big magic 4 right to the drop. Gene 04 and into the wall, goes for the OP.
Oh, 1-inch punch failed, but then the parry is gonna negate all that 1-1 mix-ups from iTenri. This is gonna be a difficult situation to be in. Wake up, Ray Drive interrupted. Gene 04 only has 1 hit left, and there it is. Round 1 goes to him.
Is that down back 1-2? That string's down back 1-2, right? That's also super tricky because on small minuses you can throw that out if you like to jab check a lot. But right now, iTenri's like, jab check this. It's going wild.
Down 1+2, F1, that's her version of the Russian assault. Gene 04 though, up against the wall. iTenri, this is his round to take. Such a big life lead also.
That's right, big life lead into the broom kick, into the big stomp. iTenri already back on the board. You look away from the screen just a tiny bit, and iTenri is already out here. And once again, that chunky 12-frame Punisher, just don't want to be in front of that one, Chief.
Down back 3 is also -12 only, so that's such a small return if it gets blocked.
Oh.
And speaking of returns, he's returning this wall bounce, and Gene 04 with a can out of nowhere. Alright, I see you.
I see you. Alright, beautiful wall adjustment as well. Beatdown punch, those are plus frames that you cannot contest. Again, the double O's, just a 1 for each leg for good measure, kid.
And it really is a mix-up situation after Asuka does that, but I'll get to that in a bit because the hop kick from iTenri connects yet again.
He get those. He got a million of those, Oh, and here we go. The strings are coming out once again. Oh, iTenri making those buttons work out for him, and his spacing has been absolutely divine in these comeback rounds that he's done.
And he just went crazy. He just went crazy in that last round. 2-3 again, Punisher for Gene 04. Some good stuff over there. This is the final round. A lot is at stake here. The first one to get this game will have momentum carried on to the next one.
Ouch. That is such a vicious combo he did. That is guaranteed. Gene 04, very quick to take that dub. He's like, you know what? Alright, sure. Let's keep this going, He has that momentum that he wants, kid.
Yeah, I can't emphasize enough how good of a move down 1+2 is, despite it being a launch punishable move. There's a guaranteed on the wall. There's a guaranteed with a forward 2 after it. So I don't blame Asuka players if they utilize that, take advantage of that. iTenri's just has a lot to think about here.
That's right, a lot to think about. And man, again, I love how iTenri is still really turning up the heat and the volume and the knob all the way up to 11 with those hopkicks, but he has to be a bit more careful because once again, incredibly damaging punishes mixed with a lot of low crushing from that can that's been, I would say, spelling doom for iTenri.
Rematch Esports better give so much support to iTenri right now because he's gonna need it. He is one game away from being eliminated from this entire tournament. He only needs to qualify for top 4 for him to be in the draft series. So guys, give him your energy. Absolutely.
Give him your energy indeed, and we are still in an absolute slugfest with these two. You can really see though that they do have the proficiency to play very defensively. We've seen the sidesteps, we've seen flashes of brilliance when it comes to the defensive side of play, but again, they just don't want to have any of that. They want to keep going. They just want to chuck everything, and by everything I mean everything.
Here we are getting into game 2 right now. Is Gene04 gonna take it? And Lucky Chloe debuts finally here in the Challenger Series number 2 from iTenri. Ladies and gents, I did mention this courtesy of Andrax, of course. Very rare occurrence that we see a Lucky Chloe from iTenri, and here we are now.
I'm not actually sure if Asuka has a good tool to deal with the backturn mix-ups, now that I think about it.
Fight.
Yeah, and we're just gonna have to see how it plays out, ladies and gents. Oh, float combo in, gonna work out really good for iTenri also.
That's right, and that is already quite Alright. Alright. You've done that so many times.
Far too many. iTenri though still has the slight life lead here. So brave on contesting the backturn mix-ups from Lucky Chloe. Not anyone can just do that. Wall splats against the wall. Also the pressure is on down forward one to finish it off. Good choice from iTenri.
Again, guys, if it's working, don't worry about changing it up. But iTenri, I love this tempo and this. Oh my goodness! You've been hitting me with a can. Here's a hop.
Oh, no chicken here. Gene04 finally getting off that pressure. iTenri still has the momentum though. Attempting that armor move yet again. Gene04 pressing one too many buttons here. iTenri is one hit away from taking it to round 3, and there it is. One more round for him to take it to a game 3.
That's right. Started off with the same absolute move. Last 2 rounds, and Gene04 has already adjusted. But bit of a trade there. So far, anyone's game. Now we see that built-in Sabaki from Asuka finally coming out, and iTenri is in a bit of a pickle here. Oh my goodness, look at all this damage, kid.
iTenri lost a lot of health in that exchange. Gene04 back 3. The first one we've seen today, down 1+2. Followed up with the Tooth Fairy. Gene04 breaks the momentum.
Breaking. Oh my goodness. Here we go. The parry after that low. I think Gene04 is pretty fed up of that stuff, you know. But I actually think that was the first time we've seen as well the forward 1+2 from Asuka, but iTenri. Beautiful choice there to just push him at the wall, go for the Oki situation, but that big launch could spell doom, but no, goes for the crazy stuff instead.
He drops the combo, so unfortunate, but the block on the down 1+2, the first one we've seen, and the one that matters the most. iTenri takes game 2, takes it to a game 3.
And wow, I mean, I don't know, man. I thought I was over-exaggerating when I was saying that they're turning this up to 11. I feel like they already tore the knob off and just like went with it. This is just a level of craze and confidence.
And this is the type of Tekken that I really enjoy seeing. You know, everyone's just pressing buttons here. Everyone's just pressing buttons here and there, despite who the character is. Because, you know, those are the roots of fighting games. Everyone's just having fun in the arcade, pressing whatever button they can. You know, I love it. I enjoy it.
That's right. And again, gotta remember your roots. And also, on the more scientific side of things, sometimes your button press on plus is a hard read, you know. Sometimes you see that they're going for a slower move that they shouldn't be getting away with, and you're like, hey, you know what, I'm still faster. And again, guys, if a lot of you like are wondering why they do that, then there you go. It's two sides of a coin.
And some players like to play around with their minus, despite that they can't really move around with it. If You don't use your plus, I will use your plus. Those kinds of players excel at mind games, and I think that's what iTenri did there.
That's right. And the mind games. Again, Tekken. If you think you're going into a match and you think you're already on the losing end, you put yourself in that situation, man. You gotta be confident, and I love the confidence that both these players have been throwing out. The cans, the hop kicks, the sudden Chloe pick, where with absolutely no how would I put this, a lag period where you have to adjust your character. iTenri is just in it.
Oh, he got hit with the RNG too. Infinite Azure. He picks Zapina and he gets Infinite Azure. Nature Lover is pleased.
Okay, you got me there, man. You got me there.
But man, for real though, that is some hella good RNG.
Round 1.
That's right. Now, Geno4 can just backdash from all these mix-up, and what do you know? The lottery is here. Gets the first throw of the game. Almost goes for a win punish there.
Oh, back turn though. This is gonna be a huge chunk of damage. Look at that damage drop, and he hits him with a running 3 into the roly-poly on the lows. iTenri is going ham on this dude.
And he is, but again, that ham has been sliced by the knife of Geno4, going for that, I would say, really smart decision making there. He saw iTenri do a lot of armor moves. Oh, okay, a lot of funny stuff going on here as well. Okay. Okay, good. Okay.
Alright, what is happening over here? 20 seconds left. What? Okay. They're not done. They're not done. Alright, I see.
Alright, back turn mix up. Oh, beautiful defense here. And again, the movement, the big counter hit. This is potentially a round already for Geno4. He's dead.
It is, yeah, it is. Taking it back. He's showing everyone right now he may be down in that game too, but he's not out.
Right, and Lucky Chloe, one of the more underrepresented characters as well, going up at one of the best characters still in my opinion. And Geno4, this oppression that we've seen from him so far is really seething his head now.
Yeah, and despite having the infinite stage here, we're not seeing Geno4 using that space to his advantage. You know, he's very aggressive currently that we're seeing right now. What's going to be the situation for iTenri?
That's right, and oh, that could have been a big punish, but instead, once again, opts for the standing pressure. But that funky stuff is going to get stopped. Does not go for the low, and the beautiful movement by Geno4 to capture yet another round for himself.
One
Round
last
4.
chance for iTenri. He's gonna have to pull all the tricks out in the bag. Good patience from him too. Is that a guaranteed? No, it is not. Geno4 receives a bit of damage, and there, the wonky stuff, the play around again for both of these guys.
That's right, and here we go. iTenri trying to fight his way out of this, but Geno4 once again with the stand stuff. Tarantula with the auto block, really saving his skin. Can he convert? No, he doesn't. Here we go. iTenri does have a chance to get this back.
Oh, there it is. Oh, no proper pro combo off of it while standing 2. Geno4 is going to take advantage of this Oki situation. One more hit can do it, and he gets the guaranteed. Geno4 eliminates Rematch Esports' iTenri.
Oh my goodness. And again, a lot of the players are thinking, what is the greater evil? Was it Azazel, or this Lucky Chloe? And obviously, both have been slain by Geno4 there. Again, congratulations, but still, great showing by both these players.
And he's gonna move on to the losers bracket here. But ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and see the highlights real quick in Game 1, Game 2, and Game 3. Surprising Lucky Chloe pick in Game 2, but we'll get to that in a sec.
And now we are, and honestly still strut his stuff with this Asuka. We know that his Asuka is pretty much close to being on par with this excellent Zafina, but iTenri was, I would say, the star of the set with his or rather after the set, right? They went 1-1.
Yeah. In Game 1, it was all Geno4, despite despite losing this one, taking it to a final round. The aggression from Geno4 in that last round was just completely a stomp in that aspect. In Game 2, surprising Lucky Chloe.
And like, talking about surprising, right? We did really see that iTenri was going for the mental stuff, you know. He started off all 3 rounds the same way, and it still managed to get Gene 04. And once again, guys, Tekken is a very mental game. If you let your opponent in your head, then it's gonna be a hard time for you.
It took Gene a while to adjust to the kind of playstyle that iTenri has with Lucky Chloe, and that's always the thing, right? You're so used to your opponent using this character, and you tend to forget that there are other characters to take note of.
That's right. And once again, this masterful Zafina, the luck of the draw with this, as you had mentioned. And again, we're not discrediting Gene 04. Gene 04 is an absolute monster of a player, but this Infinite Azure was just the icing on the cake for him.
Oh my goodness, the movement, the space to move around, and Zafina with probably the best backdash in the game is crazy. Again, RNG coming into play with the skills of Gene 04 utilized perfectly. Now we're seeing the updated brackets here. Jasen again and Gold Standard waiting.
Oh man, it's so hard to choose who to go for, because again, Jasen is... Look at all these players that he took out. These are all very, very heavy hitters. And look at him in the Omega jersey. He is an ex-Nationals pro that is grizzled. And of course, a very, much like every other Jaguar main in the universe, facts. Very talented, great execution, good looking. Truly blessed to be a Jaguar main.
Trained by Pika and Jules nonetheless. Gold Standard though. Everybody confused by this guy as to how he plays. He's just completely fundamentally skilled, right? Beating the likes of So Airy, Baby Dog, Nags06, Bruisemaker, and so far undefeated with a win rate of 100%.
That's right, and I know that Gold Standard has a lot of fans, you know, so no matter how you put it, it's gonna be a beautiful matchup in terms of Tekken and everything else. Guys, calm down, but 100% day 1 win rate. This man is on a mission.
And it's almost the same thing as Challenger Series number 1, where Gold Standard was also there and he never dropped the game until he got to top 8. Is it gonna be the same case here in Challenger 2? Or will he finally be able to get drafted? Because again, who wins this qualifies for the draft series.
That's right, and once again, like the story of Gold Standard is that he's been so close to climbing over this mountain, and I'm saying this mountain because again, the Pro League is a different level. And honestly, that just adds to the story as well, because he is gonna play against a very improved and dangerous Jasen, an ex-Nats pro.
And mind you, it took Don Argus and I believe Machine Head for him to get eliminated, and now he's finally up against another ex-Nationals pro. I'm honestly very worried as to what the outcome will be, because I'm rooting for both of these guys no matter who you like it or not.
That's right, and again, you can just see, and it's not always about the numbers, right? Despite Gold Standard's numbers being incredibly impressive, you look at the names that he had to go through. Again, all of them grizzled vets in the Nationals. And again, not to discredit anyone, and sometimes people just don't understand the big gap between the pros on the Nationals and people who are still really good at the game, but once again, there's another peak to conquer.
And despite having that big gap, they went through hell and back to get to where they are right now, and they made names for themselves in the community. However, there are people that we haven't found out yet that they've created bridges for themselves for them to be known here in the path to pro.
That's right. So again, guys, a lot of fabled storylines here. The returning Jaguar of the Nationals versus the upstart, the up and coming. And honestly, any of these players I feel are very deserving, but again, there's just so limited slots.
Get ready for the next
There's
battle.
so much pressure, especially for Gold Standard right now. Jasen, again, the new and improved Jasen, just making waves here. Armor King back
Let's go.
in the game
No
into
bias.
the geometric plane. I know Raph isn't an Armor King main here, but
That's right. My god, I've seen this
Round
matchup
1.
way too many times.
Fight.
bit of context there. Raph trains a lot with Neyrigan, best layer in Cebu, and he exactly knows how things are gonna go here. Down forward 2. from Gold Standard to kick things off.
That's right. And we see Jackson already trying to fish for the timing as well, going for that stunner kick. So far, no dice. Beautiful parry. And now this is not a good situation. Guaranteed shoulder as well. Here we go, Jackson with the adjustments. The two-faced assassin.
He hit him with a one pull. He hit him with a one pull parry, and now Gold Standard is up against the wall. Jason with the aggression, also no duck on that second hit. Look at this, Raph. He's making Armor King look top tier.
Fight.
That's right, he makes his character look good. Again, beautiful punish on that down forward too. Not a lot of people know that's minus 13. But the trade, not in favor for anyone here. Reset to neutral, but the back 1-4. Oh, he's gonna go for the hard combo. He goes for those. He got those, kid.
What do you expect? This is the top Leo player in the Philippines, my guy. He takes it back immediately.
That's right. Gold Standard, shining bright. Jason as well. We've seen his aggression, we've seen his ferocity. And everybody, literally everybody's going blow for blow right now.
And speaking of shining bright, Gold Standard, that armor is also shining pretty damn bright for us here. Floater combo carries to the wall, running Jaguar Bomb. Here we go.
Beautiful movement on Jason here, avoids the punish as well. That is going to be a chunky confirm on the dab. Oh, although Jason exhibiting a lot of patience here, Gold Standard, understand there's a lot of clock and a big life lead to be used.
Oh, wall bans though. This is gonna be it for Jason. Here we go. Gold Standard 2-1. Can Jason come back from this?
Right, with Jason again, new and improved. Tries to go for it again. Oh, beautiful! Goes for the classic combo, but goes for the OP instead. Again, he's super creative with these Jaguars. Jason though tries to go for the wave dash 1, but so far no dice.
FF4-3, we know how Gold Standard's timing is with that. That was an attempt at a throw break. Luckily enough, Jason was not able to utilize on that. Oh, the giant swing. You better tech it. He techs it.
The classic, but you want to run into me? Have this knee, and that is going to be a lot of plus. Unfortunately, Armor King's not one of the characters blessed. Tries for it again. Gold Standard does have great comeback potential here. Jason not buckling, not going for any of these mids, but a flash check is there. Oh my goodness, kid. Funny situation.
Armor tackle. That was a good attempt. That was a good attempt from Jason right there, because in that situation he had to get up from face down. So he had the opportunity to go for like a wall standing forward, which catches a lot of people off guard though. In that case, Gold Standard had a lot of health to spare and went for the tackle, the armored tackle.
So the irony of Armor King dying to an armored dog.
Big props to Gold Standard for taking that game 1. There's still so much. There's still second game.
It's crazy because again, this is potentially a peek at what Pro League matches are like. Again, guys, the level that these players are performing at is absolutely insane. Not to knock on anyone, alright? Because everybody is a killer. We got lots of killers in this region. Guys, once you cross that border into Pro League territory, it's an absolutely new ball game.
The decision making also from Gold Standard takes into play here. Jason, the new and improved Jason, with the execution that he has, the instant shining wizard, he mixes it up with giant swing, right? The reason why Gold Standard got hit by that giant swing was because he thought Jason tried to instant shining wizard him. And that's the exact kind of mind games that he's playing onto his opponents right now.
That's right, and I love that none of these players have signs of stopping or dousing their flames, and you can just expect this much ferocity moving forward. I wouldn't be surprised though if we're gonna see a character swap out of Jason, but if he's gonna rock with the Armor King, that is mad props. Oh, he goes for the Golden Jaguar instead. King.
The other Jaguar. So again, we did mention the possibility of Kunimitsu from Jason because he did pull it out according to Potch. But King this time, so might go for more chain grabs because he did notice that Gold Standard did not create that giant swing.
I have seen this matchup many times as well. And I have to say, Jason looks like he's reinvigorated with this huge life lead, and I'm glad he's not greeting for it. He's just backdashing, possibly giving up a position from the stage, but no, it doesn't matter. He does have the life lead. Goes for the tricky stuff. Oh, that's big damage, kid.
You saw how he crouched in front of him and then did that grab.
KO.
Gold Standard probably thought that was another giant swing.
Round 2.
Also, one of the main factors there, he was against the wall. So, very, very good mind games coming from Jason once again.
Right, again, this is still anybody's game. Rock bottom, electrifying this match right now. Gold Standard. Oh my goodness, beautiful sidestep from such a chunky character as well. Got to still in this though. Gold Standard has to get that, otherwise sacrifice momentum.
Here we go. Both players are practically at the same health right now. 1-2. That was another attempt at a throw break. Oh, one more he can do it. Alley kick to finish it off. Jason already 2 rounds up.
Now just don't prove King is a better character than Armor King, guys. I ain't saying this because I'm salty or nothing. I'm kidding. But anyway, this is such a great showing by Jason. A new life. Is he gonna go for the burning knuckle stuff? No, wow, goes for the super tricky stuff as well. Jason's so confident.
And confidence is the name of the game here. Are we gonna see an RDC? Yes, we are! Is he dead?
Uh-oh. This is such a big hit to the morale. One more hit. He goes for the elbow.
My God! RDC to answer back. Alright. Everybody wrap it up.
You know what, Jason just hit him with the bolo yum, you know? He looks at the camera like, you!
Oh God, let me take a moment to breathe right there, because I'm pretty sure everyone out there, I hear the screams of the people from Manila already getting an RDC. This has been 2 RDCs so far. We saw it in day 1. But here in top 8, how dare you, Jason? How dare you? Against Gold Standard at that?
Jason, please. Again, we have such an absolute beautiful spectacle, both on the Tekken side of things and other things you people should relax about. Come on, guys, chill. But anyway, like we said, RDC, the showmanship, the confidence, even going for the tricky stuff on that While Rising 2-2 ender, there's just so many things to note. And like, again, Gold Standard playing his game right, but the thing about Jason right now, he's playing so compact. Like, a lot of King players tend to think that we should keep the steamroll going. But King is honestly such a capable Tekken character.
I love that you have to emphasize Tekken character there. And the mind games also setting into play there. Gold Standard might have already had the idea that, oh, he's not gonna do RDC because that's the most damaging one. He might mix me up with just the arm breaker, right? The triple arm breaker. But no, he went for the big thing. And that's the kind of player that Jason is. The moment that you think he's not gonna do it, he will do it.
Yeah, Gold Standard's like, he's not gonna do it. Sige, play, okay. He did it. He just did it.
He's the
like,
classic Jason, right? Sige, play. Okay, sige.
But again,
Wow.
like, it's so entertaining, kid. This is such a treat for everybody. This is the road to pro. And my goodness, this road has been an absolute bloodbath.
Mm-hmm. And there's still another bloodbath coming our way, because game 2 is about to happen, ladies and gents. And after this game also, it will be Secretbase Jetmishima versus Keenan, which a lot of people are looking forward to.
That's right. And wait, I don't think we're done yet with this. Like, again, it's been
We're not done yet.
Yeah, like, this is just so many. I don't know, man. It's hard to like be professional when you can be such a fan, right? Especially at this distance. But we are gonna go for the Infinite Azure 2, the nighttime. Here we go.
Mm-hmm. And if you guys have been paying attention,
Round
Gold
1.
Standard, when he lost the game, he didn't really opt to go for the Infinite stage. He went for the Kindred Gym instead. But right now, we know that he's gonna use the space to his advantage.
No
He's gonna break
way.
this. Oh my God.
Did you see that? Like, oh, you gotta break this throw? Well, I'm gonna do another one. Dude. I'm gonna do this one.
The low parry also from the FF43 mix of Jason. Really has Gold Standard's number right now. Down to 1, calls up the combo. Beautiful stuff.
That's right, and Jason working miracles right now with that jump over. I can't step, let me just jump over. Hit him with the DDT. Is he gonna go for the stuff? He went for the stuff. Another giant swing.
You better tech it or you're dead. Okay, good tech by Gold Standard. Jason right now, 1 mix-up can do it. And he follows it up. Goes for the Hell Sweep. Goal, good block. Oh, he sends another Jason. It's so gutsy.
Fight.
Right. Yeah, again, gotta be a little crazy to play the Jaguars, but now Gold Standard trying to enforce the keep out game here. Being a bit more combative.
Oh, here we go. Gold Standard though is currently winning in the poke game right now. Ooh, falls up with the combo. Good stuff. All right.
That's right. And again, pardon me for the choke, but again, none of these players are gonna do that. They're super composed, and they're going for it. That back two is gonna hit. Jason though does have the red stuff, and we know what a king can do with the red stuff. You cannot count him out. Goes for the Jaguar brain chop, but no dice.
He pressed on the 1-4 string there, which I assume it functions like a magic 4 if you press on the second hit. Good stuff.
Ooh, Jason though on fire with these low parries. Gonna go for the confirmed damage. What's for breakfast though? Gonna down 3. No, baits out the spring kick. Jason, you absolute mastermind.
Oh, back one, counter hit, falls up with the combo, puts Gold Standard in rage this time. Jason, again, do not count Gold Standard out. There is access to rage. He again attempted an armor move. Now this is the momentum we were talking about. Falls up with the combo, rage art. No, he drops the combo. Goes
Oh my
to
goodness.
Zoki instead. Rage has been spent. Jason has rage. Ow, down forward, 1-2 to finish things up. Gold Standard has one last chance.
That's right. And if we know anything about Gold Standard, he has to buckle up. Oh, but Jason, he goes for the chain throw this time. No break. So a lot of points to break here, but Jason, if Gold Standard doesn't break this, it'll break Gold Standard. And still, such a... Oh my goodness. The can kick. I'm losing my mind.
What is happening? Gold Standard is making bets. Wake up, Giant Swing. Awake still. Gold Standard. Low parry from Jason. What is happening?
I love that. He's like, I know your options are gonna beat this, but the Giant Swing is gonna beat that. The throw breaks are here. The dog, he understood it wasn't NC. Shit. I swear, if we were right next to each other, I'd be holding your arm so tight right now, but my goodness, they're going at it. Jason with a great whip punish.
Okay. Calm down. Everybody relax, alright? Ow! Okay, I can't. Okay, never mind. I can't.
You liar! They're going for it.
Alright. Calm down. Gold Standard with the Magic Board combo. Maximum damage also. He jumps up. He thought it was coming.
Still anybody's game?
He presses! One more hit to do with Gold Standard. What's it gonna be? Justin, gotta make the right guess or else it will be the death of you. Good break on the throw. Both players are at rage. What's gonna happen? The 10 string. Rage drive spread. Oh my god! He's dead! The shove!
Jason! Dude, did you see the defense? He would not buckle or break. Oh my gosh, like I said, guys, X-Nats Pro, there's just a certain threshold. No matter how good you are, man, the Pro League is a shark tank. But this isn't the end of the road. Not at all. Still have lower bracket. That is gonna be the first L for Gold Standard. And we are gonna see the highlights. Just run the whole replay back. That whole match was a highlight.
I apologize to everybody's ears right there. I could not contain my composure. And there's just no way, right? There's no way. This is a nationals tier match that we just witnessed, ladies and gents. Just there's again, you mentioned it, Raph, right? There's such a different thing. It's so different when it comes to like a former nationals player fighting against the people that have been expecting to win this entire thing.
Again, amazing, you know, like you just love to see Tekken like this happen, and you get to see it right here. Thanks to the nationals, again, just the top level competition of the region, and I'm so sorry, I'm getting so excited. I told myself I'd save my voice, we got a lot of stuff to do, but no, you gotta bring that hype back from season 1 of the nationals, you know? Man, good stuff.
You just can't help it. You just can't help it. Jason is just a human highlight reel, and that last match in that last round might have been the highlight of this entire league. I love it.
I feel like my post-processing gave out when I was screaming. Like, did it sound like it gave out? Because, oh my goodness. You just can't. You know what? Like, there's just so much mental fortitude Jason was displaying. So many times he could have been rattled and gave it away to Gold Standard, but no, dude. The defense in that crucial round. Look at this flurry of moves that Gold Standard tries to impose on Jason, and that shove Get off me, dude.
And what do you expect from a guy who's trained for such a long time against defensive players like Jules and a crazy mastermind like Kika? You would expect that type of result from Jason, and you would have expected some for it to go differently for Gold Standard too. It is what it is here in the Nationals, ladies and gents, and I believe Jason has qualified for the draft series.
And that is just pulling on everybody's heartstrings who are rooting for Jason. And I can't blame you, because this is such a great redemption arc. And once again, I'm gonna say this one more time.
And
This-
guys,
Go ahead.
Oh, go ahead. Oh, okay, all right. I'll go first. Guys, here we have Jetmishima. Jet, I haven't really used Mishima. Defeated the likes of Josh, Shopao, Haram Burl, SideStepLance, and Lee Jin with a whopping win rate of 91%.
Right, and whopping is proper word here. And man, I can't even compose myself right now, kid. I am still so caught up. Here we are in the challengers corner, at least both challengers.
Speaking
yes.
of caught up, right, here we have Keenan. We're gonna catch up to this guy. He beat the likes of, let me just reiterate, right? Limit Break 714, Bully, and Noah Little. Those three names alone, you've taken down with a whopping win rate of 92%. You mean business with a character like Noctis also. A character we have not seen since Challenger 1, I believe, or at least I think Tomoriru pulled that out in Academy Series, I think.
Yeah, you're not wrong on Tomoriru pulling out the Noctis, but once again, these are Juggernaut with 90% win rates. That is absolutely crazy, and just a testament of how good these players are. And we're gonna see them. Who is gonna break, or rather lose their 90%, their post 90% win rate here? It's gonna be a really interesting matchup too, kid.
One way or another, they're gonna have to drop down, right? So, if we're talking Keenan, of course, he's gonna pull out the Noctis, unless he goes for a surprising Yoshimitsu. Was it him,
Right.
or was it Limit Break? I'm not entirely sure.
Limit break. It
myself.
was a limit break.
Oh, okay, so it is just Noctis that we've seen from Keenan, right? And for Jetmishima, we've seen Dragunov, we've seen Jin, Akuma, Lydia. What else is he gonna pull out here?
I wouldn't be surprised if he had a secret Fakumram pick, because again, I think everybody has one of those these days. Even Leroy, potentially a Geese, because again, you play Akuma. What reason do you not have to play Geese? Well, the answer is I'd rather play Noctis. Or Dragunov.
Dragunov. So into the Twilight Conflict we go. Fairly big stage, especially with the addition of the balcony break. So this is gonna be a fun match to see, because again, Dragunov is a rush down character, has access. You can only use 2 moves and that's it. You can win an entire tournament already. And Noctis struggles against rush down characters.
That's right.
Round
And actually, this
one.
is such a smart choice by Jet.
Fight.
We did see the Dragunov earlier, but again, Noctis has been hailed as the 2D killer to some circles in the community. It does look like Noctis, or rather Keenan, is doing a good job of pushing Jetmishima towards the wall here.
It looks like Keenan is playing Noctis in a way that he's the one rushing down, and Jetmishima, the roles are reversed here. Jetmishima is the one playing defensively.
Oh, beautiful replenish there, but he does get launched for that. For all his trouble, it's Keenan to take the first round of this potentially long set.
Fight.
Yeah, he tried to go for a wall spot there with the back 4-3. That's 11. Nice. Good punish from Jetmishima. Here, he might be turning it up now. That's the first Russian assault that we've seen.
That's right, and it does look like Jetmishima's a bit more mindful of the spacing. I think he tried to go for the down forward too, but understands that Noctis doesn't really have any quick tools to go for that 0 here. Jetmishima, though, showing his composure and now taking a life lead.
What a block. Beautiful from Jetmishima. He knew that was coming too. There was the other side of the stage. Oh, we see a wall also. Goes for the cross-up. I see you, Jetmishima. I see you.
Right, turning on the Jets is Jetmishima with this Dragunov right now. And he is chopping away. Keenan is getting smothered, and from behind, that is gonna hurt.
My god, the 10-hit combo, but in actuality only 6 at the back turn. So good. So
What a
good.
liar. 10 hit, but only 6. Deceptive. Much like Jetmishima and his roster of
Round
characters.
4.
Absolutely, and now he's up 2 rounds in just a blink of an eye. Keenan's gonna find an opening for Jetmishima, but it seems Jetmishima is playing so defensively that Keenan can't really figure it out.
That was a disgusting delayed hop kick here, and that is gonna be the wall. Potentially, this is the momentum that Jet. Oh, no way he's gonna go wall to wall.
He is, dude. He is. Goes to the Obi combo and stomps on the ground. I don't care what you think about your emo boots. Jetmishima, 1 game up.
I gotta put on the mask. That was disgusting. That was sick, man. Like, again, Jetmishima, you saw him. I thought, oh, he might be on the back foot in this matchup because it did look like Keenan was like, I have my my fryers are ready. We're gonna rev it up. But Jet was like, no, stop.
Again, Jetmishima playing Dragunov like so differently, right? We didn't see that many Russian assaults. We didn't see that many down twos, but instead he was letting Keenan kill himself by whiffing a lot, making him whiff with the space. And this isn't even an infinite stage.
Exactly, and again, I think Jetmishima is playing on such an immaculate level today. Once again, I trumped his out, or rather, I championed him as the wild card and a bit of a dark horse for the entire tournament as well, because Jetmishima's tournament appearances can be streaky. Sometimes he's there a lot, sometimes he's busy with other stuff. But you know what? When he does turn up, he turns up a lot.
And for the case of Keenan, he might have to switch things up, right? Since Jetmishima is playing so defensively, he might just have to poke it out and then run away with a life lead, because you do not have to. Your opponent has to catch up with your health, or else they're gonna, it's gonna be a timer scam. But I wonder what else is in store for us with Keenan, because he's probably gonna go for a character switch or maybe a different game plan. Who knows?
And again, very, very loyal to this Noctis, him and his kingdom. And he still wants to put that crown on his Noctis, and I respect that. But once again, how do you adjust from that type of play? That dominance from Jet.
Yeah, dominance is the perfect word there. The different kind of play style that Jetmishima has on Dragunov is
Round 1.
Taking a toll on Keenan. So here we go, Devil Spit on the 3rd stage. It will be an infinite. So it might be an advantage to Jetmishima. Who knows?
Right. Goodness, again, Keenan already goes for these, I would say, fairly straightforward mix of either go low or mid. It's been doing wonders for him, as Jetmishima's trying to hold his ground with that. Goodness, tries to go for the wall riser too as well.
Unfortunately, it's a bit too late on one good duck. He couldn't risk the punish on the first hit, because again, he would get launched. Jetmishima slowly losing steam.
That's right. Scully Boy has to rattle his bones just a tiny bit on his side, and here we are. The bone chime is chiming in, and Keenan is going to be taken to the wall here.
So basically gonna be, he does not press anything on the 3rd hit. Jetmishima again, just letting Keenan do what he wants and punishing for it. So good.
Right, so good is honestly the 2 words that can use to describe a lot of these players. But this while rising too, we haven't seen it miss entire day. Keenan is on a stick of health here, but the wall splash could potentially turn things around for him. One for breakfast, the shield bash is gonna get crashed by that Russian Razor.
He got up and then did down 2. Are you kidding me? The bravery from this guy. He's not even afraid of getting open. Oh god, that is...
Oh god is the right word. Oh god, a big counter hit as well. Roll to the wall. Jet has been so sharp with these conversions. The Blizzard Hammer, the down 2. Off timing. Oh.
I mean, what do you expect from a guy who trains a lot and his teammates with Secretbase Adrian?
No way.
Oh my goodness, the block on the emo man takes it. Jetmishima now 1 round away from sending Keenan to the loser's bracket.
That's right. Jet really continuing this heat he's brought from his previous matches, but Keenan taking a good life lead here. Down 2 is gonna be blocked again. That down 2, that false mix-up that comes after, it's super scary stuff. Guaranteed stomp on that man.
Swing kick. What a punish from Keenan, and this should be it if he does the right combo. Yes, he does. And he takes it to a final round. Beautiful is an understatement, Raph. Keenan still very aware.
That was frame perfect too. That Tekken gets super tricky to punish. You know what? The grabs are coming here. Get your grubby mitts off me. The blows as well. It has turned into a game of patience, but the pokes. Jetmishima trying to get those numbers in as well.
1+2 trying to fake out Jetmishima here. Ooh, that was a mistake put on the running Russian assault. Even attempted. Steve. Oh, I thought it was a back one, but it's an out forward one instead.
Alright, you better relax. Because Keenan is on tear right now. Jetmishima though, they still have a good chance to make this comeback, but that shield bash on the top of his skull trying to help his case. 1-1. Things are just getting spicier and spicier.
He's turning it up right now. He definitely is. That's why you don't key charge, ladies and gents. You don't do that to a guy like Keenan because he will turn it up.
And that he did. He's like, oh, you trying to power up on me? No, sir. I got magic. But again, still, this is a long series, like I mentioned earlier. Jetmishima, though, what is in his bag is the question. Because we've seen a lot of characters from him, kid.
I mean, the fact that we're already... who wins this will qualify for the draft series. I think he's gonna mean business and go straight to Akuma. Calling it right now.
Alright. I will take your word for that. But again, that Akuma, so potent. But talking about Jet, such great movement, you know, and kind of picking Akuma will kind of gimp his movement, but who needs movement when you can kill him from 80% health?
I mean, yeah, that's true, right? And admittedly enough, not a lot of people like that, you know, because they say it's not Tekken, but like...
It's in the game.
It's part of the
game.
If it's in the game, then you gotta deal with it, you know? But going back to the point, right? There's so many characters that Jetmishima pulled out that you can barely make out what's possible now. And that's the thing about non-loyalists, right? There's so many tricks, there's so many guesses that you have to do even outside of the game.
That's true. That's definitely true. And again, this mastery or the versatility of the versatility of Jetmishima is really coming into play. And I do appreciate the fact though that every single character he's brought out so far has been at the very top level of his game. It's as if he is a loyalist anyway.
And who knows, right? He might actually pull out the Lydia. He wants to utilize the unfamiliarity of the character. I mean, Lydia's been only out for like a few weeks, maybe a month or something. I'm not sure. Correct me if I'm wrong.
I think she's been out for 3 weeks now. But again, just on that note as well, Lydia is one of the characters that does have access to incredibly explosive damage without meter. And thing is, like, let's just talk about that real quick. Let's go on a segue here. Let's pretend that Paul doesn't do 1,000,000 damage. Let's pretend Warang doesn't have the potential to do 1,000,000 damage without meter. You know, like, there's just so many offenders of 1,000,000 damage in one combo. And no, he actually sticks with the Dragunov.
I mean, I don't blame him. Dragunov did work out pretty damn well in game 1. It's just that Keenan had a different game plan, as we mentioned. Into the Mishima Dojo also, so no shenanigans here.
Right. And, man, like, these games have just been so hyper kinetic, super active. None of these players have taken it slow whatsoever. There's so much tension in the air. And Keenan going for the low barbecue skew. Jetmishima though still observing his spacing, trying to assess the situation. Dragunov looking so strong.
Yeah, they're at this point. They're just interrupting each other with a jab, and then Jetmishima with the out of nowhere Russian assault. Keenan though down back 2, guaranteed down 1. Jetmishima gotta make the right guess here.
Wow, actually from Jet. So the read to not go up and like still avoid the pickup, that's crazy.
Yeah, again, that's the game plan, right? Just let Keenan do his thing and make him whip. You see that Jetmishima with the backdash, the block, but unfortunately not getting the punishment. Still, that's a solid game plan.
Yeah, he did the cooldowns, you know? A stagger low, he crouch cancel. Again, not to discredit anyone, but look at the spacing and the patience. Going for the empty dashes. You can see that the more we go into these matches, the higher level the play is coming, or rather rising.
Keenan no duck on that second hit. Both players, no. Keenan does have the life, but he gets caught with the float. Carries to the other side of the wall. Oh my goodness, Keenan's up against the wall. There's gonna be a lot of pressure onto him. Puts Jetmishima at rage. Good throw break.
Again, you can see the off time, but Keenan with a decapitator to swing at Jet. And it is one apiece. This is getting hotter and hotter as the matches progress. Goes for the slide, but beautifully not pressing. That is -5 on it. Oh, again, 100% success rate on that while standing too.
Wall. Oh my goodness, Oki situation is going to be down to the answer. Good pickup by Jetmishima. So difficult to do, by the way. Jetmishima one hit away from the 7 golden letters. Is Keenan going to allow that? No, the chip damage is going to deny him from that.
Oh my, alright, okay. I can't stand. I mean, it's so hard to like be composed in these situations because these guys are absolute mad labs for that down forward to Keenan. So sharp, going for the redemption arc and going for the OP. Jet not having any of that hit.
What a dunk on that second hit. Keenan right now is on a tear. Jetmishima, good block. No, unfortunately, no wall splat. Back 1+2. Don't press all plus. Absolutely don't. He puts himself in that situation though. No duck on that third hit. Keenan with the bets down forward 2. Keenan with the defense and the down 2. Oh my god. Somebody can fight.
Somebody contain him because I cannot do that right now because I am about to go wild as well as Keenan really running his stuff 100% hit rate on that while standing too. Don't even sweat it. Look at that carry, the damage, the down 2. Give me your legs. Uh-oh, here we are. Keenan. Oh, he's dead!
Oh, don't do it to him, Jet miss! And he takes it against Keenan 2-1. The reactions, the reads from Jetmishima on the down back 2.
I swear, man, that while standing 2, Jet, it's divine. It is from the heavens above into his arsenal, and unfortunately into the ribs of his opponent. Well played. And of course, we're gonna go into the highlights.
And just to see how things went there. Second, the first game, it was kind of equal, you know. Keenan getting hits here and there, Jetmishima with the spacing game, and this tech catch also really, really good.
That's disgusting. Like, honestly, like, Jet, he understands that he has these weapons in his arsenal, and he's been very modest about using them. He's been spacing it out correctly, and like I said, Jet is on another level today. He's, I would say, unstoppable.
And a lot of eyes are onto Jetmishima right now. I mean, what do you expect? Again, what do you expect from a guy who trains with Adrian, right? You better believe that this guy has the skills and has what it takes to get to the draft series, which he already qualified for by winning this.
There must be some sort of resurgence of Dragunov lately because we've seen a lot of high placings, even in the international scene, for Dragunov. And again, just such beautiful play, a lot of composure, not letting any non-jails go to waste.
And also the ducks from different strings, the blocks from different holds, so good. They made a bet on this one too. Keenan with a down 2-2. That was just pure amazing right there.
Right. Oh man, like I said, that while rising 2 from the heavens above onto his arsenal, straight like a divine sword that he's been using every single match he's played. I don't think he's been punished for it too.
And here we have the updated brackets, ladies and gents. 2 people have already qualified for the draft series, them being Jason and Jetmishima. And in the lower side, the loser side of the brackets is going to be Keenan versus SideStepLance and Gold Standard versus Gene04. Now, I want to remind everybody that whoever wins in the losers bracket will qualify also for the draft series. So lots at stake now.
That's right, and part of being a pro is to have that mental fortitude, to understand that there is a lot on the line, and not just because of a monetary value. As a player, you want that glory. You know you have something to hang on to the wall, but Talking about hanging things on the wall, I think me and Kid will have to hang up the coat. But again, we're still gonna have a lot of Tekken action, right, Kid?
Yeah, absolutely, guys. Don't go anywhere. There's still gonna be more Tekken action coming your way. But for now, the two from Cebu will have to sign out. Stay tuned, guys. We will be right back.
Welcome back to the Nationals Season 3 Challenger Series for Tekken 7. Botch Spice and Porokun taking over for the commentary table right now, and we're so excited. Actually, me and Poru almost lost our voices watching the matches. Poru, give us your thoughts on what you think of the matches today.
The craziest matches were had earlier talaga, and talagang sobrang close ng mga labanan. Pretty much everything was 2-1 down to the line. And then, parang isa lang 2-0 na nakuha natin eh. So let's take a look once again at the matches that we've had. I think, let's take a look at what the bracket is like right now, Watch.
Oof, man. Like, this was a long road for a lot of these players, and you know what? Some of these players have seen the first Challenger Series, but we do have two of the players qualifying for top 4. It's Jason versus Jetmishima, which we will watch in just a bit. But you know what? In the lower brackets, we still need to find out the other two that will round out the top 4. It's Keenan versus SideStepLance, and our next match, which is Gold Standard versus Gene 04.
Yes, so here is our first player dito sa ating susunod na match. It's Gold Standard. He's been showing us some wild stuff with the Leo. Talagang napaka-tenacious no kanyang Leo, but unfortunately he was sent to the losers bracket just earlier. So this time it's his chance to finally make it in. He's joined the other academy, the other qualifiers as well. But let's take a look at his opponent.
Yeah, because Gold Standard's been in this position before. Gene 04, on the other hand, as well, has been so close to qualifying. You know, he's done a lot of damage with Asuka as well as his Zafina. Very impressive performance so far. So for everyone to say, I mean, a lot of the casters here had high hopes for Gold Standard. He still has one big barrier in front of him, and that is Gene 04. So talagang labanan talaga. See, I spoke Tagalog there for you.
Yeah, that's true. Pero you know, it's only expected na talagang matindi yung mga labanan dito. Naglalagablab yung action dito sa the Nationals because ito nga naman.
Take that down, isn't it?
Yeah. Write that down. Ito ang liga ng mga kampiyon. And these players, by the way, of course, make sure to catch them compete against each other. Yung mga nag-qualify sa Challengers at Academy Series on One Sports and One Sports Plus on May 2021. But for now, let's get into the action. Gene 04 versus Gold Standard.
So let's see. Again, we've always talked about Gold Standard, you know, his Tekken IQ is through the roof. But, you know what, I think the way Jasmine was able to get to him was he overwhelmed him, especially with his King. But let's see if the same effect will be done with Gene 04 with this Zafina.
Ooh, if there's anything that Zafina is good at, it's overwhelming the opponent. But still, look at this. Gold Standard taking the initiative, does not want to give Gene 04 the pace. But Gene 04 gets the damage at the start.
And Gene 04 ducking there. Gold Standard has always been trying to go with the 4-4-4-3 and tries to complete that string. Gene 04 now in the life deficit. Big low with a down 3. And now this is Gene 4's damage.
Yeah, Gold Standard gets the wake-up attack on Gene 04, gets the knockdown. Gene 04 not quite in the rage, but there it is. He is now. He burns the rage drive immediately. Wants to put a stop on Gold Standard. A little bit of hope there, but Gold Standard finds the finish. Immediately 1 round para kay Gold Standard.
Yeah, you saw that he was trying to take the offensive initiative there at the start, just to overwhelm Gene, not let him play his own game. Now we see the same happening with Gold Standard, being very patient, giving Gene the space to just use Zafina's movement. He knows he'll come back, but Gene 04 collects a huge combo here in the early seconds of this round.
Yeah, it's gonna pay off. Gold Standard is now stuck in the corner and he has to fight his way out. Wala siyang malalabas dyan, but there it is. Gold Standard lands the hit, fights back to the center stage. 30 seconds left on the clock.
Still anyone's game, but Gene 04 so close to rage. Gold Standard, will he oblige and put him there? Yes, he does. And now has to worry because the balcony is also behind him. So Gold Standard counting his options. Just goes for the mid. Gold Standard is ready.
2 straight rounds para kay Gold Standard. Gene 04 right now is in trouble. This is the losers bracket. So kapag natalo dito, of course, they are out of the competition. And both of these players, they're just 1 step away from making it into the draft series. And now look at this Gold Standard with the life advantage.
Exactly. So much pressure you just mentioned there, Paul. This is their last chance. This is the second Challenger Series, so a lot is on the line. Gene 04 has the option for rage, but Gold Standard denying him of anything. Just overwhelming him. Goes for the low, and it is 3-0 for Gold Standard.
Gold Standard is on a roll dito sa laban na to. He was still hot off of his fight earlier, and it seems he's able to carry the momentum dito sa laban niya against Geno 4. And Geno 4, it was such a struggle seeing that match. He was trying his best to start his own offense, but unfortunately, it wasn't working with Gold Standard. He had the momentum the entire time.
Yeah, I think with when it comes to Gold Standard, he definitely was comfy with the Zafina matchup. I think maybe Geno 4 might have to go back to the drawing board and try to just come up with a new framework to approach this matchup. Or what do you think, going for the Asuka match? What do you think you think that's an option for Geno 4?
I think it definitely is a good option because regarding Zafina, hindi niya masimulan nga yung offense niya as I mentioned earlier. So if you're going to be forced into a more defensive play in the first place, you might want to go with a more defensive character like Asuka, who may or may not be able to crush the offense that Gold Standard will be dispensing. Then again, just like Zafina, Asuka is a pretty old character, and I'm pretty sure familiar din sa Gold Standard about the matchup.
For sure. So either go for a character switch with Asuka or probably go for a more open stage. I know we didn't really utilize. We didn't. Did we get the balcony break in Vermilion Gates? I'm not quite sure. But if that's the case, if Zafina is put in the field of, let's say, Infinite Azure, you can definitely see her movement. It's going to be a very slippery target for Gold Standard.
Yeah, parang hangin yan, hindi mo talaga mahuhuli si Zafina just because of how good her movement is. And did you move? No, it seems like. I don't know. It's still a very confined space here in the Devil's Pit. Although, of course, this is a more circular stage, so there's going to be some tricky wall situations that both of these players are going to have to face. So let's see how they deal with it in this match.
Safe to say Geno 4 does want to keep it an enclosed fight, but Gold Standard, just carrying the momentum of that earlier round and just controlling the pace of the first onset, and now Geno 4 just trying to fight back.
Yeah, he's not shying away despite the results of the previous match, but still, look at this. Gold Standard is the one who is getting the hits, and it is working. He's piling on that damage, but Geno 4 struggling, but effectively trying to poke him down into BuLLy.
Wow, you said it best, for the volume of Geno 4 overwhelms and finds the float from Gold Standard. Is enraged, one more low. Geno 4 finally on the board.
Yes, he is. That's looking good for Geno 4, but Gold Standard, let's see if he can adapt to what Geno 4 has changed, because obviously something is working for Geno 4 despite the advantage that Gold Standard had. Now, 10 seconds in, and Geno 4 has a slight life advantage.
You see that low parry by Geno 4. Beautiful timing there, just tacking on the legs of Gold Standard, making him want to go low and tries to go for a big launch. But now Gold Standard's fighting his back against the wall, gets splatted. So dangerous for Gold Standard. He's in trouble.
Oh, he is. 30 seconds left, and that punish is going to finish things off. Geno 4 working on his own 3 straight rounds. Now here it is, Poch. Nag-transform na yung stage. Wala na yung mga pader, and now mahihirapan na si Gold Standard na hulihin tong si Zafina.
Exactly, but it seems like Geno 4 is just right in his face. He wants to take the fight to him. But Gold Standard, again, simple pokes, not going for anything too big, no big Hail Mary plays just yet, and just testing the waters with Geno 4 as the clock winds down.
Yeah, testing the waters in such a hot stage here. That might not be the best idea, but still, look at this. Both players with almost equal life, just in each other's faces. That is going to be some serious damage coming in from Geno 4. Gold Standards is in the rage, though. Gotta be careful there. There's the sweep, and there's the low grounded hit, and 3 straight rounds para kay Geno 4. Binawi niya mula kay Gold Standard.
I'm trying to analyze what he did differently in that round, because this looks like a new player that wasn't the same one in Vermilion Gates. More aggressive, the timing of the low parries and blocks were on point. So this is where you're talking about with overwhelming Gold Standard with offensive options.
Talagang they're really just throwing their offense at each other and trying to figure out how to stifle each other. Right. It was very momentum-based yung labanan nila, and that's why Geno 4 was able to walk away. Both players actually were able to walk away with 3 straight wins. Now it's going to be a struggle on who gets to gain the momentum in this next match, because this is it. This is do or die for these 2 players.
Yeah, let me tell you this, Porter. One thing's for sure, that one of these players will emerge one of the top 4 and level up. All eyes are on them right now. As you mentioned, like, the pressure is for sure on. They're feeling it now. Gold Standard had a boost of confidence at the start for this next round, Geno 4 has got to feel a little better. But now we're at even playing fields, and this could even go to a final.
I'm looking forward to that because, you know, in these sort of situations, yung talagang wala na silang chance. Like, wala na silang choice but to bring out their best. Dito talaga nag-evolve yung mga players natin. And that's exactly the sort of thing that they need to survive pag nakapasok na sila sa Pro League here in the Nationals. This is their chance to show that they're able to compete at that high level that the franchise players are looking for.
Oh yeah, and speaking of franchise players, I'm sure that they're looking at this particular matches in the lower bracket because this is where the pressure is more than just than you can counter. It's really all on the line, and really your best performance will come out of this pressure. So let's see what happens. Big start to Gold Standard right off the Mishima Dojo.
And still Geno 4 just walking right up to Gold Standard here. No fear, but that jab though is going to be doing so much damage. Gold Standard pushing straight to the wall. Last chance here. The wall bounce comes in, and that should be it. First round immediately goes to Gold Standard.
Momentum is bouncing back and forth. Now it's Gold Standard that's back in the lead with a little bit of momentum, but it's all round-based. Oh my god, what a situation there for Geno 4.
The acrobatics here. Look at this. Barely any damage between these two players. 10 seconds have passed. Very uncharacteristic considering how the previous rounds went here. The defense is holding steady here, but nice punish from Gold Standard. A little bit risky there for Geno 4.
Oh, goes for the hop instead of the token, the stomp. And now Geno 4, deja vu of the first round. Backing away now. Oh,
that's
Gold Standard.
You know, I understand how Geno 4 felt. You know, if you fall for the mix-up and you guess wrong, it really your mentality really takes a hit. And now he has to struggle to find the right mentality. Once again, this low parry might be that.
Yeah, he guessed right in that one. Went for the, stomp again a little too much. Geno 4 was watching his legs. Goes for some plus frames. Gold Standard's defense is holding up some folks here just to check the defense of Geno 4.
Oh my goodness, Gold Standard with this backwards one, but nasa kanya yung life advantage. So he has a bit of wiggle room here, but Geno 4 is slowly chopping away at him. 30 seconds left on the clock. Both players wala pa sa rage. Tries to go for the parry there, but Geno 4 unsuccessful. Burns the rage drive. Now what's he going to do about it? Goes for the mid. Oh, a huge snake edge, and Gold Standard was ready for it, and Gold Standard moves on into the top 4, which means pasok na siya sa ating ground series.
Picture perfect finish for Gold Standard. You know, he was coming in kind of nervous. A lot of expectations were weighing on his shoulders. But man, he passed this test with flying colors because Geno 4 really tested him there. The momentum was bouncing back and forth, but you know, at the end of the day, Gold Standard was able to reset it, and he was able to, you know, get the win. So let's check out the highlights and see the handiwork of Gold Standard.
Such a back and forth between these two players. Like as you mentioned, the main highlight of this matchup is just the way that the momentum swings from person to person, right? One moment Geno 4 is in favor of Geno 4, the other it's in favor of Gold Standard. And even in those situations na yung isa yung nakakalamang, talagang hindi umaatras yung kabila. It's such an amazing match where both of these players were just fearless with their choices.
Yeah, you could actually give this highlight to both players because this is where Geno 4 really turned things up. And for people watching right now, do give him some love. Again, we always say the path to pro isn't a straight line. Even though Geno 4 is eliminated from this tournament, this is for sure not the last you'll see of him. And we hope we get to see him in more tournaments with his Zafina and his Asuka.
Yeah, definitely. Just the fact na nakasurvive siya sa ganitong klaseng labanan. This is such a high level competition here. And even the losses, you're going to be walking away with so many experience points. You will shoot up so many levels as long as you compete in these types of tournaments. So you really, for those who are wanting to learn the game, wanting to get good at the game, joining tournaments, joining high-level competitions, that's the way to go to rack up that experience.
Yeah, you got to put yourself through the fire to gain the experience, right? And Gold Standard just did that, and he punched his way, and he's marching the top 4. But, you know, we got to talk about Keenan versus SideStepLance because one of these guys is coming through. And Keenan, I mean, the Noctis highlight reel. Shout-outs to Keenan's thoughts, the Midnight Mayhem crew, all of them. Everyone in the chat was loving him, and, you know, a lot of support goes out to him.
And I can understand. He's a good player, and he has an amazing Noctis. Pero yung kalaban niya is also just as amazing, actually, as him, considering how far he's gone. That's going to be SideStepLance. All right,
You're
so
right.
Lee Chaolan, so many excellent plays in his matches, and it's brought him this far.
Yeah, shout outs to Gamepad Masters. You know, it's I know that in the chat's probably going wild supporting these two players. Both loyalists, when you mention their characters, they're the first person you think about. When you mention Lee Chaolan, you think of SideStepLance. When you think of Noctis, you think Keenan's thoughts. So really, it's the battle of the loyalists here when it comes down to it. And I'm so excited to see, one of these characters will be represented in the draft series.
Definitely, it's always a treat when we see players who are using non-conventional characters talaga in this game. Even earlier, we actually got to saw Lucky Chloe from iTenri, but unfortunately, iTenri is out. But that is something that that's the kind of stuff that we really want to see. And speaking of character picks, actually, one thing that I've been wanting to see and haven't seen siguro once lang in this tournament is Lydia.
Right. Oh, well, Jetmishima did bring it out yesterday. And we were talking about how, I mean, she's a fun character and she's definitely a welcome character at that. So I wonder if ever, like maybe once top 4 is settled, maybe they'll bring out the Lydias.
Yeah, that's a good chance in this case. But in any case, we're probably going to be seeing the Noctis and the Lee coming out from these two players. And I'm looking forward to that because Lee, he's been around in Tekken for a long time. Talagang he's generally a Tekken character. Noctis, on the other hand, he has some Tekken elements, but at the same time, he has that floaty jump that just makes him so interesting to work with kapag kalaban mo siya. So it's going to be an interesting match for both of these players.
I will give some insights on Keenan, though. He has been joining some online tournaments, and he has been facing people in the Asia region, some Korean players, some players from Thailand, and using Noctis as well. He's been repping the Noctis, so I'm quite interested to see if he would be also in the draft series because he has been racking that up. Same goes for SideStepLance, though. I know he's been streaming. I know he's been grinding it out, especially with his character.
The years of experience that SideStepLance has on this character is going to count for something, considering na si Noctis medyo mas bago. But then again, let's see. It's a pretty tricky matchup. Noctis really tough to deal with if you're not that familiar.
Yeah, same with Lee, though.
Oh, yeah, that's
Starts out
true.
with a slide. Oh my god, big match before there by Keenan. Breaks the first Tatami wall. Tries to continue for offense, but the parry finds SideStepLance.
Something to be wary about is that parry talaga. So you have to be careful because that's going to come out from time to time. And look at this. SideStepLance breaks that wall. Oh, Keenan, one last hit, and there it is. A very beautiful, well-placed kick there from SideStepLance gets him the first round.
Someone keep a tab on SideStepLance. He has to pay for these walls. Too many destruction of properties here from SideStepLance. And now you see another match before. You know what? SideStepLance has been getting a lot away from these exchanges.
That is definitely the case. He has some real good counter hit tools, and if you want to trade, you don't want to trade with a counter hit move because you're going to be if you're on the receiving end, you're going to have a hard time.
For sure.
And look at that SideStepLance immediately second round.
It's so fast. This life bar just melted like that. Again, starting it out with a slide, following it up. Now, Keenan is in the back with you. Yes. Okay, right. He can control it from full screen. How can we forget?
That's true. He can just stay away and throw those swords. Gotta be careful, SideStepLance. Now he's being carried to the wall. This is the damage coming in, and the pressure is going to be coming from Keenan. How is he going to be able to escape? SideStepLance tries to go for the quick post just to even things out a little bit.
Goes down three, making Noctis watch his leg, but then now they're playing real close range, and SideStepLance finds a launch, has the carry. Oh god!
Oh my god!
What's happening? It's close. Yeah, I think it's done.
Yeah,
that rose.
It's done. It's done. That's 3 straight rounds for SideStepLance, finishing it off with such a stylish way of landing that graveyard. Did you see that? A back 2 missed step into the graveyard. That was so good.
Beautiful stuff. A thing of beauty. Can I just say also, Keenan has to realize he's going up against Noctis's kryptonite, which is sidestepping. And SideStepLance is right there. Like, he's got to be wary of that. So, I mean, if we try to break that down, it was really just SideStepLance's offense. Just really good. Just overwhelming Keenan with the slides, the counter hits.
Yeah.
Excellent.
It does seem like SideStepLance is a lot more comfortable in this matchup right now. And parang medyo na uminit na yung engine niya from his earlier matches, and right now he's just ready and he really wants to get into that top 4. But then again, Keenan, he is a powerhouse as well, considering his performance so far. He's eliminated so many tough players from the tournament, even earlier in the previous day. And some of those players, they're nationals level. So, we really can't count out Keenan because he still has a chance here, and we know that these players, they can really bring it back.
One thing I did notice about Keenan's performance as well, just to recall from the previous day, he does tend to need to warm up first. So take this as a warm-up round or warm-up match for Keenan for him to get his engines going. Again, diesel engine start, doesn't want to blow it out. But this is where the true test lies, right? A lot of pressure is put on Keenan now. How will he rise above it?
There are those kinds of players, no? Yung talagang mas gusto nilang nanggagaling sa disadvantageous position. Like it's
a dangerous game.
it is. But if it works, why not, right? It's like there's a switch that can only be flipped when their back is up against the wall. But speaking of walls, there's none in this one. So let's see if this is going to play in favor of Keenan.
Round 1.
Oh, Keenan can definitely get a lot out of the range. I mean, just backdashing away and using that forward 2. Oh my god, what we got now? SideStepLance was ready for that. Sidestep knows.
He's living up to his name. Sidestep talaga ang laro ni SideStepLance. And now, that's slide a little bit short, but the damage has already been done. Keenan has a huge mountain to climb here. That shield bash is going to work. The slide, however, is going to help SideStepLance understand. Keenan, one hit away from getting defeated here in this round. 30 seconds left on the clock.
Oh wow! Spear to the face. That's how you open up SideStepLance.
Oh my goodness, he gets the rage art as well. Is this going to be enough? Ang baba na health. This is going to be some serious damage, and it is first round. Punta para kay Keenan.
Yo, Keenan, all right, he woke up there. Those 4-2s were sidestep, and he was able to, pick up the pieces for him to get that. Now, SideStepLance, not letting go of the gas now, still has the momentum. Does not want to give Keenan any room to just come back from this.
Yeah, but behind him. Once again, SideStepLance with the advantage, but he saw what Keenan can do. Now he goes for the sword smash there. 40 seconds left on the clock. Trying to find an opening here. Keenan being very careful. There it is.
Oh, wow, lightning screw. Look at that. Keenan again. Like you said, he works better when he's on the back foot. But he has such little life left. SideStepLance just 2 hit. Oh, one more would do it.
One last chance here. SideStepLance trying to find the right opportunity, but Keenan is just overwhelming him. One hit for both these players, and the rage drive connects, and Keenan takes the second round.
3.
Oh my god, Keenan goes into plus ultra mode when he's in rage, guys. Don't get him mad. Now SideStepLance knows he has a huge opponent ahead of him, and that his name is Keenan.
It's time to get serious here. It's time to get kicked into high here. Once again, it's like a replay here. He's gonna get the last hit. One last chance here, and Keenan falls finally. SideStepLance gains that one round.
I feel that, Keenan, the SideStepLance still feels the threat of Keenan. He knows that he has to kill him and kill him quick, but Keenan's such a threat anywhere. But yeah, we see that SideStepLance gets a good combo here.
Once again, it's like how each round has played out. SideStepLance with the advantage, but here comes Keenan with the launch. He's gonna get it. He's gonna catch up. But let's see if he can finish things off once again, tie things up. Both players in rage here. 30 seconds left on the clock. A huge spear comes out. Oh, what's the mix-up? Down forward one comes in, and a quick low from Keenan. 3 rounds, and now he ties things up. 1 match apiece between these two.
This is what we were talking about, right? Those players that need to be at a disadvantageous spot first before they can, kick into full gear for them to be able to take it back. And Keenan did that. All the rounds he won when he was at the brink of defeat.
It's exactly what we were talking about talaga. Keenan wants his back towards the wall. Walang wall yung stage, but he made one himself by putting himself at such a huge disadvantage, and it worked for him. Now that's something that SideStepLance is gonna have to be careful of, because if he gives him another chance in this next match, he might not be able to recover. So let's see how he's gonna be able to adjust.
I'll tell you this, Boru. SideStepLance, he gets a little confident, right, getting that, but Keenan's playing a very dangerous game, but he's winning though, like just depleting his resources for him to get into rage. Then he makes sure the last final exchanges go in his favor, because I mean, you could actually make the argument that the majority of that round was dominated by SideStepLance, but once the rage happened, he was really able to capitalize on the extra damage and the rage art.
Yeah, that's why you really can't count them out. Talagang yung rage, it's designed to be a comeback mechanic, and it shows that it really works. Talagang the damage that Keenan was able to dispense against SideStepLance, it got him those rounds talaga. So if you have a chance, keep your opponent out of rage. Some players do that, right? That's a strategy. You keep them like maybe a few pixels out of rage, and then try to finish them off in one fell swoop with a combo. So those are the kind of things that you're gonna have to think about. But it's not something that you can always pull out, and especially when your opponent is as high level as Keenan.
It's very true. And now something to point out here, SideStepLance likes going to the Forgotten Realm. He loves using the stage. He loves using the floor breaks. But at least now it's an enclosed space. You won't give Keenan that wall to metaphorically put his back against. But you can put his back against the wall and collect that damage. He can be a beast once he puts you against the wall.
Yeah, that pressure. Let's see if you can put him on Keenan here. Ooh, there it is. Wow. A signature combo here coming in from SideStepLance. Very difficult to pull off. He's going to break the first floor here in this match. And deals some serious damage once again. And putting in the pressure with Keenan at the corner here. Good side roll by Keenan. And there's a launch from SideStepLance.
Beautiful duck. He knows the timing. He breaks the second floor, Boru. SideStepLance is and he doesn't care about the destruction of property here, but Keenan coming back at it. All floors are broken, and it's not even the first. It's still the first round. But Keenan, precarious situation. Wow, good launch.
Ito naman yung tukoy natin. The comeback coming in from Keenan here. Both players with almost equal life here. The down force coming in. SideStepLance manages to put a stop to Keenan's rampage. One round starting off with SideStepLance.
Yeah, SideStepLance got to feel a little confident that he was able to stop the momentum of Keenan, but Keenan coming right back at it with some offense here. Fighting his way to the right side of the stage. Oh, Emo Man finds and hits flush.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. SideStepLance gets the life advantage here. Actually, Keenan in rage once again. Gotta be careful here. The spear comes in, hits him in the ankle. SideStepLance not quite in red. Oh my goodness. Manages to finish things off once again. But now it's the last step. SideStepLance wants that last round. But Keenan, what's he got to say about it?
Yeah, starting out with a slide, very confident by SideStepLance. We see Keenan try to complete that string. Now almost half health is Keenan, trying to find his way back though.
Looking good so far for Keenan, both equalizing the life here. SideStepLance with his back towards the wall, goes for the flip. As I expected, he gets the wall damage as well. Keenan is in the red, however, blocks the slide. He's going to be able to return the damage here. He's going to be able to reach the wall. He used the rage drive. Great effect. Last chance here for SideStepLance.
Oh my gosh, Keenan almost has an exchange. What do we got? SideStepLance!
You win.
SideStepLance moves on, ladies and gentlemen, in one of the most intense matches we've seen today.
Oh my goodness! SideStepLance managed to cross that small gap. Yung talagang pinipigilan siya ni Keenan, and he makes it into the top 4. So congratulations to him for getting into our draft series. Big props to Keenan though. Talagang we saw the clutch factor that he has.
Yeah. And you have to admit, like, the franchise players looking at that, and we're going to check it out in the highlights, you have to actually admit that he does have that comeback factor, and that's something that you'd really appreciate. So do give your shout-outs to Keenan. So he was really able to utilize that comeback factor, that X factor, if you would.
Yeah, it just happened so many times in this match. Talagang with each round, it's always SideStepLance. It's in favor of SideStepLance, and then suddenly Keenan makes a comeback. But here in the first match, this is actually the part where medyo on a struggle pa si Keenan, right?
Right, yeah. This is where we're talking about. He's still getting a feel of it. Goes to a stage of his choice, which is Infinite Azure. Didn't start it out good because, again, those forward twos were sidewalked twice. But this was the comeback factor we were talking about. This is when Keenan was all revved up in full gear for him to be able to take... this was a 3-1, I believe. Still, pretty dominant by Keenan.
Yeah, it was. Talagang he was tight roping the entire time, but he always makes it to the end. And it's just a glorious sight to see how he manages to pull things off right there. And the same story rolls out in the third match. But SideStepLance finally able to finish things off.
And I'm wondering what the franchise players are thinking about, because Gold Standard, you saw now SideStepLance showed that they have that grit, that reset factor in them, for them to be able to clear their head, for them to be able to just negate whatever game plan that didn't work and be able to go back to the drawing board and still manage to come out on top there with that W.
Yeah. And let's take a look at once again at the brackets here. Kasi na-assemble na natin yung top 4, right? We have at the winners bracket Jason, Jetmishima, and then in the lower bracket we have SideStepLance and Gold Standard. So these 4 players are gonna be going into the draft series. So let's take a look at our players in the winner's side.
So we got Jason, ladies and gentlemen, a highlight reel of King. Honestly, we might actually have 2 Kings in the draft series, him and L. So that's going to be well, actually, we will have them, and I would love to see a mirror match between them, because that's going to be very hype. And we see Jason here, 5 defeated, 83% win rate. Again, he's nationals tested, tried and true, ladies and gentlemen.
That's true. Even pati sa mga interview na tried and tested yan, talagang na-experience na namin yung mga interview niya. But let's take a look at his opponent, which is of course Jetmishima, na may Akuma sa likod, na hindi naman Mishima, pero it still, he isn't even using Akuma so far. He's been using Dragunov to great effect. Day 1, 91% win rate, and he's defeated 5 people so far.
Yeah, that's the mix-up, right? You think that he's going to bring out a Mishima, he's going to play 50-50s, he's going to use the Kazuya, the Devil Jin, but no, the Akuma comes out. And that's been the mix-up of the entire Challenger series, really. Like, people asking, who does he main? He mains Akuma.
Yeah. Mind Games, di pa nagsisimula yung laban ng Mind Games. Like, oh my goodness, what is this?
Ooh.
Oh, it came out. What I was hoping for, it's here. Wait.
The Akuma!
It is.
Okay, no, it's Lydia.
Well, it's still surprising to have an Akuma coming out of Jason, considering that we know him as a Jaguar. But yes, the Lydia comes out once again for Jetmishima.
I have to say though, shoutouts to Season 1 Jason, because aside from the Jaguars, he does opt for the Akuma, but we have not seen the Akuma throughout this entire Challenger series. Jetmishima did bring out the Lydia though. Wow, starting out with a down 4.
As far as I remember, this Akuma did not work out very well for him back then, but let's see how much it has evolved. So right now, both of these players, very defensive so far, being very careful. I'm getting confused. I'm thinking Jetmishima is the Akuma, but he's not.
That's true. I mean, yeah, we have to shake that off, because again, it is Jetmishima using the Lydia. Again, this is his, a feeler pick. He goes for the Lydia, or earlier today, the Jin. The fielding got nice up forward there. Like, was able to capitalize, and do you see that sidewalk? Jetmishima though still in the life lead.
Not quite burning that far just yet. Jason does have that. Oh my goodness, he had once in the water, burned it on that Atsu. Oh my goodness, fouls. Jetmishima with
the respect.
Yeah, it's a respectful taunt, actually. It's something that people would actually accept.
Yeah, true. Actually, yeah, it's like the least most aggressive taunt, like, because he's bowing towards you. Yeah, you can't blame him for that. Now we see Block Political Storm there, it goes for the DP. For 2 hits. Oh, the mix-up from heaven and earth.
Oh, here comes Jetmishima. Drops a combo once again. Usually this happens kapag yung mga bagong character na lumalabas, right? Even though they practice with the character, and look at this, Jason. Oh my goodness. This is...
Die 1,000 deaths. Welcome to Tekken, Lydia. But yeah, Akuma's here too.
Yeah, he is. Oh my goodness. Now,
so we see... Yeah, go for it.
Third round coming in from these 2 players here. Oh, there's a huge 1-2 coming in. Oh, and heavy DP from Jason here.
Yeah, quick get out of jail free card there. All right, nice block on Jetmishima. You have to understand also, Jetmishima uses this character, so the defense of Jetmishima is on point, because he knows the shenanigans that Akuma brings to the table.
Definitely, you have to be very careful about those shenanigans, and you have to be wary at all. And speaking of which, that one bar, he burns it immediately. He doesn't get the back one that he wanted, and Jetmishima is going to capitalize off of that. He gets the second round, bows, and goes for the judge. He's like, I'm going to be honorable.
Mental death.
Psych.
Yeah, there we go. So we go Jason now, starting things off pretty strong, but wow, nice jump launch there from Jetmishima. And then, yeah, guys, Lydia can hit like a truck.
Definitely, she has those hits, the damage coming in, of course, and this is a bit of a pattern for new characters. They have some serious damage coming in, and it's showing at the way Lydia is just melting Jason's life right now. That last hit, and there it is. Jetmishima takes the first game.
Yeah, and properly bows this time. No key charge this time, but Jetmishima showing everyone that he has a Lydia. And, you know, I have a feeling like, yeah, when top 4 is already secure, this is the time for you to flex at the franchise players. This is the stage for you guys to, or what Jetmishima is doing is showing what other characters he has. He's already showed us that, you know, we all know him for his Akuma. He did bring out his Dragunov, now a Lydia. So I'm thinking that all these franchise players are looking at what they can bring to the table. And just case in point, when Machine Head brought out that Fakamram, I feel like that was a statement for him to tell everyone, hey guys, I could play top tiers. I'm not just with Elisa and Keys.
That's true. A little bit of showboating, showcasing what they have to offer nga talaga. But then again, it's still pretty dangerous because if you showboat a little bit too much, you might show something bad, like, oh, hindi mo pala alam yung character talaga as much as you'd like. And it might look bad for the franchise player. So these are some risks that these players are taking. And so far for Jetmishima, it's working out for him. He got that win with Lydia.
Yeah, he has. And he's been... I have a feeling that he's saving his Akuma for like really clutch situations. Right now, the Lydia was able to do a lot of damage. Now forcing Jason to rethink, should I go back to the Jaguars, which got me this far? Or should I still stick it out with Akuma? Because it's still a big... like a highlight in your resume if you are applying to any of these franchises that I was able to take Challenger Series, guys. So let's see who he picks.
Let's see indeed. And
this is who we're... Yeah, I brought this up with Kid. Yeah, I was able to talk to Jason, and he does have a Kunimitsu. And Boru, we were talking about this. Could another Kunimitsu player take the Challenger Series?
Yeah, we already had Kunikat take the first Challenger. We had Typhoon take the Academy Series. And there's another Kunimitsu just lying in wait here. Let's see if he can make it happen for Challenger Series 2. Or is Jetmishima going to be able to stifle his dreams with this Lydia?
Wow, again, Jetmishima so on point with that. Block low, then punish. He has the balcony, and now breaks it to go to the second floor. Oh, charges it up. Tried to go for a setup, I believe?
Yeah, that's definitely the case. He wasn't just flexing. There are some strategies that do involve the heat charge, so you gotta be careful with that. Jason, however, is looking to finish things off. There's the power crush coming in. 30 seconds left, and Jetmishima a sliver of life away from being defeated here. And that simple jab is gonna get the first round for Jason.
These guys are fighting. Yeah, they're letting it go. Nice duck there by Jetmishima. Now Jason, you see, is very proficient with the Kunimitsu. It seems like when top 4 happens, we gotta have a Kunimitsu match. It's like Nationals tradition now.
Yeah, that's true. It could be the story of the entire Nationals. Who knows? It might be a Kunimitsu tournament. But still, Jetmishima is piling it. Oh no, my goodness, that get up is gonna spell trouble for Jetmishima. The wall saves him, however, but that quick low finishes things off for Jason.
Yeah, Jason looks so comfortable with his Kunimitsu. The aggression, very calculated, yet still very just overwhelming. Oh wow, nice break there by Jetmishima. You know what? The defense is still being tested here by Jetmishima, and he's been passing.
He definitely has, and now Jason is in trouble. His back is against the wall, and the pressure from Lydia is a bit overwhelming, but still he's fighting back. He's able to fight back to center stage. Good punch from Jetmishima here. Both players with almost equal life. Jetmishima puts Jason into rage. Both players, oh my goodness, there's the finish from Jetmishima. One round finally going his way.
Yeah, he was able to control the chaos that Jason was bringing to the table. Wow, just hits him with those heavy lows. Now Jason worrying, what kind of defensive strategy should I do? Should I watch my legs? But Jetmishima, again, just packs on a lot of damage here for Jason to be in the life deficit.
Immediately, just not giving Jason a chance to breathe here and a chance to go for any of the Kunimitsu shenanigans. But still, look at this. The movement from Jetmishima puts Jason into the corner. This is trouble for him. Goes for the throw. Manages to get the side twist, and now Jetmishima is in the heat here. Oh my goodness. Oh, got it! Oh, that is it. Jason evens things out. One match apiece between these two players. This is a hot match, watch.
Yeah, man. I wonder now what Jetmishima is thinking. The Lydia match it worked out at the start, but now it seems like this Kunimitsu is a bigger problem than the original Akuma. So will his original main come out, which is Akuma for Jetmishima. It's so weird. I can't blame Raph and Kid for dwelling like that's the biggest mix-up ever.
Yeah.
The main of Jetmishima.
It's a bit of a level up here considering that we had Akuma earlier. So I was constantly double checking the names. Like, no, it's Jason. It's Jason. Yeah.
Jason. It's Jason. Jason.
Yeah.
Jason is the Akuma now. But Jason not sporting the Jaguar, sporting the Kunimitsu here in top 4. So the Lydia match didn't work out. And usually, I know Jason did, Jetmishima entered a tournament. And if the Lydia match doesn't work out, he goes to the Akuma. And now today, went to the Dragunov.
So it's just going to be a case on who he's more comfortable using against Kunimitsu. Kung yung Akuma ba? Or if it's going to be the Dragunov. Now, this is an interesting story so far because as we mentioned earlier, yung mga nanalo ng mga previous qualifiers natin were all Kunimitsus. So this is a chance for Jetmishima to show that talagang kaya niyang lampasan yung Kunimitsu barrier, right? There's a reason that Kunimitsu is so strong. She has a lot of tricks and you need to be really familiar with the ins and outs of the character to deal with him. And if Jetmishima can accomplish that, that's already a statement. I don't care that you're using Kunimitsu. I'm gonna be able to beat you.
Yeah, I like that because in my head I was thinking this is Jetmishima's time to show he has a Kunimitsu. I'm kidding.
that's also good.
But I don't know. I don't think he has one. I think he might either go for the Akuma, the Dragunov, or heck, maybe even try the Lydia once again because again we're starving for Lydia matches. She's a very welcome addition to the roster.
Definitely.
And so I wonder if he might be the Lydia of the Nationals.
I'm looking forward to that actually. She's really new. Talagang a few weeks ago lang siya lumabas, right?
Right, yeah.
Very recently. And it's always exciting when new characters come out. And especially in the pro leagues, in this super high level competition, dito lumalabas yung adaptive capability ng mga players. Whether or not they can make use of the character to the best of its ability kaagad, like the earlier that they're able to do it, the better. Especially when it comes to understanding the character, so they won't get tripped up by random shenanigans that some people are going to take advantage of.
Ooh, he's sticking to his guns, sticking to the Prime Minister of Poland. We're going into Lydia.
I like it. Makes the switch para walang pressure with the stage, goes for the open space. And now this is going to be the deciding factor of who's going to be waiting in the grand finals.
Yeah, I'm excited. Let's see. He took some time to think about it, so I think Jetmishima just recounted his strategies there. They trade at the start. Now we see a more calculated approach, not going for anything too big is Jetmishima.
He did press in the middle of that string, eats that third hit, and now Jason with a slight advantage here. There's the break once again, goes for the low is Jason. He's just piling it on, but that hop kick, Jetmishima doesn't follow up.
Yeah, just retreats there. Again, just getting the hop kick alone was victory enough. Goes to the forward 4-3 follow-up. Now it is Jason, but watch out for that frost slide approach. Kunimitsu has those Noctis-like tools. Nice low parry by Jason.
Oh my goodness, can he make the finish here? Goes for the warp strike, and he does get it. Oh my goodness, Jason with that first round. Jetmishima has to rethink his strategies here.
Yeah, Jason just showing the proficiency he has with his Kunimitsu. Jetmishima now huge. Again, like we said, Lydia can hit like a truck. And Jason at rage already.
Immediately, ang bilis. Talagang natunaw yung life niya dun, and now Jetmishima is looking good, but Jason is not retreating here. Tries to go for some stuff here to even things out, but Jetmishima lands that final hit. Goes for the bow as well, just piling on that mental damage.
Yeah, again, it does rack up. You can say like we're having fun and all that, but you know what? Those bows, those taunts, they kind of do a toll on you, some one way or another. So also he's testing the mental fortitude of Jason, but then again, he's also survived season 1 of the Nationals. Nice salvo here by Jetmishima. Now Jason in the red.
That was the quick trick there coming in from Jetmishima. Jason with his back towards the wall this time around, and a quick blow from Jetmishima actually snuffs out any chance for Jason to make a comeback. It's a 1 round remaining for Jetmishima here.
Now Jason in the back foot here. Jetmishima 1 round away, as you mentioned, and now just backing away slowly is Jason, trying to recount his option, but Jetmishima sidestepping away from any offense.
Looking good. Both players with almost equal life here. Finishes the string as Jetmishima and Jason just trying to sneak in those pokes just to keep things equal here. Both of these players finding the hits that they want. Huge damage to Jetmishima puts Jason into range here. 30 seconds left on the clock. Can Jetmishima close it out?
Now Jason still fighting with some rage. Oh, the Hurricane Rana was not broken. Jetmishima does have rage, but very careful. Oh, just one follow-up and it is done. Jetmishima moving on and bowing at him.
It's like, I feel like Jetmishima is like super used to bringing out that bow and that key charge after.
I think he has one button ready for it.
Could be, but really well played for him using a brand new character to defeat a Kunimitsu actually. So let's take a look at that once again. This match between Jetmishima and Jason.
So we have to also take a note here. Akuma was by Jason. Again,
yes,
that kind
once
of
again.
discombobulated me. And I'm like, oh yeah, this isn't Jetmishima using the Lydia. So as you mentioned, Poro, you know what? We were looking forward to seeing Lydia. Jetmishima granted that match to us. And now, you know what? Maybe this could be the first winner that we're going to have that isn't a Kunimitsu main.
Now, who knows, right?
User.
Who knows, right? I mean, he's still going to compete in the grand final. So who knows? Maybe he suddenly switches to a Kunimitsu and just shocks everything in this world. But yeah, a good choice actually for Jetmishima going for the wall-less stage early after this one, right, later on, because in this match he really struggled when the pressure is on against him, and Jason made very good use of those high stress situations.
One thing is for sure, though, Jason is a very dangerous Kunimitsu. For him to be able to, take one over Jetmishima's Lydia, which has already been a tried and tested Lydia. That's insane. And this was also a back and forth battle, but then again, the infinite stage really played to Jetmishima's favor here, really defensively snuffing all the options of Jason for him to get that victory.
Medyo mas presko talaga yung stage. Talaga nakakakalma yung Infinite Azure. Even the music is really good. So it worked well for Jetmishima, and congratulations to him. Actually, really good stuff, showing off that Lydia, a really new character, and still making full use of the character. So congratulations to him. May isa pang chance si Jason, though. He's just going to the losers bracket.
Yep. So we're gonna check out the brackets in just a bit because we still have some players waiting there. So we're gonna be, I guess we're gonna be seeing. We're going to be seeing the match between SideStepLance and Gold Standard. But we digress because we have to take a very short break, ladies and gentlemen. Please don't go anywhere. More of the Nationals when we return.
Muling nagbabalik ang The Nationals Season 3 Tekken 7 Conference. My name is Porcon, and I'm joined by my co-caster Poch Spice, and sobrang tindi ng mga labanan so far in this day. We already have our top 4, and now we're moving on to the losers.
Yeah, we're moving on to the top 4. We already saw an amazing match happen between Jason and Jetmishima. Jetmishima is moving on. He will be in grand finals, but we still have a match on the lower bracket, which is SideStepLance versus Gold Standard. The winner of that will be facing Jason. Now, we talked about SideStepLance and Gold Standard. They had very momentum-based matches. And what's very interesting here is that they were able to seize that momentum. They got the first one, second one, they didn't get that match, but here they showed some resiliency. This is SideStepLance, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, SideStepLance really working hard for that match, but he's up against Gold Standard, yet another powerhouse in this competition so far. Look at that 100% win rate. That Leo, not the Shaheen in the background, by the way. Yung Leo niya ang nakakatakot. Talagang in the face of some of the most aggressive opponents, he managed to out-aggress them and still come out on top. So this is going to be an amazing battle between these two players.
We were talking about how Jetmishima betrayed us all, that he doesn't use a Mishima, but what's Gold Standard doing not using Shaheen?
We want that Shaheen.
But, yeah, just kidding. But as you mentioned, Gold Standard being able to out-aggressive, outplay, out-defend the opponents that he's facing. Like, he's really able to play at any pace that suits perfect him. And he did run into some trouble with Jason, so there's a storyline brewing there because he wants to be able to rectify that in that sense. And if he wants to do that, SideStepLance is the first step.
Mm-hmm. Definitely. And SideStepLance is not going to go down that easily.
Oh,
we've seen how he fights back. Even in the most ferocious clutch clutch players. Like earlier when he was up against Keenan, and Keenan was just kept bringing it back. He was calm enough to finally take the step it takes to get past Keenan, basically. So that's a trait that you want in a player na in the face of such an overwhelming opponent, kayang-kaya niyang makabangon.
And also, as we mentioned before, being a loyalist to Lee, we're talking about how Lee is a very execution-heavy character with, again, your execution needs to be on point, and he still has not shied away from that character, so you gotta admire him for that. Also, looking at Gold Standard, he has not switched characters. He is one of the only people here in the Challenger Series that has stuck to his main and has not faltered whatsoever, and he's here in the top 4.
SideStepLance does that as well, though, with this Lee. So
Yes.
this is a battle of loyalists din talaga. And it's going to be interesting to see how it turns out between these two players, considering na sobrang ganda ng performance nila here in the conference, and they've definitely shown their worth. Na talagang they belong here in the top 4. They belong in the draft series, and they are contenders to enter the pro league here in the nationals. So let's see kung sino ang mananaig dito sa dalawang manlalaro natin. No,
Are you kidding me? We were just talking about loyalists.
So much for loyalism. Wait. Loyalty.
But, this is what we're talking about, right? Top 4, you want to be able to showcase what characters you got. You want to be able to look good for your potential teammates, especially before the draft series, for you to win this. And if you can win this with a character that you haven't used, that's also another thing that these franchise players will consider. SideStepLance trying to go for something cheeky there, but Gold Standard was ready.
Sidewinder for SideStepLance there just lies down, and now he's eating so much damage here. He's probably sweating with this lay, but here it is. He's trying to, do the lay wiggle to get into the rhythm of things. Good duck from Gold Standard, doesn't get anything, but still gets that rising for punish. Last chance for SideStepLance. Not a chance here. Gold Standard finishes things off with the first round.
Can I just say that Gold Standard doesn't seem shocked by this pick. He's still playing his game plan, but SideStepLance is that low pair.
Indeed, very good, very well read there by SideStepLance, as well as on that low. Gold Standard, huge amount to find here with that damage. Wow. Just in the air with the can, so not going to be able to convert to a combo. Both players with almost equal life.
Ooh, Gold Standard calculating his offense, but look at that. SideStepLance is able to get him out of the air there. See now, movement. Oh, nice block by Gold Standard.
Yep, that's it. Gold Standard takes the second round here. As you mentioned, Pochi is definitely calculating and just keeping calm in the face of the Lei Wulong. And that's something that you have to be wary about, considering how many tricks Lei Wulong has in his sleeves here. And SideStepLance already in trouble here, almost in range.
Oh, just go for that missile dropkick out of range. Wow, gets the splat from the wall and the wall break. Gold Standard still with a big life lead. Nice follow-up there. SideStepLance on his last leg. And Gold Standard hitting him with that 2-hit string for him to gain the first match. Man, again, momentum-based.
Momentum-based indeed. And SideStepLance just was unable to swing the momentum in his favor. And this is what we were talking about earlier. Showing off what you can do, the characters that you have. It's nice. It's nice if you can get some results or some favorable performances out of that. But that was not the best performance that we've seen from SideStepLance so far.
Yes.
Talagang ready si Gold Standard dun sa
he was
late
ready.
pick. Yeah.
He was not phased by it at all. I think maybe SideStepLance wanted to throw him off with a bit of curveball there because he is known for his Lee Chaolan.
Changes the
so
letter.
Maybe wanted changes one letter, right? And this makes all the difference. But it just shows the Gold Standard has been preparing, and he is sticking to his game plan of just utilizing what his best tools are. Just waiting for you to be a bit reckless, whiff something, maybe block something really big, and he's ready for the punish.
This is an advantage na meron yung mga character loyalists, right? Yung mga talagang they've spent years mastering their characters. They know the ins and outs. They can move their characters as if they were moving their own bodies talaga. And that's what makes them really strong. In this case, such a huge part of that victory and his previous victories as well. That's a part of the victories that Gold Standard has able to earn so far.
Right, and now the question is SideStepLance going for the lead pick again? Or will he stick it out with the late? Because again, best of 3. Race to 2, ladies and gentlemen. A lot is on the
Oh, there
line.
it is.
Going with Mr. Excellent himself, Lee Chaolan comes into the fray.
Yeah, I knew that he was gonna come back to the lead. Talagang after that performance with Lei, he's probably laughing it off like, no, let's not do this.
Yeah.
Let's not do this. Let's bring back the Lee. Let's show what we can do. Let's take out Gold Standard. But Gold Standard is not gonna let that happen. And we're going here in the Negan stage. It's pretty large. When wall carry comes into mind, Leo does have some decent wall carry.
It does. So now let's see. Wow, nice magic 4 there by SideStepLance. Who knows? Maybe Lei could be his feeling out character, but that's not favorable there. But Gold Standard is in the life deficit.
Low parry coming in from SideStepLance is going to make that deficit even larger here. The rage and the quick mid kick coming in from SideStepLance gets him that first round.
Yeah, this is the type of game he wants, right? You can see the comfort pick. You can see how he's moving more comfortably with this Lee Chaolan, using the offensive tools. Hitman, wow, steps to the back of the foot, and Gold Standard gets the wall as well.
Ang sakit ng damage na nilabas ni Leo in that sequence, but SideStepLance gets the wall once again, is able to get a low parry as well. He also has those leads. Gets the corner here with Gold Standard, puts the pressure here. Good movement from Gold Standard here, but the kicks, the third and fourth hit coming from SideStepLance finish things off.
See, SideStepLance says that Lei was all part of the plan. He needed that feeling out process. Now he's with the Lee, his final form here. And now you see that Gold Standard was a little shy from that low. Nice follow-up there with that rocket kick. And we see that SideStepLance is dominating so far in the early seconds.
Yes, Gold Standard not shying away though, putting SideStepLance right next to the wall. It's a fight for position supremacy, and there is a rising 2 from Gold Standard. Beautifully placed. SideStepLance is right next to the wall. This time, there's the Leo Hell Sweep. One last hit, 30 seconds left, and a long range low coming in from Gold Standard.
That was that range on that low was super long and very beautifully utilized by Gold Standard. Now, SideStepLance has to wake up here. He needs one more round to tie things up. Can't let Gold Standard get away with the momentum too far.
And so far, Gold Standard does have it as well as the life advantage. But SideStepLance, good position here. Goes for the slide. The side switches here. Both players with almost full life.
And you see the Hitman stances are coming out, him moving, sidestepping, so Gold Standard has to use those tracking moves. Oh, wow, look at that. And now Gold Standard with a low parry, but
Is this going to be it? Can he finish the deal? Is this going to hit? It does! And that should be more than enough. Gold Standard ties it up 2 rounds apiece.
Final round.
Oh man, SideStepLance in a very troublesome situation. Attacks the legs right away just to get a little bit of the life lead to take some resources away from Gold Standard.
That is going to really hurt for Gold Standard here, but still, he's not backing away. He is playing a little bit more careful, but still, oh, there's the parry once again from SideStepLance. He's feeling himself. He has the read on Gold Standard. He's trying to shave away. A few more hits left for Gold Standard, but Gold Standard piling on the damage.
Oh, there it goes for the slide right away. A SideStepLance taking it to Gold Standard 1 apiece. Again, even though they're secured for the top 8, these players still want that victory. They still want that grand final spot, and you can see that they're all leaving it on the line.
That is definitely the case. Talagang gusto nilang i-push pa yung mga sarili nila, right? Because the more that they compete at these high levels, they're really evolving, and it's a good way na rin to really test out yung mga magiging kalaban nila in the draft series. These two have already made it in, so most probably they're going to be facing each other. So these players that are competing right now here at the top of the Challenger series, they really want to learn as much as possible about the mentalities of their opponents. Kahit na pabago-bago yung mga characters nila, they will have those tendencies and they want to figure those out.
And as they figure that out, we're actually, in the best seats in the house here and people watching at home, because we're witnessing that journey, their evolution. If you watched in the first day, SideStepLance did join and he didn't make it to the top 8. Gold Standard was so close to making it to the top 4, and here he is now. And both these players want to march their way to grand finals. So this really is indeed the path to pro for all these players.
Oh my God, the path to pro ang liga ng mga kampiyon. And oh my goodness, it's just amazing to see the growth of these players talaga. And it's now such a tight situation here between these two players. One match apiece, and they still want to go to the grand finals. This is the time to really bring out what they can right now, right? With the Leo and with the Lee.
What they can bring out is the Kunimitsu.
Please, please. I mean, that would be fine, I guess, kind of.
Gold standard with the Kunimitsu? I think he's going to stick with the Leo.
Oh, look
With
at
the
that. Something completely different. You know, really shattering the whole loyalty thing here, but brings out the Jin Kazama.
Okay, so the first Jin we saw didn't really work out, and that was for Jetmishima. Now let's see if he'll be able to change that trend that happened today. Now gold standard Jin, ladies and gentlemen. I haven't seen this in a while.
And so far, not really working. SideStepLance unfazed by the character chain. Displaying the usual lead gold standards here, trying to get into gear here. Gets that counter hit forward 4, but unable to capitalize.
Okay, now gets another just 4 there. Oh, wow! SideStepLance with that launch.
Very good stuff. Finishes it off with a running 3-4, and SideStepLance with the first round. Gold standard has to get himself into gear with this Jin Kazama looking a little bit stiff here.
Yeah, you said it right. He needs to be able to adjust. He has to get out the Leo game plan and start sticking to the Jin game plan for him to implore the strengths of Jin, which is that parry, that hook fist, and the excellent punishing game. Now we see gold standard again. It is SideStepLance that takes that second round.
This is the struggle when you're switching a character at such a late part of the tournament. It takes a lot of effort to really switch your mentality between characters, and it's not working out for gold standard so far. Oh, but that hook fist is gonna help him out.
He's got the execution, and now you got it. No, gets the axe kick, and now gold standard putting SideStepLance in rage with a lot of time left on the clock.
And that jab with the finish, mabawi na si gold standard. Mukhang nararamdaman na niya yung Jin. Dumadaloy na yung Jin sa dugo niya ngayon. And oh my goodness, a low parry from gold standard. Beautiful start to this round. Can he keep up the momentum?
Oh, God, tried to go for that grab. Now we see, again, SideStepLance, able to convert that, able to get a lot of damage. And just 15 seconds, Jin is already in half-life. Oh,
there it is.
It up.
Oh, the signature on SideStepLance here. One last chance for gold standard. He has to find a good hit here before 4 comes out. SideStepLance with a quick slide to finish things off. And that is the second match for SideStepLance, moving on to the losers finals. Congratulations to him.
And congratulations also to the gold standard. Made it to the top 4 and made a statement there. You saw the Jin there. There was that potential. And it's just that, it was SideStepLance's Lee was already warm and in the oven. It was ready to go. I think that Jin just needed a little more time because we saw some success there with that parry, with that hook fist, and we're going to see that in the highlights as we get into that now.
That is the case. But he wasn't using Jin earlier, though. He was on that Leo. And we saw just how ready he was with the surprise pick of SideStepLance of this leg.
Yeah, for sure. He wasn't unfazed at all. And he knew the Leo matchup. He really just stuck to his game plan. He didn't even falter and just kept going. He kept doing what he did to get to this dance, which was, the Leo, just the offensive tools. But then one SideStepLance shifted gears, went with the Lee. So dominant.
It definitely the comfort that Lee brings para kay SideStepLance for SideStepLance. It really played in his favor. Talagang he's unstoppable. He's unstoppable when it comes to this Lee Chaolan, and it shows. But still, gold standard was able to fight back. After all, this Leo is his main, right? So talagang naibalik niya.
And it was real close here. It was neck and neck. And that baseball slide, that slide of Lee, has got to be one of the signature moves of SideStepLance to close out those rounds. And we see that it's so fast. His execution on it as well. And this was the highlight for the Jin, right? He was able to get with that low parry down, got the hook kick there. And we see, some shades of like a Jin main, if you would, with gold standard that he was able to use his character. But look at the slide. He's gonna close it out, just coming in, bam.
It's like an appeal to whoever is a Jin player in the franchise players. Baka may gustong turuan. But yes, that is a bit of a statement. Yeah.
That's a good insight, actually. I think he made a statement there. Like, oh, someone maybe the Jin's here. You could definitely help out. But we digress, ladies and gentlemen. Let's check out the brackets as we move on in this tournament.
So once again, we already had our top 4. Pasok na si Gold Standard, even though he has just been eliminated by SideStepLance. But now we're going to be moving on to the losers finals, where Jason and SideStepLance will be facing off, and the winner will be facing off the person waiting in the grand finals, which is Jetmishima. So here is our first fighter, Jason.
Jason, behind him is that Jaguar. He has another Jaguar in the form of Armor King. He has the Akuma. He also has a Kunimitsu, ladies and gentlemen, the top 4 staple in the Nationals. So, again, tried and tested Nationals player. He's been through the first conference of Season 1, and he has done some damage and gained some XP. So you can actually say he's the big dog here, but it was Jetmishima that sent him to losers. So now that's why he has to be facing the guy we just saw before, which is SideStepLance.
Yeah, so SideStepLance still hot off of his match against Gold Standard, and he did show that surprising Lei Wulong. I'm not sure if he's gonna be bringing it back, but if he does go for the Lee, it's going to be troublesome for Jason, despite how dominant Jason has been in his previous matches. Yung laban niya kanina with Jetmishima, super close, but still, SideStepLance is definitely somebody to watch out for.
Oh yeah, all the top 4, actually the entire top 8, they all had potential. So it's definitely not a time for them to rest on their laurels and just relax for now, because even when you qualify in the top 4, the work does not stop. The work actually begins, because you got eyes on you at the start from top 4, and you have to prepare for that draft series for you to be able to draft it to the franchise league.
That draft series, which will be, of course, live on One Sports and One Sports Plus this May 2021. So make sure to watch yung mga nakapasok sa Challenger 1, sa Academy 1, isa lang pa yung Academy series natin. And yung right now, our 4 players who just made it here in Challenger 2.
Exactly. So, again, really intense moment here. We see SideStepLance. I don't know. I don't think he's going to go to the Lei anymore. That didn't work out so well. The Lee is already warmed up. His timing, his execution, his slides seem to be very on point. Now, it's a question of Jason's character, though, because we did see him sport different characters. I'm not sure if maybe he has one more in his back pocket. We're not even sure he's going to use.
Maybe. And one thing to consider para kay Jason is the fact na yung usual training grounds ni SideStepLance, pudo ng Jaguar. So,
you're right.
It's a dangerous thing to pick a Jaguar against SideStepLance, because most probably he's already used to it.
That's true. He's a Jaguar tamer, if that makes sense, because he's fought he's been his sparring mates, Rock and Roll, like all those guys, like the Kings of Manila. He's definitely used to that. So I guess that's another factor that Jason has to consider. Maybe he might bring out the Akuma, Kunimitsu. Oh man, I'm still excited to see Kunimitsu matches, but it's very interesting to see actually the trends. Right, in season 1 we saw a lot of Geeses. Geese Steves, right? The pick rate. And then in the previous season, season 2, we saw a lot of Leroys. Not so much Falcom Roms, though, but a lot of Leroys. Now, this season seems to be the season of Kunimitsu.
Oh, yeah. Definitely, considering the amount of success that Kunimitsu has brought so far dito sa the Nationals, the winner of the Challenger 1, of the Academy, and right now, Jason, we saw yung Kunimitsu niya earlier. And it's no slouch. Talagang he is familiar to some degree dito sa character na to. And I wonder if SideStepLance is familiar enough with Kunimitsu to be able to fully deal with it. Because that's the thing with new characters. Kunimitsu, she's been out for a while, but she's still relatively new. So,
right.
And she's really tricky as well. So it takes a long time to actually get used to her.
Exactly. And especially in high level, Kunimitsu players can tell if you don't know how to defend against her dash-ins, as well as the grabs and all that. So it's very interesting to see. And also on the flip side, if Jason is comfy with the Lee matchup, because again, Lee mains out there are very rare to find.
Yeah, parang 5 lang yata. Throughout the world.
Count them with your hand, yeah. Throughout the world.
Shout out sa 5 Lee main dyan.
Yeah, shout out to everyone around the world. And I mean, we talked to Cooneycat. I believe that was weeks ago, and we were asking where was his Lee, and he said that his Lee doesn't feel like the Lee of old. That's why he shifted to Kunimitsu. So again, shout outs to all the Lees out there, still supporting the characters, still maining them. Because again, it's no walk in the park using that character.
Talagang, since the very start, Lee has never been in the spotlight, di ba? Talaga, he's a bit of a, what do you call it, a backdoor pick or something, a secret pick. And not everybody uses the character, but still, he has managed to make it work so far. And look at this, the match has already started. Jason on that Steve.
Wow, okay. Shout out to Steve. Mains out there. As Coffee Friend said, Steve Mains are not dead. Very viable character, and we see 2 rounds in the hole for Jason.
Looking good with that Steve Fox, considering that SideStepLance is already on that Lee Chaolan. Looks like it's working well. Good high crush there coming from SideStepLance, getting that damage in the early part.
Okay, tries to go for it once again. Jason now almost at rage. SideStepLance trying to gets the power crush. One more makes up with do it. Just goes for the low while he's down. Okay, SideStepLance with the violence. Different character.
It is definitely a different character. Yeah, but you know, this is an interesting pick from Jason, considering boxers Steve puro punches, and SideStepLance has that punch parry, so it's a bit of a it's a dangerous choice here from Jason.
Yeah, he's got to watch out for the timing of that reverse, that parry. Oh, wow, counter hit by SideStepLance.
Looking good, that wall carry kahit walang wall, just going all the way into the distance here.
Come on here, 30 seconds left on the clock. Nice break by SideStepLance, and the block as well. Tries to go for that power crush once again.
Last chance here for SideStepLance. He is in the red. Good block from Jason, and the Wildman for the punish. Takes that first game over SideStepLance with this Steve Fox.
Yeah, incredible. Actually, I'm trying to recall our time in Season 1. Has he ever brought out a Steve?
I don't think so. I think he's brought out an Akuma, but most of the time, he's always stuck with the Jaguar pick. Talagang, syempre ang taas ng level ng competition kapag nasa Pro League ka na. So he had no choice but to stick to his guns and kung saan siya mas magaling. And this is an impressive Steve Fox so far.
Very impressive. Very impressive Steve Fox. It just shows that in his time away from the Pro League, away from Season 2, he was really able to pick up other characters and really grind out. And you saw that he was able to take a match out of SideStepLance with that Steve. And this is nerfed Steve, ladies and gentlemen. So this is the changes already.
Yeah, that's
just
true.
saying.
You can't say that. Oh, it's Steve. He's a powerhouse character. No.
Was that you that mentioned he's not Steve, he's Steve, not S anymore?
It's not me. It's Raph. So shout out to him. Yeah.
Shout out to Raph. Okay.
Yeah, but that's definitely the case, and he's fighting against a full force SideStepLance as well. With this Lee Chaolan. So there's no holding back from SideStepLance. He's in with his main character. He's comfortable here. But apparently, Jason has this powerhouse Steve. So let's see if SideStepLance is going to change his character. Maybe go back to the late. But kind of highly doubt that.
Yeah, his Lee still did some work, so he's still sticking to the Violet.
Wait, it's not Lee.
He wasn't using Lee.
He doesn't believe in Lee. It's Violet now. And going to the Forgotten Realm, the place of comfort for SideStepLance.
Round 1.
Both of them are in Violet.
Oh, looking good so far. Oh. Okay, so there's a slide once again from SideStepLance. Gets a running to just apply a bit of pressure here, but good job.
Wow. The execution on SideStepLance, excellent stuff there. Just able to get that. Oh, nice block by Jason here. Again, it gets the beatdown punch, follows it up with that low.
It was the side switch here. Kind of confused me with the names earlier, but still, back one coming in. If there's the trip up coming in from Jason here, putting SideStepLance into the rage and finishes him off with another one. So first round going to Jason.
Yeah, so far no floor breaks as of yet. Jason just playing. Okay, big boy combo. No, he just wants to break it. He wants to use the real estate. Pretty smart move there by Jason, taking away the floors from SideStepLance.
It's a resource that you want to take advantage of. Kasi it really opens up so many possibilities when it comes to combos. The damage that they can deal. But look at that. SideStepLance was ready that time for the dirty boxing coming in. Jason and SideStepLance feeling himself with that key charge.
He was. Okay, yeah, he's definitely feeling this Violet. Now, we see a grab. Okay. The underhook throw there by Jason. Now still on the hunt. Jason now. Oh, wow. Another combo here.
Jason really favoring those steps there, like the illegal move for boxing, instead of the other lows that Steve has in his arsenal. But it did work earlier on. It's a bit dangerous though. And now Jason breaks the final floor, takes it downstairs. 30 seconds left on the clock. And the magic 4 comes in for SideStepLance. Is he going to be able to finish things off here? And yes.
Yes, he does. One more round away. SideStepLance really feeling himself. It's, yeah, we barely, I forgot that he brought up the leg because this leech out, this Violet has been doing a lot of the work here and now collects the damage here to get to the wall.
Oh, what? Something? Got the back turn set up there. SideStepLance showing his knowledge on this lead Shaolan. Not gonna be phased here. A low parry as well comes in. SideStepLance feeling himself on this lead Shaolan. Can get the finish and the wall helps him out. One match going to SideStepLance evens things out.
Man, he was so crisp there. Even though you did see some success there from Jas and Steve, SideStepLance able to get away from those scrambles, able to, once he got to the wall, get that back turn combo. Excellent stuff. He's so good with Lee that, yeah, as you said, the character loyalists, it's like an extension of themselves, that they move in such a flow-like state. They know how to capitalize on combos. They know how to maximize what situation they're in.
Yeah, you're gonna be surprised pag na-meet mo si SideStepLance. Nag-hitman stance talaga yan in real life. Whoa.
he might pull something. I don't know. It's a pretty hard stance to keep holding, right?
Yeah, but yeah, definitely the experience and the knowledge, talagang it shows sa mga play nila when it comes to these character loyalists. But he did switch earlier. He does have that lay, and nakita naman natin yung comparison, right? When he switched to the lay, which he has not as much experience compared to his Lee, he was very stiff, right? So hindi siya masyado nakakagalaw, and it shows the effects of experience.
Yeah, so now the question is gonna be thrown at Jason. Who will he be bringing to the table? I guess he respects the Jaguar experience of SideStepLance for him to not bring the Jaguar out right away. Will he go back to it? Because again, like you said, you know, him in the Pro League in Season 1, he needed to go with his comfort pick, which is the Jaguars.
It might be the case again this time. Ang taas na ng level dito. Oh, it is. He does bring out the Jaguar. It's Armor King coming out from Jason.
So interesting. Yeah, it's Armor King, not King, because I'm sure he has a lot of matchup experience with King. Armor King might be the wild card here for SideStepLance.
A lot of people think na, uy, parehas ang Jaguar. They're both named King, that they're similar. No, definitely not. They're very different. Armor King plays a little bit more of a striker compared to King, so that might be the key in this match against SideStepLance.
Yeah, a lot of, you know, I swear the Challenger Series is just a plethora of Kings out there. Oh, goes for the slide now. And you see SideStepLance still not being deterred by this Armor King pick. Oh, Dark Upper.
Very well placed Dark Upper there for Jason. Gonna push to the wall a little bit too short there on the Blackjack combination. SideStepLance is in the red here. He's on a tightrope. He has to survive in this round if he wants to take it. And look at that power crush. Jason really knows how to work that move.
Dang, that was such a good call there by Jason. Really making sure that he knows when to pull out the power crush when he has the resources to spare. And you saw it SideStepLance. Oh, wow, gets the grab. Oh, goes for the pile driver.
Huge damage against SideStepLance. A giant swing as well coming in. Good tech from SideStepLance reduces the damage a little bit, so not hanging and not giving him an extra inch here. And now Jason untouched so far, looking good. SideStepLance has a lot of ground to cover.
He does, and it's almost halfway through the round, so a lot to work with. In SideStepLance's corner, wow, gets the splat, continues it, but no, they switch things up. Still, no one in advantage here. Jason now in the red.
The comeback here, good punish from Jason. Oh, that's the range drive, and SideStepLance was ready for it. One round apiece, neck to neck, these two players.
SideStepLance. Now we see the slide. Oh, but look at that. Jason knows the punish there. Goes for the spike power bomb. And now Jason working on some real estate advantage. They switch sides.
Giant swing not gonna work this time around. SideStepLance putting Jason in the corner. Not gonna work a second time, says SideStepLance. Jason not quite ready. Oh, he's gonna get the blue sparks. Gonna reach the wall as well. Oh, good break from SideStepLance. Both players full life. 30 seconds left on the clock. The jabs come in and the running throw from Jason. Point blank lands on SideStepLance.
Jason has been on point in those scrambles, but this is SideStepLance. He has that X factor come back with excellent power crush there to the shoulder by Jason. Jason now calculating his offense, making sure he doesn't get into too much trouble, get into that blender. SideStepLance. Look at that block slide.
Good presence of mind from Jason coming in here. The backjack combination as well, piling on the damage. SideStepLance with a bit of a life deficit here, but he's trying to make that comeback. That counter hit is gonna pay dividends, and now we're down to the final round between these two players. Jason versus SideStepLance. Who will move on?
Or both of them want to punch a date with Jetmishima here. Both of them got served losses by Jetmishima, and they want to rectify that. And we see that SideStepLance is on the hunt here, is in the life lead, but for how long? Oh my gosh, Jason in huge trouble here.
Oh my goodness, the flip coming in from SideStepLance as well. There it is again, the running throw from Jason, just flexing the skills. Oh my goodness, and that is going to be it. SideStepLance is the one to move on. Is it? 2-1?
Yeah,
it is.
It's 2-1. It's 2-1. It's 2-1. Yeah. Oh wow. But yeah, that felt like a back and forth. You know, he did. We're gonna see the highlights in just a bit, ladies and gentlemen. What a journey, but for SideStepLance though, excellent stuff, and able to take it to one of the nationals' known players, which is Jason. Still, congratulations to him because he's got a big road ahead of him for the draft series. All these players do. But let's check out the handiwork of SideStepLance.
Oh my goodness. SideStepLance always leaves me breathless talaga. And it's crazy that Jason, with his Steve Fox pick, the very surprising Steve Fox picks, was able to take down this Violet. So it's insane.
Poro, I have to bring up the fact that he was one of your predictions to make it, right? So SideStepLance really living up to, you know, the everything. To be honest, like the highlight reel of his Lee Chaolan is so impressive that I'm sure that aside from the fans watching, a lot of the pro players have to take notice as well that this is a lead of fear.
Definitely the case. And I'm not sure if we have a lead player in the franchise players here yet again. So,
yeah, his name is SideStepLance.
Oh, maybe it is. Maybe it is.
maybe.
Yeah, definitely. He just shows that he can perform even at such a high level. You know, it's one thing to get there, but to be able to actually produce results at such a high pressure environment, it's a completely different thing. And SideStepLance is showing that he can do it.
And just to just also to highlight Jason as well with the Jaguar, excellent choice going to the Jaguar for him to be able to really try to take it to SideStepLance. But man, I think the engines were running already. He was so on point with all the movement options, all the offensive options from Lee, that he was really able to take that. Even in clutch situations, he was able to bring it back. That wall situation was so good for SideStepLance.
Jason definitely showed amazing stuff with his armor king, right? And even so far, even though he's already out of the competition here, he has shown so many things. He's a very good Jaguar player, and he has a plethora of characters right now. Oh my goodness. So yeah, it's been a long road, ladies and gentlemen. Ang kanina pa tayo lumalaban dito sa The National. So let's take a look kung nasaan na tayo ngayon in the brackets.
And I can't wait to see this because we finally have our grand finals from 8. Now it's down to 2 players, which is Jetmishima and SideStepLance. And mind you, SideStepLance has a big task ahead of him because, again, he took the longest road, Boru. He was the first one down in losers. He fought against BuLLy, fought against Keenan, fought against Gold Standard, fought against Jason, and now the final boss for SideStepLance is Jetmishima, and Jetmishima has yet to be served a loss.
Yeah, which means dalawa ang life bar ni Jetmishima. Surprise, may second form ako. You have to reset the bracket. Okay, so, yeah.
Yeah, so as you said, like the final form, which is Jetmishima, for him to be able to win here. Again, SideStepLance has to reverse it. So here is the player profile, ladies and gentlemen. Don't let those pretty eyes fool you. He is a very dangerous Akuma player, Dragunov player, and now Lydia player.
Yes, surprise, may Lydia tayo kaagad this early in the stage of Tekken 7 season, in this season of Tekken 7, right? Considering that she's a really new character. So let's take yung kalaban niya on the other hand, no fancy tricks, just sticking with the Lee. Maybe one fancy trick that didn't quite work out with the Lee. But the Lee, that one good trick that he does have is just super effective and super strong.
Yeah, you have to also consider that SideStepLance right now, I believe, is in that flow state, right? He was able to play extensively. Now the endurance is going to be tested, and let's see how long he can achieve this, because again, like you said, he's going to have to reset it against Jetmishima, who's been waiting and watching and observing, and he still has so much characters under his belt for him to be able to use.
Gonna be an uphill battle for SideStepLance. Let's see if his zone state will be able to hang on until the very end. Talaga, because he's going to need it. Jetmishima, nakita natin yung ginagawa niya dun sa yung performance niya with the Lydia, with the Dragunov. He is not a player you'd sneeze at. There's a reason kung bakit naghihintay siya ngayon sa Grand Finals on the winner side of the bracket. It's going to be a tough match for SideStepLance.
Yeah, same. I would say also for Jetmishima, since this is a very dangerous SideStepLance, especially a very focused SideStepLance that's not gonna go, just gonna stick with the Lee, stick to his game plan, and stick to his strengths, which is that character, which is Lee.
You know, it's so nice to have Lee in the grand finals,
right?
Like you rarely see Lee Chaolan in the grand finals. You would see new characters like Lydia, maybe, or when new character comes out,
Kunimitsu.
you're usually at the top, and then you'd see Dragunov, right? Those are characters that you usually would see in high-level competition, but Lee is a bit of a struggle, but now he is here in the spotlight.
What a story, right? What a representation that SideStepLance was able to. Well, he's representing the character, and what a feat he was able to accomplish here, giving Lee Chaolan mains, as you mentioned, the 5 out there. I'm pretty sure after this, maybe the pick rate for Lee Chaolan is going to get a little bit higher, because people are going to start to, aside from learn the matchup, get inspired to pick up this character because of SideStepLance.
I mean, who wouldn't be inspired, diba? Talagang, he has the stylish combos, he has the stylish clothes, and he has the performance so far. Oh my goodness, it's definitely inspiring. Kapag nakita niyo yung performance ni SideStepLance, like, oh, such a cool character, I want to try it out.
Yeah, and that's what the whole point of the Challenger Series and Academy Series is all about, ladies and gentlemen. Telling these stories, because, again, the path to pro has already been carved out for the Nationals. First step is for you to be able to get to the Challenger Series and go to the Draft Series, impress the franchise league there for them to be able to bring you to the Pro League. That's where the big boys play.
And we already have actually our 12 players, diba? Talagang we just finished basically the qualifiers, but they're just going in for their last matches to really show off what they can do. So here it is, the grand finals of our Challenger Series number 2 between Jetmishima and SideStepLance.
Okay, so Jetmishima still sticking with the Lydia, while SideStepLance is already committed to the excellence that is Violet, aka Lee Chaolan.
That Lee Chaolan looking very good, and we're going to the Hammerhead stage as well, so there are going to be walls here that both of these characters will be able to utilize. Lydia especially, if we want to set up even that guard break that she does have. So let's see how familiar SideStepLance is with the Lydia match.
Alright, so Jetmishima taking things to SideStepLance early on, doesn't want to give him that much space, backs away just ever so slightly, just to probably get rid of that slide that to come into. And now Jetmishima get all stand-ups so far from both these players.
SideStepLance with his back towards the wall, a bit of a precarious situation. However, tries to move out of the way, gets the combo. Once again, you have to be careful about that. Jetmishima not quite in range here. 30 seconds left on the clock. Another down from SideStepLance, and Jetmishima piling on the pressure and the low parry. However, SideStepLance will be winning him that first round.
Man, SideStepLance has not skipped a beat. He's still so good. Wow, opening salvo for SideStepLance. Woke up Jetmishima. Now trying to regain back the life lead here is Jetmishima.
Oh, yeah, and that is going to help him out. Going to be able to pile in damage here from SideStepLance. 45 seconds left on the clock, and SideStepLance almost in rage here. He is in the rage now. 1 pixel left, and the low parry of Jetmishima's own is going to time things out. The bow comes in. Jetmishima being cheeky as usual.
He's so ready with that.
Yes.
Can I just say, once the round's over, he bows right away. Oh yeah, respect. But now we see SideStepLance dominating the early seconds of this round. So far, Jetmishima fishing for something big, misses the forward 2, and SideStepLance has to, just be able to get in range of that slide if ever he's going to use it.
Yeah, it's a bit tough, especially Lydia does have some of that rage. He has that forward 2, and now just piling on the damage. Jetmishima completely overwhelmed SideStepLance in that last sequence, and now he's looking to close out this match.
Yeah, the volume of offense coming up from Jetmishima is not allowing SideStepLance to come in calculated, but look at that nice wake-up option by SideStepLance.
It works in his favor. The damage is here, but Jetmishima is returning the favor, getting the advantage as well.
Whoa.
Catches him in the rear. Oh my goodness, gets a wall slide as well. SideStepLance going to try to go for the finish. Jetmishima is in the red. Down force coming in, and SideStepLance takes the round. Final round between these two. It's nighttime at the Hammerhead.
Oh my god, Boru, Jetmishima now trying to control the early pace. You see that when Jetmishima leaves SideStepLance a little bit of room to breathe, that's when he gets the offense going. That's when he gets his options in. But now Jetmishima trying to keep him in that corner, but SideStepLance fighting his way out of it.
And he's finding the openings in Jetmishima's defense as well. Gets the Magic 4 as well, able to carry to the wall. This is going to be trouble for Jetmishima.
Yeah, and now SideStepLance opening up with a slide, following it up. One more would do it. Burns the rage drive.
He tried to go for it, and SideStepLance was well aware of the consequences if he were to block that. If he were to actually block that move. So,
yes.
Oh my goodness, very well played by SideStepLance. First match going to him.
Hey, man, just take it one match at a time. We say that he has a big hill to climb, but every journey starts with a single step. And that the road to greatness for SideStepLance is one in the bag already. Just take it one step at a time, and he's able to get it. Jetmishima, though, he's got a lot of breathing room, right?
He does.
He has the reset. He also has a lot of characters to work with. That Lydia wasn't so bad. He could actually go back to it.
Definitely just a little bit of adjustment. He was able to push SideStepLance to his limits in that match against in that match with that Lydia pick. But of course, I wouldn't put it past Jetmishima to once again make the switch, because if he wants to finish things off right now, it might be a good idea to change things up a little bit instead of using the character that apparently SideStepLance already has a read on.
Oh yeah, for sure. If you saw that last sequence was just excellent for SideStepLance. And just to bring up what happened, I think in the Academy series when Typhoon had a bit of a character crisis, he kept shifting around, didn't know who to pick, and then he went back to Kunimitsu. So again, Jetmishima has that luxury, has that option to do that, to cycle through some characters to see what's effective. But then again, you don't want to give too much away to SideStepLance, because again, very momentum based. If the momentum is with SideStepLance, that snowball can turn into an avalanche for you.
Speaking of which, though, we're going to the Arctic Snowfall stage, and it may be an avalanche that Jetmishima is going to be facing, considering that he's not moving from the Lydia pick. And we've seen how SideStepLance fared against this Lydia.
Yeah, even in he's actually even okay with like a no walled stage, but I guess, you know what, Jetmishima wants to exploit as much of this Lydia pick as possible to see if it'll do some damage or not in different environments as well.
And it's also could also be a demonstration, like how far can he grow with this Lydia pick? Can he overcome SideStepLance in his best form?
That's true. That's very true. Yeah, the only way to get it is through the fire and flames here, and getting that experience. And now Jetmishima, one mix-up away, goes for that low razor, and then SideStepLance. Oh, wow. Hitman mid. All right. And now we see... Careful approach, but a little too short with that slide.
Yeah, those shoes ain't long enough for SideStepLance here. A little bit too short, and Jetmishima able to finish things off.
Oh, good interrupts by SideStepLance. Jetmishima again trying to exploit his offense here, going for those mid checks, that those down forward ones, and now we see SideStepLance. Good follow up there on down Lydia.
Making optimizing the damage basically of Lee Chaolan. But now look at this, Jetmishima bringing the damage of his own. A sliver's health left, and that quick low kick from Jetmishima is going to finish things off. SideStepLance not looking good so far here. It seems that Jetmishima has downloaded the update that he needs for his gameplay.
Oh, but man, a new patch just came in, and SideStepLance is introducing it to him. Can he get this third round? Tries to jump on him. SideStepLance with the defense, and Jetmishima still on the hunt for him to get probably a no-round round.
He wants that. He wants to really snuff out SideStepLance's momentum here, and the no-round round would do it. But SideStepLance so far wants to close out this round. Huge advantage for him. Jetmishima hanging by a thread. 30 seconds on the clock. The low a little bit too far. SideStepLance being very patient so far. Wants Jetmishima to approach.
Oh my god. Just the human highlight reel of SideStepLance. Good option there. Now sliding on Jetmishima. Good block on that Razor. SideStepLance looking very strong in this fourth round.
Definitely, in that last part will definitely really up his morale, and it's looking good. 7 golden letters steamrolling straight against Jetmishima, looking good so far.
Okay, so Jetmishima, when he takes control of the first seconds of this round, he usually is able to just overwhelm SideStepLance. So can he do that again? We're at final round here, ladies and gentlemen. Nice block on that slide by Jetmishima.
This is what you were talking about, Poch. He does have the early damage here, so there is the advantage in mentality here for Jetmishima, but SideStepLance immediately evens out the score. So right now, both of these players toe-to-toe, and there's a counter hit that SideStepLance.
Yep, and SideStepLance going to grant Jetmishima some rage here to use. Nice escape by Jetmishima, but oh, gets the rage drive.
Oh, this is some serious damage. Masakit. Oh, from Jetmishima, not going to be able to finish things off. SideStepLance, one last chance for him. There's a down 3, and Jetmishima said, no sir, not today. I know that you're going to go for it, and takes them.
But man, that was close, but razor thin there. Could have gone any which way, but Jetmishima ties things up and makes the road a little longer for SideStepLance. Can he deny the reset and just claim that he won the second Challenger Series for Tekken 7 for the Nationals?
That's a dream. That's the plan for Jetmishima here. And speaking of plan, SideStepLance, he's put in a tough spot. Every time that he loses a match, usually players have the option na magpapalit ako ng character. I have a fallback character. My character is not working right now. I'm gonna go with the other one. But he tried that earlier with the Lei Wulong and with disastrous results. So right now, he may be forced to just stick with the Lee Chaolan unless he's hiding someone else.
He may be, but what's great to know, what's something to note, maybe if SideStepLance already makes the commitment now to just stick to Lee, he won't have to think anymore about other characters, won't second guess. If he fully commits now, all he has to worry about is playing his best Lee. And I think when you take out that option of analysis paralysis of having too many characters in your back pocket, which one should I bring out? I think you can just stick to that and be in that zone, be in that flow state for you to be able to get that victory. And maybe for him to get that, go to the Forgotten Realm.
That's true. Kapag masyadong maraming characters, there's a possibility that you could become a jack of all trades and a master of none. And sticking to that one character and just working on your gameplay, definitely something that SideStepLance can do. And speaking of which, going to the Forgotten Realm, what you said earlier that he does like to use this stage.
Yeah, he does. But again, you're also kind of granting your opponent the access to the floor breaks, even though you like it. But then again, another thing that you're also giving yourself an advantage to is giving a wall for Jetmishima to not move around so much, in which he did in Arctic Snowfall.
A much more tight space here for Jetmishima, for both players actually. So let's see who can take advantage of this confined stage here at Forgotten Realm. Early, both of these players just returning salvo against each other.
Wow, and we see SideStepLance with that great sequence there. Jetmishima now almost at rage. SideStepLance grants it, tries to go for a really long string there. Jetmishima again, you saw what he can do with that rage. SideStepLance wants none of that.
Being very careful, gets the slide this time around. Max rage there mula kay SideStepLance. Jetmishima on a sliver of health here. There's a hit, and there's another few damages there. But look at that, a hop knee from SideStepLance finishes that round.
You saw that Jetmishima was flash ducking just to watch his legs because, you know, I guess Jetmishima already kind of noticed that SideStepLance likes going for lows to close out the round. So Jetmishima has to be wary of that because, yeah, definitely SideStepLance is adjusting as we see here, putting him in almost range.
That was the low that we're talking about, but this time lands the counter hit, not looking good for Jetmishima. Oh, look at this. Oh, SideStepLance the wall, and there's the punch parry that we were talking about, the side switch, and that is going to be the second round for SideStepLance. Looking good. The adjustment from SideStepLance compared to the previous round, it's showing.
It's showing, yeah. And are you serious? He was able to use the 2 floor breaks in one sequence there. Jetmishima hasn't got one. We have one last floor break before he gets to the basement of the Forgotten Realm. So far, it's all been SideStepLance. 2 rounds in the hole. Jetmishima is backing away, trying to corner SideStepLance, but then again, he has that parry for him to just reverse the tides and for him to have the real estate advantage.
And SideStepLance isn't shying away either. He wants to get into Jetmishima's face, get those damages, but Jetmishima returns damage instead. SideStepLance not looking good. The rage is in. 25 seconds left on the clock. Oh my goodness, he gets the rising 2-3 and the rage drive for the finish, and SideStepLance wins 3 straight rounds against this Lydia.
My God, Boru, he's slowly doing it, but Jetmishima is making it a long, heartfelt battle, but that has to be a boost of confidence for SideStepLance to take things 3-0 in Forgotten Realm against Jetmishima. Now begs the question, is he still gonna stick with the Lydia?
Yeah, definitely. It seems that SideStepLance, he's in the groove na. Okay, nakuha na niya yung beat. He's dancing around, feeling this Li Chaolan pick, and I'm sure Jetmishima right now is having second thoughts. Is it time? Kailangan ko na ba magpalit? Ilalabas ko na ba si Dragunov? Am I going back to the Akuma or some other pick that I have in my pocket? And yeah, he still has the luxury for that.
He does, and that's what's scary, right? And I know SideStepLance is taking it one match at a time, but for him to, you know, take 3, yeah, this is 2-1, so it's 3 matches for him to really get 3 rounds over his Lydia. He has to go back to square one to adjust. But if we bring it back to how Gold Standard adjusted to the Lay match, again with character loyalists, right? They just focus on their character. They know the tools that they have. No matter who they're facing, they try to implore that.
It's going to be really tough. SideStepLance. But let's see what's going to happen this time with Jetmishima. If SideStepLance can keep it going, it's going to be important what choice Jetmishima has here. And oh, look at that.
Okay.
All right, really sticking to his guns.
Yeah, still sticking with the Lydia. Again, breath of fresh air here was seeing a Lydia in grand finals of the Challenger Series. And I like how he's probably exhausting the Lydia pick because there's still the luxury of that reset. Going back to Infinite Azure here, this is the stage that got him so much success against SideStepLance. Well, it was Arctic Snowfall, but still an Infinite stage.
Without the pressure of the wall, it seems that Jetmishima is a little bit more confident against SideStepLance. But immediately, SideStepLance not quite minding the stage change here, just playing the usual Lee and already piling on damage against Jetmishima.
Oh, nice forward 4-3 follow-up by Jetmishima. Jetmishima in the, almost in the red, but slowly taking SideStepLance there as well. Now we see the crouch mix-ups coming out of SideStepLance. Less than 30 seconds, blocks the rage. Oh, goes for the mid.
Oh my goodness, gets the hit. Jetmishima, can he close things out? He can, and that's the first round for Jetmishima. Looking good so far in the stage change that he chose.
Yeah, again, you're just granting him the room to breathe. Oh wow, completes the string there. Now goes for the slide follow-up. Jetmishima now big life disparity here between the two players, while SideStepLance makes that even more.
There it is again, the Polish Razor coming in multiple times, just trying to inch his way to an equal life here and maybe get the life advantage as well. But that low from SideStepLance working wonders for him. He drops the combo, but still the damage is done. Jetmishima hanging in there. He has the rage, he has the damage. Can he make the comeback against SideStepLance in this second round? There's the rage drive once again. Goes for the win. Oh my goodness, Punch.
But wow, again, he's got a little more life here. Mix-up coming in. Oh, punches him on the ground. So again, unfortunate there for SideStepLance, but Jetmishima is 2 for 2 with that rage drive mix-up of Lydia once he gets into that heaven and earth stance.
Good. And SideStepLance, however, that back 4 counter hit is going to shut down Jetmishima real quick here. And maybe SideStepLance can get the momentum in his favor with that huge opening salvo.
Yeah, we've seen the song and dance before. Once Jetmishima gets into that rage and a lot of range, SideStepLance has to worry about that. There's that counter hit Razor by Jetmishima. Now in rage, SideStepLance has to worry about the rage drive that comes out of this Prime Minister.
It seems that he's fallen for it twice already, right? The stance mix up, it's pretty tough on SideStepLance, but still, this round belongs to him. Takes that third round and now showing signs of life.
Yeah, true. Just checking each other's legs there at the start. You see Jetmishima getting a little more damage out in the early seconds, but that slide covers so much range, and even though it's reactable, it's just so fast coming out of SideStepLance. SideStepLance, life bar is melting away with those lows.
Going for those shoes, a sliver of health left. Isang simtas na lang natitira kay SideStepLance. He's protecting it as well, and there's the low. Jetmishima finishes things off. 2 matches apiece between these two players, and Jetmishima wants to finish this tournament.
He does. He wants to make it an early journey for him to get to claim himself as the winner of the Challenger Series 2. But man, SideStepLance though had some moments of success there, slowly learning the mix-ups. Again, he fell for that twice, but then Jetmishima bringing that Polish Razor out to play there, really just hacking away. I think I lost count after 4, Poru. He was very successful with those lows.
Indeed, it's super tough to deal with those quick lows. A lot of people some of the new players would take a look at those quick lows and parang, ang hina ng damage. Wala naman siya ginagawa.
Right.
I don't get
Exactly.
a combo out of it. But once those things pile on, it eventually becomes a huge bruise on your leg, and you're gonna be in serious trouble.
Yeah, they say in boxing, like adding water to the basement, right? Yeah, you won't mind it for a couple of times, but then once it starts to overflow and your legs are aching from that, and for sure, you're only given so much resources in 60 seconds, and you saw that played to perfection with Jetmishima, so that's another thing that SideStepLance has to worry about. He's got to watch his toes and watch his legs.
Jetmishima as a Lydia player is slowly but surely growing. Like, this is a brand new character, and we saw earlier, like, I think it was in the group stages nung nilabas niya yung Lydia, or was that earlier nilabas niya yung Lydia? It was still a little bit stiff. He was still like kumakapapa siya sa dilim with this character, but right now, with such a high level of competition, he's slowly getting the right rhythm for this character. It shows that he's starting to look like an actual Lydia player. So this is something that is super impressive from Jetmishima.
Oh, starting it out with those Polish Razors once again, just giving SideStepLance a lot to worry about. But SideStepLance has that slide for him to worry about as well. Gets the counter hit. And we see SideStepLance breaks the floor.
He does not want to go down here. He wants to get the reset. This is his last chance, and he's pulling out all the stops. There's the sidestep from Jetmishima. Oh, gets the throw and breaks the floor as well.
Okay, and now we see the blue sparks coming out of Jetmishima. SideStepLance, they trade. One more would do it, but Jetmishima again, so proficient. Oh, watch out. Punish there, but no, again, with a salvo here. Watch out for the hitman stance. Are we going to go for it? Oh, down 4. Jetmishima in the lead.
Scary situation here. Every round that Jetmishima gains, kumakabayan, nagiging pawis yan sa battle here in SideStepLance. So this is a very troublesome situation for him.
It is, but he did get that floor break. Let's see if he'll find that success here. But Jetmishima slowly but surely just trying to add on. Nice Wild Rising Punish there from Jetmishima.
He gets the wall as well, perfectly placed, but Jetmishima takes it all the way downstairs. No more floors to take advantage para kay SideStepLance. The throw, no break from SideStepLance here. 30 seconds left on the clock. He's not quite in rage. He gets the counter hit. Not gonna go for the combo kasi may padem done. Very wise decision. Look at this, Jetmishima trying to finish things off here, but SideStepLance hanging in there. That Rising Force gonna take him out, and one round away is Jetmishima will take this tournament.
Yeah, Jetmishima now feeling himself, feeling a little bit of the second wave of him coming back to like the second wind, if you would. We see now, but SideStepLance, Meteor kicks to open things up, and Jetmishima trying to fight back with 4-4-2. Still, they're giving each other room to breathe. Nice duck on the low. SideStepLance is watching his legs. Oh, wow! Picks it up.
Did you see that? That was some amazing stuff. Oh my goodness. SideStepLance gets the pick up there, gets the finish, still hangs on in this competition.
Yeah, but Jetmishima again, when he dominates the first part, he really just squeezes the resources out of SideStepLance. SideStepLance slowly trying to fight his way back into this. And now tries to get a little bit of the offense going. Oh, but the power curse. The back 1+, the down back 1+2.
Oh my goodness. Not only do both players full life here. SideStepLance starting both for the off, Jetmishima piling the damage, however. 30 seconds left. Oh no, the wall bounce! That's going to be it! Jetmishima, he persevered. He went through the winner's bracket, and now he's the champion of the Challenger Series #2 here in the Nationals.
My God, what I mean, the Lydia pick was so great from the get-go. Like we loved seeing the Lydia. I love that he stuck with it and he was able to persevere against one of the best, which is SideStepLance. Congratulations to both these players. Let's check out the highlights from Jetmishima's win here.
All throughout the competition, it was no, not in this match against SideStepLance. He stuck with the Lydia pick. Ina-expect natin na at some point, kapag nabasa na ni SideStepLance yung laban, he's gonna make the switch, but no, he chose to stay on the Lydia and chose to grow with the character.
Yeah, and that's what I love to hear, Poru. The growth of the player and the character, the bond he had with this character, because he went through some adversity. SideStepLance really tested the Lydia of Jetmishima, and it passed. He was able to win the tournament with this character.
And it just shows that he is the Lydia player to watch out for so far, especially in the draft series. But let's go with SideStepLance. He really brought the fight to Jetmishima.
He did.
Right?
He really did.
It's a new character, but still he managed to dealt with it in such an amazing fashion. Look at that.
Yeah, that was so good. That was so good. I'll tell you this though, not one moment did I think that it was gonna be a easy match, as in like a sweep for Jetmishima, because every round, every second, every option thrown out there, anyone could have gotten it, and that just shows how high level how high level these two players are, for them to take each other to the limit. So not anything to take away from SideStepLance, because he really poured his heart out and his hard work into this final set.
He did what he had to do talaga. In such an amazing stage such as this, the grand finals of our Challenger Series #2, naipakita niya talaga that he is a player to watch. Both of these players, definitely the franchise players, are already keeping an eye on them. Sino gusto nating kunin dito sa dalawang to? They are ready for the competition, and we'll be seeing more of them in the draft series.
Yeah, I'm excited to see a lot of Lee matches in the draft series. I'm excited to see a lot of Lydia matches in the draft series as well. And I actually want to see these guys duke it out once again, because this was very entertaining for everyone to watch, especially for the people trying to pick up these characters. Because, again, even though Lydia's out, she's not as popular and not as used as the other DLC characters, if you would. I know she just came out recently, but it's a testament to the character that she has a very unique mechanic, and Jetmishima is not shy of using those stances. So let's check out the journey of how we got here, ladies and gentlemen. Jetmishima is your winner of this Challenger Series.
Hundreds of players, and Jetmishima just rolled his way through the winner's bracket straight on up. Dun sa pinakataas talagang he met some amazing resistance, even actually along the way. Jason brought the fight to him. Jason brought the fight to him, Keenan as well, and then of course all of these players, they really competed at such a high level, but Jetmishima in the end was the one to reign supreme. So congratulations to him.
Yeah, and also boasting different characters. We got the Akuma. We got a bit of a Jin, but he switched to Dragunov, which was very effective.
Yeah, scary stuff.
Very scary stuff. And finishing it off with that Lydia. So, ladies and gentlemen, we will be taking a very short break, but when we return, we'll be having the Nationals post-show. So, do stay tuned for that. We'll be back right after this.
Welcome to the National Season 3 Path to Pro. My name is Laika Mea, and I am here with the Spicy Kun combo? Your spice combo? I have no
we're on
idea
sale.
if that works, but I'm basically here with Poro-kun and Poch Spice. So, hey guys, what's up? Okay.
Doing good.
I mean, I'm excited to introduce you guys, but I'm also excited to introduce our special guest because I have a burning question that I'm dying to ask him. So without further ado, let's give a warm welcome and let us congratulate none other than Jetmishima. Hi, Jet! Hello!
Oh.
You know? Ang laki ng ngiti niya, guys. Iba talaga pag panalo. Jet, excited ako. Alam mo, I was hoping that we would get to interview you because meron akong tanong na gusto talagang tanongin sa'yo at yun ay walang iba kundi bakit nga ba Jetmishima ang pangalan mo?
Sa Tekken 3 po kasi ako nag-start. Then, ang main character ko doon si Jin. So, hili ko talaga yung mga Mishima. So, yun lang. Natripan ko lang yung Mishima na pangalan. So, Jetmishima.
Okay, at least may explanation kasi sa totoo lang, litong-lito kaming lahat. Napaka misleading ng pangalan mo na lahat kami, kailan niya ba ilalabas yung Mishima niya? Wala. Gusto kitang tanungin. So, yan. Matagal ka na naglalaro, di ba? Kung may makakasparring ka from the Mishima clan, sino? At sino sa tingin mo yung mananalo?
Ako po mismo yung makipag-spar.
Ikaw mismo.
Siguro si... Heihachi na lang.
Pinili yung matanda.
He'll throw you off a cliff.
Good na eh.
Pero sino mananalo?
Siguro siya pa rin kasi may kuryente.
Ayun lang, tama. Mahirap nga naman yung makuryente ka, di ba? Ngayon, medyo seryoso naman na usapan. Yung journey mo dito, hindi rin naman madali, di ba? Pero, grabe, hats off to you. Napakaganda ng performance mo dito. Gusto ko lang malaman, at any point ba, naisip mo na, ay, parang mali yung ginawa ko dito, dapat ganito instead. Like, tulad na lang yan, ikaw lang yung gumamit ng Lydia throughout the competition. So, may mga regrets ka ba na napagdaanan throughout the Challenger Series?
Yung laban ko po kay iTenri, pinili ko kasi si Jin, sana ka-counterpick ko siya dahil may pari. Then yun, buong umaga pre-practice ko si Jin. Then nung match na, no round, 3-0 yung rounds. So,
Yikes.
Okay lang din. At least, diba, kumbaga na-counter mo naman at umabot ka pa rin dito. So, may regrets slightly. Kumbaga, natuto ka naman dun sa experience sa'yo, diba? Yun naman talaga yung part ng pagiging professional athlete. Matututo ka sa mga pinagdaanan mo. Pero yun nga, tulad ng sabi ko kanina, Lydia, ikaw lang yung nakita namin na nag-Lydia buong araw. So, kamusta? Kamusta si Lydia?
Okay naman po. Malakas kasi siya kasi konti pa lang yung naglalab sa kanya. Then, pati yung damage niya, sakto lang.
Sakto lang. Kumampas ni Lydia.
Hindi rin masyadong mahit.
Kumbaga balance, yun yung sakto na balance. Yun naman pala. Ang kulit no? So, actually,
Parang daw
Jet,
hindi ma-nerve.
wag mo na. Oo nga, no? Ay, big brain move right there by Jetmishima, guys. Para hindi ma-nerve. So, ayun nga. Itong interview natin, laging sinasabi ni Poch, it's a great opportunity for you guys na ibenta nyo yung sarili nyo sa franchise natin para ma-draft kayo, diba? So, kung ikaw, makakausap mo yung mga franchise natin dito, ano yung sasabihin mo sa kanila para ikaw yung piliin nila?
I'm Jetmishima and matagal na po akong nag-Tekken and last year, Tekken World Tour, marami po akong sinalihan sa Malaysia, Taiwan, and sa Bangkok, Thailand. Sa Bangkok, Thailand, 17th place po ako doon out of 256. Then, yun po, dedicated naman po ako maglaro and may passion po.
Aww, I like that. Parang wholesome lang nung answer niya. But I will leave the floor for our casters kasi alam ko meron din silang mga gustong tanongin sa'yo. So simulan na natin sa'yo, Poru.
Actually, nagtataka rin ako, especially dun sa finals match mo against kay SideStepLance because we've seen throughout the entire day na marami kang nilabas na characters. Can you tell us a bit about your thought process kung bakit even though SideStepLance was able to get a read on you dun sa Lydia mo, why did you choose to stick with the character?
Nagtapat na po kasi kami ni Lance nung pulse pa lang. Then, yun, na-eliminate ko siya. Then, nagkaroon ako ng confidence para yun pa rin yung gamitin.
So Lydia yung ginamit mo nung nasa pools ka? I see. So, effective pala against kay SideStepLance. Something to keep in mind. Kalaban si SideStepLance.
You're
Pero
exposing.
sana, nung ma-reset man, magpapalik sana ako ng Akuma.
Oh.
The real main final form comes out. So, my question, and I'm gonna ask this, ano yung preparations ginawa mo para sa Challenger Series? And what preparations are you gonna do for the Draft Series?
Yung preparation ko ngayon, nasira kasi yung stick ko, yung racer ko. So, okay, JD Asay. Close friend.
Shoutouts.
Thank you. Pinahiram niya ako ng stick. Then, yun. Medyo nahirapan ako sa stick niya kasi medyo mabigat. So, nakapag-adjust naman ako over time.
Kita naman namin yung adjustments mo, di ba? Grabe, partida yung tawag doon, partida. Ang galing, ang galing. So, bago natin i-end tong interview natin, meron ka bang gustong i-shout out? Ito na yung chance mo.
Shout out kay JD Asay sa pagpapairam sa akin ng stick. Kay Tadeus Lipat, and kina-coach nila ako, pati si JD Asay. Pati yung mga nakachat ko rin, kilala niya, nagtatanong ako ng mga tips. Thank you.
Ayan, maraming salamat din sa'yo, Jetmishima. We look forward to seeing you in the draft series. But for now, thank you so much for joining us. We'll see you next time. Kami namang mga casters ang mag-uusap ngayon. So, Poch, Poru, Paisy-kun, kung ano man tatawagin ko sa inyo. Obviously, we started out the day with 8 incredibly gifted players. So, ano nga ba ang meron kay Jetmishima na yung napunta on top? Diba? Hindi naman biro yung journey na yan. So, Poru, ikaw na mauna.
It's there are a lot of things talaga I think na nagdala kay Jetmishima all the way to the top. Aside from he mentioned in the interview na mentioned passion for the game, and personally I think it showed because while he was definitely playing his heart out with yung mga characters na ginamit niya, and he really wanted to, hindi siya stuck in this one track mind na I'm just going to do this thing. He's very adaptable. He has the hunger, but at the same time, there's a certain calmness to him na talagang it allowed him to overcome yung mga situations that he faced.
Just case in point, this iTenri match, he was able to notice right away, okay, the Jin matchup's not working, even though I trained all morning to practice this matchup. But he knew right away, like, okay, I gotta change up. It's not working. I gotta shift to Dragunov. And I think that's very important, especially in a teammate for Jetmishima to realize that, for him to be able to adjust accordingly and adapt.
That is true. That is true. So, of course, Jetmishima's performance has been amazing, pero we will give credit where credit is due. There are also other players na nag-qualify na syempre hindi mo rin naman pwedeng i-single out. So, why don't we start with SideStepLance, our runner-up for the day. So, Coach Spice, why don't you run us through with how SideStepLance's performance has been, and what do you think of the guy?
Just to shout out to SideStepLance, just repping the flag of Lee Mains out there. He played his heart out as well. He knew what the problems were, but he still stuck with his character and used every tool in Lee's arsenal. His IQ with this character is through the roof, and he's definitely going to be a big threat since this character is not really seen in high level, and actually not seen that much at all.
That's going to work in his favor talaga. The scarcity of the lead players in competitive means there's also a scarcity of experience. It's going to be a struggle for players who are not quite familiar with this character, and as we saw, he really knows how to use this character na parang katawan na niya talaga yung Lee Chaolan. Definitely something to watch out for.
also that lay.
Oh yeah,
Just in case. Like, he'll definitely get more experience with that lay. And yeah, I'm sure that he's going to use that as a threat as well in the draft series. But yeah.
I feel like SideStepLance is definitely someone to look forward to competing in the draft series. But we're gonna move on to another contender, which is Jason. Someone to look out for. Kita naman natin yung approach sa draft series, and this guy is a former franchise player, so alam na natin kung paano siya maglaro in the past. Guided pa by Jules and Pika, so grabe talaga yung credentials netong si Jason. But what else do we know about him, Poch?
Well, he's leveled up for sure. We've seen that he has a Steve now, and he seems very on point. A lot of people put him as one of the favorites to win this tournament, and he actually getting to top 4 alone was a feat by itself. And this was definitely a level up in itself because of how he performed last week, and now he was able to get the spotlight now and show why he's one of the tried and tested players here in the Nationals.
Obviously, when he managed to show na when he's in the groove, he's definitely a force to be reckoned with. And, you know, ang tagal na natin siyang nakita sa the Nationals, right? It's been a while, but at the same time, his skills haven't dulled, and it's even gotten more honed. And it showed in his performance right here in the competition. So that's one thing to look out for the franchise players who will be choosing players from the draft series.
Interesting. Now, itong si Jason, may sinira siya na 100% win streak kanina. And you know who that is? It's Gold Standard's 100% win streak. Yun yung sinira ni Jason kanina. But other than the 100%, ano pa ba yung masasabi natin tungkol kay Gold Standard? Sabi kanina ni Kid, he is the personification of the words Gold Standard. But what about you guys? What is your opinion on Gold Standard? Oru?
Yeah, I'm going to have to agree with Kid na talagang Gold Standard niya talaga yung performance na pinapakita ni Gold Standard. I was like, it's just like Gold Standard. Yeah, but aside from that is it's not just his skills, it's not just his execution, pero yung attitude niya towards his matches, right? He does not shy away. He does not shy away kapag he's in a tough spot. With this character that he's spent so much time with, talagang na-master na niya, he tries to come up with different solutions and try to be as calm as possible, and you can feel that he really does want to win. So hindi lang sa fight yung pagiging Gold Standard niya, pero pati sa puso.
Oh yeah, especially with his approach to the game, and he approaches it with such calculated offense and defense as well. He doesn't rush anything if it's not there. He waits, he reacts to things. His reaction's on point, and his work ethic is on point as well. And we've been hearing Gold Standard's name in the community for so long, and finally he's able to have this spotlight to be able to make it to the draft series to really showcase his skill and really cement his name with the greats out there.
About time.
It's gonna be very exciting. Now, as we know, this is a story that is unfolding right before our very eyes. Ito na yung opportunity para maging professional sila. So, Poch, you've been here. You know the ins and outs of the Nationals. So, how do you think these players will fare against the other draft series participants? So, we're gonna show the graphic of who are gonna be participating in the draft series. After all, alam natin na ito na yung Final Four na hinihintay natin. So, here's everyone. How are today's participants gonna fare against these guys?
I'll tell you this, like it's a murderer's row out there, because this in itself in the draft series, anyone can actually take it. Anyone can impress. Anyone can shock the world here, because these, if you're in the community, these are known names. Some new bloods here and there, but then these are the people. This is actually a top 8, well, more than top 8, but this is a top team in its own right.
Definitely a Shark Tank of players. So we're sure to expect some amazing matches and maybe some ups and downs for these players in the draft series. And our players for today definitely will be able to compete. They're definitely on par with those who are already inside.
Oh, yeah.
So I'm looking forward to it.
Oh, I'll tell you this, guys. I am so lucky that I'm not in their position kasi I will crumble under the pressure. I'm not gonna lie. I can't handle that. Ayan, guys. So mark your calendars nga kasi the draft series is about to happen. It's gonna happen on April 24 to 25. It's one weekend. for these guys to prove their worth. Ito na yung chance nila to make their dream come true. So, baka sa kanila na, no? Napaka-exciting malaman kung sino nga ba ang madadraft after ng draft series. So, Poru, before we wrap up the show, I have one last task for you. And that is a game of Connect the Dots. Out of the 4 players that we got... Akala mo pang bata na laro, pero actually may pressure din to eh. Okay, so out of the 4 people that we garnered today, yung top 4 natin for the day, i-connect the dot mo sila with our existing franchise or existing players. Who do you think they would pair well with?
Merong may pop quiz si Miss Laia.
Yeah.
Wait, give me a second here. You know, when I think about, I'm gonna go in a random order.
Sure.
All right. When I think about Jason, right, we know that he's already been in the Nationals. So I think it might be a good idea to pick up where he left off. Maybe bumalik siya dun sa with the Omegas. Right? That's one thing that I might consider. So who else? Wait, with the 4 people ba na in this challenge?
Yes.
Just today.
Just today.
Okay, good.
Oh.
God, what's my question then?
Okay. I think Poch also wants to answer. So why don't we split it? You get 2 and then Poch gets the other 2. Unfortunately, Poch, kayo na yung hindi sasabihin ni Poch.
Okay, fine. Go, just if you have one in mind already, go for it. So you put Jason with the Omegas, is that right?
Yes, I'm definitely going to put Jason with the Omegas. And then I'm thinking that maybe SideStepLance. I've met SideStepLance before, and he's a very pleasant guy, and he has a very happy nature, very positive yung approach niya when he's competing. And I think that would really fit in well with the Brent Pros.
That's insightful. I mean, I know how happy-go-lucky they look like on screen, right? Like, they're the funniest bunch of boys. But what about you, Poch? Who are your connect the dot?
I can't connect one with an existing one, like, because he mentioned Omega. So Omega's over. I can't connect that anymore. Is Omega off the table?
Okay, I'll leave it open for you.
Because I think that the Omega is gonna pick up Gold Standard. I have a feeling that they ran together before, that the chemistry is there, the work ethic is there. I think Gold Standard is the one that can connect the dot with a lot of the franchise players. Jetmishima, though, I have a feeling that maybe Signal Ultra might get him, because again, we know Vermilion being the Jetmishima and one of the the Mishima mains out there, Vermilion. That's gonna be a crazy tandem to beat.
Yes, I think so too. But now we're gonna be moving forward to the top comment of the day. That's right, folks. We don't only have top players here, we also have top commenters. So let's take a look at the top comment for the day. According to Joshua Dapitan, Gold Standard, SideStepLance, BuLLy, and my top one among the 4 would be sorry, I can't read it.
Would be SB Jet Akuma, Jet Dragonov.
I mean Jet
Mishima.
Okay, there we go. That's why I couldn't understand it the first time. I was a bit confused. Someone with very pinpoint execution plus his creativity on doing Akuma 50-50s mix-up makes him dominant. Ooh-hoo-hoo. Oh my god. That is a loaded comment. But that's it, folks. This is it. We're gonna be one step closer to the draft series, one step closer to making these people their dreams. Let's make it come true. Okay, I'm a bit overwhelmed with what's going on, but I'm so lucky that I was able to have a chat with Poch Spice and Porukun as well as Jetmishima. But that is it for the post show. I'll be seeing you guys next time. But in the meantime, this has been Like Amea, your panel host, and we'll see you guys next time. Have a good night. Bye.
Let's go.